Yo, what is up, friends, foes, and members of the Omni Council? My name is Daimien Kamiya, I am the Omni King. Welcome to Genshin Impact. We got some story to do. So the Chiori banner is not live. I'm going to take a wild guess and say it's probably tied to the event. Oh, I forgot to close that. Oops. I wasn't rushing this time. I actually had everything ready to go at 3. But sometimes I load it, and then what I do is I load the programs and then go start making my tweets and stuff, and like, you know, my messages out and stuff about my stream, and and sometimes I just forget to close that. It's like the same time as like the other day. What was it, yesterday? Because it was the first stream after my drawing stream, and since the drawing stream was a watch along, it doesn't have BGM, and I forgot to turn the BGM back on when I ended the stream. So when I launched it, I'm just like, why is it like, because before like I said, I have the stream on my laptop, and before I mute the volume on my but I make sure that everything's loading correctly before I do. And I didn't hear any audio coming through, and I'm like, why is it? And then I realized that, you know, it wasn't on. So yeah, so we're gonna start with the character story, get that done out of the way. Character stories are usually about an hour and a half to 2 hours, especially for a no-name, random, inserted character. Angel, and then we'll do the Archon quests, which are usually about, I'd probably say 2.5 to 3 hours a chapter. And I assume this is only going to be one chapter, so, but I'm expecting maybe like a 7-8 hour stream just to be prepared. I'm not doing dailies today because dailies all get done. The dailies can get done through doing the quests. And like I said, I think that Inazuma, well, there's no gacha happening today. Because the banner I want isn't available. I didn't realize Mizuki was on the standard banner. Oh, maybe I'll get her someday. Yeah, I want Chiori, and Chiori's not available yet. But yes, so we're just gonna be pushing through here. Like I said, I think the Inazuma like banner thing, the whatever it's called, where you just have selection of like all characters from a region, when that's available, I think that's going to be tied to the event. What do you mean? How is Portal doing? You mean Portal Fantasy? It's fine. It's a game I'm playing. Anyways, let's get into the game here. Alright, so it doesn't really matter what character I play as, because these types of stories almost have 0 gameplay.
Huh? Is that Davia over there? Oh, it's been a while. Let's go say hi.
Hello, my queen. She's undercover or something? Why the secrecy?
Get lost, Monica! I don't want to see you back here until you're ready to wake up and start doing things properly! Right now, you're a disgrace to my kitchen and to the Hotel de Boer name!
It was an accident.
I'm sorry, did you hear me asking for excuses?
No, I'll do better, I promise.
Why is she She's so aggressive. She won't even listen to what the poor girl has to say. Oh, hey, cut her some slack. You gotta at least hear her out.
Wait! Huh? Who do you think you are telling me? Wait a sec. Navia? Huh. So, you're bringing backup now. Suit yourself! You're still wasting your time!
Savannah, is this how you always treat your staff?
My staff is right. I'm the one in charge here now. And last time I checked, the Hotel de Boer doesn't take orders from the Spina di Rosula.
Of course. How you run your kitchen is none of our business. But when a member of your staff is so overworked he becomes gravely ill, that most definitely is our business. We're going to stand up for him, whether you like it or not.
Overworked? I've said it before and I'll say it again. If Fermon can't handle the job, then tough luck. There are plenty of other capable people I can hire instead.
But Fermon can do the job, he just...
Monica, back inside, now!
Huh? But you said I shouldn't come back until...
Just do as you're told, and not another word out of you! Come on, we have work to do!
Wow, what a horrible person.
Sorry. Looks like I've dragged you into some drama again.
Who is that?
Her name is Savannah. She's the new head chef at Hotel de Boer. Ever since she took the job, she's been enforcing a brutal work regime and putting a huge amount of pressure on her staff. One guy was so overworked, he collapsed from illness. He's been bedridden for days, and he can barely even talk properly.
I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I don't deserve to be a chef.
I just realized that I'm happy to hear Nabia's voice. We'll see how many people are actually voiced.
Request, the Spina di Rosula is trying to mediate on his behalf. We're not exactly making a ton of progress, as you saw. Savannah is adamant that Fermot's exhaustion and illness have nothing to do with her or how she's been running her kitchen. She's refusing to have any kind of meaningful dialogue with us. Our next thought was to talk to the other chefs at the restaurant and get a better idea of their working conditions. But with Savannah,
This is the best
watching them
stream, though,
like
to
a
have
hawk,
food in, because I
no
won't
one
be
has
talking
been willing
much.
to open up. And that's why I'm here, doing it the old-fashioned way. Camping out, watching, and waiting for an opportunity.
Oh, shoot. It all makes sense now. Sorry. Paimon should have thunk before she spoke. Did Paimon ruin everything?
Oh, no, not at all, Paimon. Honestly, the way she was laying into Monica, someone had to step in. I'm sure I would have piped up if you hadn't. And besides, I don't really think I'm built for espionage.
Not when you're dressed so, like, standoutishly.
Yeah, meaning...
Like, she didn't even try to
espionage is all
disguise
the
her
more
clothing or
difficult to
hair or
get
anything.
inside
She's
scoop.
literally... She just put on her sunglasses
I
and
might
started
as well
reading a
head back to the
newspaper.
Flipsandra then. We'll need to come up with a whole new game plan.
Paimon will do it.
But that's so in Navia's
This
character.
is kinda all Paimon's fault.
Navia, I just find that, like, Navia is, like, she wants to help, and she always means well, but she kind of picks, like, goofy ways to help. What do you mean Team Rocket? What? I don't know what you mean by that statement.
Oh, guys, it's fine. You don't need to worry about it. That said, if you
Because
were
that's like a
planning to
Pokemon
visit the
thing. I don't
Flipsandra
get it.
anyway, let me take you out for a meal. I'll make sure it's a proper feast. A really famous chef just joined the Spina di Rosula's tavern. Her name is...
Oh. No,
sorry to
because at least
interrupt. I
Team
just
Rocket,
apologize for
believe it or
saying
not,
this
Team Rocket
just
doesn't
now.
always have bad
We
disguises.
shouldn't
Some of their
forget your
disguises
customers
are
for
actually
that.
pretty decent.
This is a small
Um,
token from us.
Generally
Candy
speaking,
from
what's
Monica.
bad is that
She asked
every
me
other
to get it
character
delivered
just doesn't
into
see
your
through the
hands.
the disguises that
Monica's
are
the one
bad.
apologizing? Huh. Clearly Savannah the one who owes an apology.
Our head chef has been a little highly strung lately. Sorry for everything.
Alright. Since there's candy, Paimon will drop it. Not the candy.
Thank you for understanding. We'll make sure to pass your feedback on to Miss Savannah.
No, you won't. Because you'll be afraid of her.
A little
This is like
highly
Amy's
strung,
baking
huh?
company. They don't pass feedback they never passed feedback to Amy because they knew the husband never passed feedback to Amy because he knew Amy would get upset. Highly strong. Looks like Savannah in the kitchen. Your waiting staff are on edge.
Paimon doesn't get it. How did someone like her even become head chef?
Well, according to Fermat's family, she hasn't always been like this. But that's a story for another time. Let's try this candy.
Never underestimate Navia's affinity for sweetness.
Paimon totally gets it. Come on, dig in! Huh? Hold on, there's something written on the wrapper. Find Escoffier.
Escoffier? Could this mean...
Huh? You know that name, Navia?
Yeah. Let's stick to the plan and go back to the Fleuve Cendre for now. That's where we'll find Escoffier anyway.
I don't really blame them though. Like, Genshin's not just gonna make a random outfit for a character for one small scene.
Escoffier, anyway.
But it definitely fits
She-
Navia's character to be like goofy
For
like
starters,
that.
she used to be the head chef at the Hotel de Bourg, before Savannah. She recreated the legendary Gâteau de Bourg and restored the restaurant back to its former glory. Safe to say, she's the most renowned head chef in the Hotel de Bourg's history. After the culinary genius Modeste himself.
Gâteau de Bourg. That's the super exclusive cake that they only sell a few slices a day, right? Wow. Why the heck would she let Savannah take her place?
Well, apparently, the Hotel de Bourg was reported for a safety incident. Someone claims that the kitchen was adding an illegal substance to their menu. But none of the chefs had any idea how it could have gotten into the food. In the end, Escoffier decided that as head chef, she should take responsibility.
So
And she was
Savannah
sent to
did
the
it.
Fortress of
Yep,
Merope.
we already know. Scooby-Doo mystery solved. Savannah sabotaged Escoffier to take her job. And this is just going to be the story of learning it.
Well, you're right. The quantity of the substance they found was fairly minimal. Even the guards believed the whole thing was probably just an accident. Escoffier didn't have to stay in the fortress for long, but still, by the time she returned, the role of head chef had already passed to Savannah.
So that's what happened. Paimon still thinks it's really unfair.
Even though Escoffier is no longer head chef at the hotel, she's still well respected by the staff. So, I'm guessing what Monica wants is for us to convince Escoffier to try and negotiate with Savannah on the staff's behalf.
Oh, Paimon gets it! Monica wants Escoffier to come back and kick Savannah out. It's simple. If the new head chef is stressing everyone out, then the solution is just get the old one back.
Well, about that.
You thought cream of mushroom soup was ready to serve after 3.5 minutes on the stove. You'd have had more sense serving hot water with ice cubes. At least then you wouldn't have wasted all this perfectly good cream and mushroom. What do you say, Hilaire?
He voiced by Brianna Larson.
I'm sorry, Mushroom.
As you can see, Escoffier is that kind of chef as well.
She's oh wow, she's in Octopath Traveler 2. Can't wait to see that. predominant roles has she played? Oh, she's actually fairly new. Well, no, she's been in Smite. Her roles are more frequent. She plays Tia and Nikke. Yunli in HSR. Phantom Brave: The Lost Hero, which is a newer game. She plays Witch in Pierre. Tower of God Season 2. Phantasy Star Online. Rainbow High. Eternal Return. She's in Care Bears. She's the Share Bear in Dibble. Yeah, she doesn't have a very large roster of roles. Her first role, well, I'd say her first role is listed as 2014, but when behind the voice actors lists of voice, it cites when the game was created, not when the voice work was done. So based on her other roles, I'm going to assume she started voice acting in 2019. Because that's when Pokemon Masters and Care Bears were the roles. And even then, the Smite she voices Momo, which was part of an Avatar: The Last Airbender skin for Smite. It could be. I do have this ready to go anytime I need it, though. I screen capped this from Navi's story mission a long time ago. And Paimon told a really bad joke. So having, well, you're not wrong. Sometimes voice actors just carry many roles. Like, a good example I always use is in the show Futurama. Or even Simpsons as well, but, like, I'm more familiar with Futurama. Futurama has a main cast of, well, there's, like, 3 main characters, and then, like, a strong supporting cast. So including the supporting cast, you have probably about, like, 9 or 10 characters. Like, 3 of them are voiced by one guy. Like, straight up. 3 of them are voiced by one guy. Like, what is it? You got Fry. All the characters. You have Fry, Leela, Bender, Amy, Professor, Zoidberg, Hermes, Scruffy. I'd probably say those are, like, the main cast. I don't think I'm missing anyone. Like, those are the main characters and supporting characters. And then Zoidberg, Fry, and Professor are all voiced by the same guy. Right?
You have to leave it on the heat for long enough to allow those flavors the chance to come out. Don't be fooled by the aroma when the water first starts to boil. Got it?
Yes, chef.
Then go back and do it again. The customers are still waiting. Remember where you went wrong and don't repeat the same mistake twice.
Yes, chef.
Excuse us,
Waiting to be served? Sorry, we're pretty busy. I'm afraid you have to join the line.
Oh, no, we're not here to eat.
So you're not paying customers? Then I'm afraid the wait will be even longer.
It's hard to talk to Escoffier when she's in the zone. Let's take a seat. We can catch up while we wait.
Looks like the rush hour is finally over. Is it always this busy here?
These days, yes. I'd say business has tripled since Escoffier joined as temporary head chef.
You want to go
Well,
back?
In her words, the Hotel de Boer doesn't need her anymore. It doesn't look like she's got any plans to go back.
I guess I'll be heading off then.
Wait, take these home with you. We can't serve them now, and there's no sense in letting them go to waste.
Oh, thank you, Chef.
For what? Like I said, I just don't want them going to waste.
Oh, so she's a
and
tsundere.
tell
Okay.
Fiamma to get well soon, so you're not running yourself ragged every single shift.
Absolutely a tsundere.
Firmo. That's the second time we've heard that name.
Paimon, you have a bad memory.
He's the chef that fell ill from stress. Hilaire is his son. And with Mom stuck at home taking care of Dad, he decided to pick up some work to help pay the bills. Escoffier knows their situation, so she's been making some extra food every day for him to take home.
Hey, I heard that, Navia! I've told you before, no one's making extra food. Hilaire is making blunders in the kitchen, and I can't serve his failed dishes, so he might as well take them home.
Yeah.
Cinderella?
Failed dishes that
What?
just so happen
What do you
to
mean
be
Cinderella?
nutritionally complete every single time.
If you're the word I said was tsundere,
So you two must be the world famous
Tsundere.
Yes? Is there something I can help you with?
It's a personality type of a girl that refuses to admit her true feelings in a standoffish way.
Savannah.
I certainly am. The Spina's headquarters are right next to the tavern. And I've lost count of the number of
What
times
sounded
Navia's come to
different?
pester
The
me
mic or
about it.
what?
But I don't work for the Hotel de Boer anymore. And being ex-head chef doesn't give me the right
Did I
to
speak?
interfere with
What
that
was?
business.
Because I spoke more clearly? Like what?
Besides, I'm the one who persuaded Savannah to take the job in the first place.
What?
Well, she was a much gentler person
No,
back then.
the choice means
A
nothing.
little timid, even. She
If
wasn't
anything,
at all
maybe.
confident that she was the right
So-
fit for the role.
Here's the thing.
That's hard to believe. Are we definitely talking about the same Savannah here?
So there's two types of okay. There's two types of choices in this game and neither mean anything. Three choices. In story related content though, there's only two. In the non-story content, choices can actually mean something, and like for example, like in daily quests or in I'd say mostly just daily quests. Because that can get you, certain options can get you like hidden achievements and stuff. For other stuff like, you know, daily quests or say in like the Serena Teapot when you're talking with people, certain options give you different dialogue choices, but it just leads to the same end result. And that happens here too. But in story missions, most of the time, despite there being two options, it's actually not two options. It's one statement that can't fit on one line, so they put it on two lines and as like in the illusion of a choice, but in reality, you're saying the whole thing. Which is crazy because this game actually has paid voice actors for the main characters, and they instead let you pick silent choice options that aren't even choices.
Honestly, I do wonder if she's just emulating me. I mean, I'm not the most pleasant head chef to be around either.
At least she's self-aware.
Anyway, suffice to say that given the history between us, it'll be tricky for me to tell her she's doing her job wrong without coming across like a
I'll point it
huge
out to you in a
hypocrite.
second here.
Fiamar and the others probably think that Savannah gets it all from me.
I wouldn't be so sure about that, Escoffier. Look at this note we got from Monica.
She mentioned me.
Oh, it does.
There's a short
It's up in the
note
corner.
you
I
have.
paused it so I
Looks
could
like
talk
Monica
without
still trusts
the
you.
story playing off.
As for the others, well, how can you know?
See,
what they
it says
think
playing
unless
up
you
in the
ask
top corner here.
Monica.
them? Plus, it's not like we're asking you to storm in there and raise hell. We're only in the initial phase of our investigation. All we're trying to do is get the other chefs to open up to us.
Oh, Monica. Oh, Monica.
Escoffier?
I can't believe her. Powdered sugar is supposed to be applied sparingly. Look at all that on the wrapper. It's thicker than the sole of my shoe. Unbelievable. I won't stand for this.
Well, this has been in the game since I started playing.
Come on, we're going.
The only problem is right now, in the game, if there is, like, for example, right now, because of the strike going on, some people aren't voiced. The autoplay, has a small time delay, but most of the time the delay is based off of the voice acting. So sometimes, though, the auto delay goes in too quickly. Like, if Paimon wasn't voiced, this probably would have only been, like, a second visible. Right? So it's like, that amount of dialogue, it's like... So this is actually two different choices, but it doesn't really matter.
Let's go catch up to her. We don't want to keep her waiting.
But I just want to point this out. Like, the moment I get control of my character.
I've heard that if you give tavern owners a considerable tip, they'll be willing to give some information on the down low.
You mean the angel share? But Master D-Luke seems like a very rich man. How big a tip is considerable anyway?
Maybe I might have heard wrong. Or maybe I might have heard this rumor in another world.
You sure have been to many worlds, haven't you?
Every update adds in more Paimon Traveler dialogue. Zach Aguilar voices the male, and I forget her last name, but Sarah voices the female. Every update, as I said, adds in banter dialogue between the two. But yet he'll stay silent during the main story. More recently, since, I would say, Sumeru, they basically give the main character, like, one dialogue line the entire story. Though they've been adding in more, but obviously with them being silent. They don't even get to voice their internal thoughts. This stuff down here obviously is silent. They didn't record any of these lines. Paimon may still be voiced, but Zack is not. He's still participating in the strike. Or the work refusal, as it's probably better. So basically...
Everyone's been dying to hear you. Have you noticed?
What's the last one?
That volcano is so huge. You can see it from anywhere in that land. Where do you think all that magma comes from, though?
One legend holds that an enormous pyro...
So these bottom three have not been voiced. The Spirit Ways, the Pyro Archon, and Taking a Break. All of these have been voiced, though. Oh, no, okay. Curse of Night hasn't been done either.
That volcano is so
Alright, so the bottom
huge.
four.
You can see it from anywhere in that land. Where do you
It's honestly so... Their voice, the little voicing they have in the game has actually been a running joke with Zach on his streams and stuff, and during conventions. He was once, I remember I was watching him chatting in a stream with some other, he was just playing a game with some other people, with some other voice actors, and during the stream, they talked about, like, you know, at conventions, and he was at a convention. and all the characters, and someone asked all the people on the panel to say a line of their character, like, you know, to do some, you know, say something as their character, right, from the game, right? So, you know, they all do, and then it gets to Zach, and Zach just goes, ha, 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 because that's all you hear. And you can actually hear it here. It's right, it's all over here. Or at least some of it, anyways. See?
Windblade. Huh. Yeah. Terra smash. Yeah. Take this. Lightning flash. Yeah. Scatter. Propagate. Huh. Go. Water jet.
None of the fire ones are voiced.
Disappear. Go with the wind. Huh. Quake to dust. Huh. Thunderclap. Bellowing thunder. Sah. Germinate. Spring forth. Yeah. Wipe out. Bombs away. Is this a reward on the road? I'll keep this close. Let me at him. Look out.
Right? So, like, I don't, like, I know some people state, like, they hate Paimon's voice, or voice, like, I'm not going to get into the voice actor side, but some people have just straight up said they don't like Paimon's voice. I don't particularly care. My concern is that we have a main character duo
Strength is one of those things where you
that has
use it
one
or-
character speaking 99% of the time.
Want to train with me sometime?
Even though they have a paid voice actor for the other character. Like, I can't imagine how I would feel to know that I voice a main character in a game and have almost no dialogue. Now, because of the plot of Genshin, both Sarah and Zack voice their characters regardless of who you pick. So I picked Ether, so Lumine is the sibling, so in the few instances of cutscenes where I've encountered Lumine, she talks. Right? So it is kind of annoying. It's just annoying to me that like it's just a, like, I would have liked it more to have, like, Ether / Lumine and Paimon to have more equal dialogue. Like, the banters, like, the banter they have in this, the banter they have in these voice lines
Everyone says that Mondstadt is the land of the
should
winds.
have been the norm for the actual story, where they're both in the conversation.
He'll probably just dodge the question with a or something.
Like, why include this if they're not going to talk in the story?
What does he know about the wind?
Like, that's a part that upsets me. It's not like I don't like Paimon, or there's not enough Paimon, or there's too much Paimon. It's that there's not enough Ether or Lumine. Not really, because the main characters in Honkai Impact 3rd, the game from Hoyo before this one, has all the characters voiced. In Honkai Star Rail, all the characters are voiced, including the main characters. They have voice. I'm pretty sure they're all voiced well. And in ZZZ, they're also all voiced. These are all Hoyo games. Basically what happened is they set a precedent for this game, and now they can't fix it. Because they set the precedent.
Wait, she looks like... Is that a Scoffier?
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I messed up your order.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far. Maybe the taste is a little off, but if you hadn't brought it up, I don't think I would have noticed.
But, please, you have to forgive.
What the heck?
Get up, Monica! Can't you see that you're just making your customer feel more awkward?
Ah, Escoffier?
If you want forgiveness, then do what any self-respecting chef would do. Make the dish again. And this time, get it right. You cannot go begging
Yeah, man,
your
that
customers
fucking
to feel
hissing.
sorry for you.
Been in the game since Natlin, and it annoys the fuck out of me.
Savannah said that I'm not allowed back in the kitchen until I've corrected my mistake. But if I can't go back into the kitchen, I can't do the dish over.
That's some backwards logic. How can you fix your mistake without being allowed to cook? If this is what Fermat had to put up with, then no wonder he had a breakdown.
We apologize for interrupting your meal, sir.
It's fine. With my layman's palate, it's not like I can tell the difference anyway. I was actually quite enjoying my meal until she appeared out of nowhere and started apologizing. Gave me a bit of a fright, to be honest.
Oh, well, it's because Chef Savannah tasted a bit of the leftover soup from my pot and...
Gosh, that's pretty strict. Has she always been that way? I don't recall things being like this when Escoffier was head chef here. I gotta say, you're all looking a little worse for wear these days.
I mean, Escoffier was strict too, but I think the difference is that her criticism was more constructive, so you knew what you did wrong and how to improve, and we all knew that it came from a good place. Chef Escoffier was hard on us because she truly wanted us to reach her level. But these days, whenever we make a mistake, we just get told to wake up, get your head in the game, or just do it again. And it's only gotten worse since word got out that Chef Escoffier had started working again in the Fleuve Cendre.
Monica, you don't need to call me chef. I'm not the boss here anymore.
Yeah, but through no fault of your own, what happened back then, that wasn't on you, and all of us know that.
Alright,
That
let's see
banquet
what
was a
the
huge
guide
event,
says here on
and
her.
so many staff were involved every
Simple
step
one
of the
button
way.
rules all
With so many
playstyle due to
moving
her
parts,
elemental skill
there's
being
no way of
most
knowing how that
consistent
Lumiline
damage
ended up in
tool
the
with
food we
lowest
served.
uptime.
Lumiline?
Also keeps her the
What's
best
that?
cryo applicator in the
A
game
new
as
drug
of
from the
now.
Fontaine Research Institute. Produced from an
Effective
extract
even at
of the
low
Lumitral.
investment due to her resistant
Apparently it
shred being
sharpens
tied to a
senses,
passive
so
that
they
only
used it to treat
scales with the
people with
number of
impaired responses to
hydrocryo
stimuli.
teammates.
Oh, yeah, I've heard
Still
about that.
burst healing
They found
that
out you can use
scales
it as a
with
flavor
attack.
enhancer since it stimulates the taste
Elemental
buds.
skill is an alternate
things pretty
function that
addictive.
allows her to cook up to 4 unique dishes.
They also found that overuse can have mood-altering effects, and even lead to nerve damage. So it quickly ended up on the guard's list of controlled substances. Unfortunately, however, some food products containing the additive had already made it to the market by the time the guards banned it from the restaurant industry.
Everyone knows that in all likelihood, someone probably just purchased a batch of contaminated ingredients by mistake. But you took all the blame. We all know why. You just didn't want to see this turn into a place where tensions are constantly running high. Because everyone's suspicious of each other all the time. And now look at you. A fry chef in the Fleuve Cendre.
What are you trying to say? Sure, the Spina's Tavern is no Hotel de Boer, but come on. It's not that bad, is it?
Oh, the Fleuve Cendre, you say? Great. That's where I'm downing from now on.
Monica, I'm very happy with my current job. And there's no changing the past. We just have to let bygones be bygones. Besides, at the end of the day, I was the head chef, regardless of whose mistake it was. Ultimately, the responsibility lay with me.
If only Savannah was half the boss you were.
I'm sorry? Do you have a problem with my conduct as head chef?
No, chef.
So, you do remember who's boss. Escoffier? I thought you'd left this place for good. What are you doing back here?
What happened to you, Savannah? Why are you acting like this? When I turned this place over to you,
You made me the head chef and gave up your right to tell me how to do my job. You're not the boss here anymore, so stop acting like you own the place.
Whoa. Sounds like someone has a chip on her shoulder.
I'm just looking at her. I don't really care for Escoffier. Sorry, I'm looking up her guide here. Like the well, not really a guide, but just like whether it's worth it. Because I do have a Risley team, and I'm not the greatest fan of Shenhe in the team. Because not only is it a cryo shred and cryo applicator, but she's also a healer. Which I could really use, because then it means I don't need a hydro healer on the team. But in doing this, it also means I can't pull for I reduce pulls for Chiori.
Oh, Savannah! My
But
God, have you
this
grown
would
as
actually
person
probably
as
make
I
me
saw
use
you?
Risley more.
have you put even half the amount of energy into improving your cooking skills, or are you still using the Pluie Lotus as an off-brand marcotte, thinking no one can tell the difference?
That's none of your business!
What happened to not storming in and raising hell?
Ho ho! I was not expecting to see something this spicy as soon as Escoffier returned.
Huh? Fan Asian?
Aye, miladies. Might I make a humble suggestion? Given that we have ourselves a tête-à-tête between chefs at the Hôtel de Bord, I dare say it would be de rigueur to settle this the traditional way.
The traditional way? That can only mean one thing.
Once I gain control of my character, I'm gonna check in on Escoffier a little bit. I already did the
That's right.
test, but
I'm talking, of course, about the tradition established by Modeste himself.
I never
The
intended to
cooking
get
contest.
According to legend, the founders of Hotel
I never
de Bord,
intended to get
Modeste and Severi
Shenhe.
used
I
this
wanted a
method to resolve
4-star
all
on
their
her banner,
disputes.
and it was
Everything
either
from petty
Shenhe or
arguments over
Ayaka,
next
and I
week's
didn't
menu
care for
to
either of them.
disagreements over the strategic direction of the restaurant. The cooking contest would decide who had the final say.
Huh. Sounds like they had a lot of free time on their hands.
Ah, well, it might sound that way to us. But in fact, the cooking contest played an enormous role in motivating chefs to hone their skills, reaching new heights of excellence in the culinary arts. And indeed, the reintroduction of this institution in recent years has surely been instrumental in transforming the Hôtel de Bord into the top-ranking restaurant in Fontaine.
Reintroduction? Someone brought it back? Who?
What say you, Escoffier? Surely you of all people won't back down from this challenge.
Sure, I reinstated it, but I'm not a chef at Hotel de Boer anymore. Isn't this bending the rules a little?
I see no issue as long as both sides agree to the terms. we could simply treat it as an exhibition of sorts. Savannah, any objections?
Exhibition. Huh. No. If we're going to battle it out, let's put it all on the line. If I lose, it's up to you what happens to me.
I don't want anything to happen to you.
But if you lose, you hand over the codex.
I always
to
like
Lord
to have my healers the same, if I can help it, have my healers the same element as my DPS. Because the DPS will generally generate more energy more frequently, which allows the healer to stay up to snuff in terms of support.
Only the legendary handbook written by the original head chef Modeste. It contains all his secret recipes, including Gâteau de Bourg. It's the greatest treasure in Fontaine's culinary world. And only the present and former head chefs of the Hotel de Bourg have the right to read it.
Present and former. Wait, but that already includes Savannah, though.
What do you want that old thing for? You have your own copy, don't you?
Don't take me for a fool. You know perfectly well what I mean. I want your copy, the original version, the one you took with you when you left us.
I'm sorry, I must be missing something. You know, there's no difference between the original and the copy, right? They contain the exact same recipes.
Stop trying to change the topic. What's wrong, Escoffier? Scared you're gonna lose to me? Or are you scared of me getting my hands on the original codex?
Savannah, you may remember that we gave her the original as a parting gift to thank Escoffier for her years of service. Asking for it back feels a little,
Oh, I'm sure it won't be an issue, as long as both sides agree to the terms. Those were your words, weren't they? And as for the contest itself, let's make it a bake-off. Gâteau de Bourg, per the recipe in the codex. Well, Escoffier, you against me. Are you in or out?
You sound surprisingly confident.
I also wouldn't mind having
All
Aoife
right,
on the
then.
team, not
Let's see
gonna
how
lie.
much you've actually grown.
Having a member of
You
each
surprised
tribe
me,
would be
Savannah.
nice, and that's
I'd hate
the
to find out
that
all
one
you've learned
and
after this
Springs are
long
the
of
only
how to
tribes
chew
I don't
people's
have
heads
characters
off.
for.
Believe
But that's
me,
because I didn't
I'll
care for
show you.
Milani, and there's no 4-star for it yet.
Escoffier, are you sure this is a good idea? You accepted her terms a little hastily.
Oh, it'll be fine. Let's head back to the Fleuve Cendre so I can get prepping.
Alright. Test run. I'm not actually going to do the test run. I mostly just want to look at her actual, like, the wording on her stuff. Didn't actually look at her. Activates her multi-use cooking, which applies AoE crowd damage to nearby opponents. Well, it's the current active character. Activates her all spectrum multi-use cooking. Because part of the issue is that I don't really care for Shenhe in the team, and B, it means I also have to have a Hydro Healer in the team, which I also don't care for. So if I do this, then I don't have to worry about anything. I do have to get her level 70 though to get this. Fuck it, I'm gonna do it.
Know of any newer...
Let's try. Hey, I got Aoife. Wow. Did I get lucky? Oh my god. I two-pulled her. Wow. That's insane. And I got C1 Oberon too. I cannot believe that. That's insanely lucky. And I got Aoife too. I also got Layla as well, who I already have C6 of, so I don't really care, but wow. I'll have to figure out, like, I would like to get Aoife built, if not just for exploration reasons. I don't even know, like, what this guy does. Like, I know he can fly. He's Elemental Mastery. He seems to be based... he seems to have a slight benefit towards Electro Swirl. Oh, no, an Electro Trick. Never mind, that's something else. So, yeah, he's Swirl-oriented. In all honesty, he should have been the 5-star. She should have been the 4-star. But I understand why they did it the way they did it. Right, well, I'll figure him out later. We can level them up, though.
Huh?
I can get them both to 40 right now. But I want to get him to at least 60. Oh, look at that. He's 60. Let me check his talents. Yeah, figure out his other stuff later, like his artifacts and stuff. You, my lady. Oh yeah, and I also got to do where was he again? Yeah, I got to get gliders. Where is Animo? The fuck? Alright, well, there's a new boss. He is a shooter. He uses Catalyst, and he fires pistols. So I need to fight this boss. Fuck, God, how many times? Where's the Risley team? Here it is. Yeah, see, I actually even kicked... I kicked Charlotte out of the team.
Let's go stretch our legs while the flavors are mingling.
I kicked Shenhe out of the team a while ago. That's fine. Is who a furry, sorry. Not all characters in the game are human. You mean like her? I don't really know what she is, but she's not human. Like, out of the characters, like, here, I can go through the entire list of characters and tell you who is human and not.
Watering, fertilizing the soil, making...
Here. No, that's mine. Character archive. Not human. Probably not human with those ears. Not human. Not human, because she's over 200 years old. Not human, because the ears say so. But these two are on the fence. It's not really been confirmed, but yeah. Not human. Not human. Not human. 100%. Not human. Technically human, but formerly a god. Dragon. I could actually say what they are if they're not human. I don't know what she is. Yokai. She's a Baku. These two are obviously like cat, like they have animal ears. I don't know what they specifically are. Siegween is a Melusine. Her lore, like there's a reason why she looks human though, but she's not human. Shenyun is a Adepti. She actually has a bird form that resembles a white crane. That's what you saw her as for most of the game. Oh yeah, the chef does have a tail. That's right. So she isn't human then, I think. Maybe? Could just be like a ribbon. I don't know. It's hard to tell. He's a dragon. So he's not human. Linny and Lynette are not human because they both have cat ears and tails. Well, I don't really see Linny's tail per se. His could be bundled up, but Lynette has tails. They're twins, so any features Lynette has, I have to assume Linny has. Kirara is a yokai. She's a Nekomata. Wanderer is not human. He is a puppet. He was a puppet experiment created that was granted sentience by the Electro Archon. So he's not human. He's actually been alive for centuries. Nahida, obviously Dendro Archon, so she's not human. Tainari's not human. Yamiko is yokai, so she's a kitsune. She's not human. Ito is an oni, so he's also yokai, not human. Goro is a yokai as well. He's an inu. Kokomi is confirmed human, despite anything. Raiden Shogun, not human. Also, not human body either. That's a puppet body. A's sentience is actually in the sword she wields on her burst. Sara is a Tengu, so another yokai. Despite what people might think, Seiyu is human. She is not. She is not a Tanuki or whatever she's designed to represent. That's just techniques she uses. Yangfei is half human, half Adepti. These things here are horns. Zhao is a Yaksha and an Adepti. Guan Yu is also an Adepti. Both of them are over 1,000 years old. Albedo is a lab creation. He's a synthetic human. So he's just, I think, like just under 500 years old or so. Diona is not human. She's a cat species. Klee is confirmed not human because Alice, her mom, who's been alive for centuries, has stated that their race lives for a long time. Venti, Animal Archon, so he's not human. Chi-Chi, zombie, so she's not human. Sucrose, not human. Those are ears. Those are like animal ears. It's not really confirmed what she is. She's just not human. And that's it. So yes, oh wow, that's kind of interesting to realize that Sucrose is the first non-human playable character. Malvika is human despite being the Archon, because it's confirmed that the Pyro Archon passes that position as a title rather than being like an actual god. She may possess incredible power, but she is human. Trust me, they don't actually go over a lot of this stuff. The only creatures that actually get described, Tainari's had a little bit of lore tied to Sino. Sino is human, by the way. It's just a headpiece. Is pretty much the yokai and adepti. Those are the only ones that are really kind of tied to the culture of where they're from. The adepti are from Liyue, and the yokai are from Inazuma. The rest of the non-humans are either briefly glanced over or nothing. I got 2 new pictures because I pulled them. Alright, I don't know if there's a proper way to get there, but we're gonna take the Farina Express. No. It's not really confirmed necessarily what the main character is, but the main character is not human. He's been around for him and the sibling have lived for centuries. They actually travel between worlds before they came here. It's not really confirmed what he is, though, just that he's not human and not from this world. Yeah, in some ways you're not wrong. You know, that at least the confirmed oldest, no, well, I don't know necessarily confirmed, but like, out of the characters we know the general ages of, do you want to know who presumably the oldest main character is? Or the oldest playable character is, based on the general age range we have of characters? Zhongli. He is confirmed over 6,000 years old.
Wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
And some others, we don't necessarily know ages, but like Shinyon has confirmed that she's been around Rex Lapis, or this dude, for many, many years. She's known him for quite some time. So we can presume that she's probably a few millennia old at the very least. 6,000, like 3 zeros. 6000. Zhongli is confirmed over. He's the oldest. He is the highest confirmed, generally confirmed age out of all playable characters right now. So out of the characters that we have a general idea of how old they are, he has the highest number. As a matter of fact, just to understand the lore, this over here is Junyun Stone Forest. The lore behind this is that during a war, Rex Lapis killed several gods here. These mountains and islands were actually stone pillars he skewered the gods with. That is actual lore. It's just over time, the water has obviously eroded the pillars. Like, the area on the map is called, the Stone Forest, but its other name is Gunyan Stone Graveyard. I'm pretty sure someone's referred to it as that in the game before, because of the amount of gods that actually rest here. According to legend, this is where Rex Lapis defeated a god. Off. Fandom, stop opening the goddamn left tab. Says Osile, but the lore here is that, yeah, several gods have been killed in this area. Yes, so there are gods all over the place until the Archon War, which happened, I think, a few thousand years ago, about 1,000 years ago or so. And in the Archon War, gods just started fighting each other until there were only 7 left to take the seats. Venti claimed the Archon War by defeating the God of Storms. This was where the God of Storms used to live. He was a very much an Iron Fist ruler. Zhongli ended up taking his seat. It was actually someone by the name of Makoto that ran here. She was A's twin sister, and basically A just acted as her body double until her sister died, and she took over the role. Navia's story is kind of crazy. The sea was claimed by Ruka Devata, who basically her and her, like, Frank King Deshret, who ruled the desert, basically invoked forbidden knowledge that started corrupting things. And the only way to get rid of the forbidden knowledge was to kind of delete all essence to it. And the only way to do that was, so there's a tree called Irminsul, which contains all knowledge of the world. If you delete that knowledge, the knowledge of something from Irminsul, it doesn't erase the thing, just everyone's memory of it, including, and in the case of a person, including them. So Nahida is effectively the re-embodiment of Ruka Devata that no one remembers. No one remembers Ruka Devata anymore. They just, basically the story is that Ruka Devata died and Nahida became the new Dendro Archon, which is why Ruka Devata was Greater Lord Ruka Devata and Nahida was Lesser Lord Kusanali. But then when Ruka Devata got erased, it's just as if Nahida's been the Dendro Archon the whole time. No one remembers Ruka Devata except for the main character. And then I forget who the original Hydra Archon is, but she passed it on to Focalor, and then Focalor came up with this whole scheme that involved creating a human copy of herself, which was Farina, with the entire purpose of executing the Hydra Archon by the end, which basically meant Focalor killed herself to give her the Hydra Archon power back to the Sovereign Dragon. All the Archons possess half the power of the Sovereign Dragons, who used to rule before the gods and Archons. Nervulette is the current Sovereign Dragon of Hydro. So, in a way, I guess, yeah. There's a lot of lore in this. Anyways, I have finally made it to here. I don't know what to expect from this boss, obviously, so the first run's just gonna kind of be, looks like some type of machine. Let's maybe use my Kenichi team. See how that works. I gotta fight this guy quite a few times to get the mats I need for, I think I need to get 14 and I get 2 per drop.
Target acquired.
Oh, you're dead. Hey, okay, let's check the boss. Civilization, who's magnificent, blah, blah, blah. After it enters sweeping mode, it will start attacking while generating flow momentum. The higher its flow momentum, the greater the damage it will inflict. During this time, you must be able to obstruct the buildup of flow momentum by using consecutive cryo attacks. It is said that after characters enter and maintain Night Soul Blessing state... Okay, so he's weak to cryo. Oh, God. He respawned already. Okay, I will switch teams after I'm done.
Locked on.
Hoya! Hoya! Hoya!
Target acquired. Two can play at that game.
Bow before your king! The glory to which none can compare!
Let's get it on!
Easily insect!
Come on!
Locked on.
Die. Alright. I need the team change. Like, now. Right now, I don't have this team really working for me, so I'm gonna have to use this team, which is only sub-cryo. By the way, I know you don't have artifacts. You're just gonna take all of Charlotte's artifacts. Yeah, this is a delay I wasn't expecting for the stream. I wasn't honestly expecting the pull for her. But learning that she's Cryo Shred and a healer, which is exactly what I was looking for my Risley team. Because I really want to use Risley more. And especially once I got rid of Xingqiu and Yellen from the Nahida team. Where's Charlotte's thing? Charlotte, where are you? I'm just looking for pink hair. Where the fuck is Charlotte? She's probably better yet if I kind of mix a little bit of Charlotte and mix a little bit of Shenhe. I guess it's just different states of matter. I also wonder why lightning and wind are generally considered the same element in many games. Even though they're two entirely different states of matter. One is plasma and the other is air. The other is gas, I should say. That might actually be a good baseline, and then I need attack. All in use. Okay, good. And I'm pretty sure I'm actively using all these characters too. Though that one actually would be really fucking good. Well, I'm actually gonna switch these two. I don't actually know if Barbara's in use or not, but I need attack. And then the other two, I just need... I need something... Probably better to run this one, because it has one less stat, so it has the potential to have something better. It's the same, but better. Alright, we're taking this one. Actually, this one could be better. If it gets one attack boost, it's better. Oh, and it's better. Okay, so she's all capped out. Perfect. Weapon. So she actually utilizes attack, and I don't particularly care for her, She uses attack to scale. Oh, you know what? I could probably just run this. I don't really have anything else. Like, I was gonna take this and take this off of her, but I feel like it's better. Let me. I'm still on her page. What does it say? Like best. No joke. It actually says that this is her best free-to-play weapon. Oh, that worked out well, huh?
My
What would she say?
esteemed traveler, you are the ultimate variable of Teyvat, the one who brought a unique flavor to this world. A birthday celebration in your honor calls for a feast with 80 dishes at least. 4 meat for a wild game, 4 pastry, and 2 sweet dishes just to start. Still, gorging on food is no way to dine. It's a disservice to your health and to the dishes themselves. Thus, we shall just have to celebrate your birthday over the entire week. 10 dishes a day should do it. I want you to appreciate each one to the fullest. A culinary symphony awaits.
What does Aoife say for your birthday, by the way? I want to see. Oh, by the way, where is she on the list here? Oh, she's still here. If I can, I think I can, I don't think I have enough materials to get, I need one more to get her to 60. And once she's at 60, I can actually, well, I suppose I could use her now. What is his level 60 talent, or 70 talent? Okay, I should probably, now that I have this, I should probably work on trying to level up Risley, but I might do that off stream.
No, my sword! These are about to get dicey. Witness the power of...
What now? Stay cool. Face your guilt. Time to improvise.
A dash of frosting! Time to... Gotcha. Here comes the cash. Let me weave you a bow.
A moment, please.
Die. How long does her skill even last for again? Press, cooldown is 15 seconds. It lasts... Assuming it... Is that 20 seconds? Yeah, 20 seconds. I can't ascend her again, by the way.
Let's begin. Have a safe trip.
Off to the freezer.
Get shut down, son!
A moment, please.
Get cancelled! Alright, I think I need... it doubles every time, right? So now I need to fight this guy 3 more times. Wow, did they actually finally add in a detail for this? Oh, dailies are done.
No, my sword. Let me leave you alone. Here comes the catch. The pinnacle of excellence.
Let's begin. Starting to get a little chilly.
Gotcha. Game's up. Thumbs up. Ring cutter.
Now.
What is Risley's boss, by the way? I'll need to double check that. This is experimental field generator. Okay, it's that guy. I might just do that immediately after. Hopefully these two don't need the same talents, though. What is this? Guide to Order? What do you need? Teachings of Justice. So Justice and Order, so they don't overlap. So that's actually really good news.
Busted. Rain outlines your fate. Let me leave you alone. Here comes the catch.
Let's begin.
This damage goes up the moment she hits level 70, by the way. The damage you're seeing, it is going to skyrocket.
Stay clear. Face your gift.
A little amuse-bouche. Goose on the loose.
Now.
Because once she hits 70, her presence now creates cryo shred when her skill activates, which is what I want. This is gonna make my Risley team way more fun to play. What do you mean not using her? Like, she's being used, she's just not the fighter. Okay, last one.
Gotcha. Ring cutter. Things are about to get dicey. Off to the freezer. A burst of sleep. Rain outlines your
And you're dead. There we go. I just need more of these. Which I'm going to craft first, because ascending her will actually make this whole fight easier. And I can also turn in my dailies too, since I have to run past it.
Add Astro. Thank you for
I need 5 of these. 3 for Risley and 3 for her. It's good enough for now. I don't plan to use her basic attack anyways, so... So I just need to fight this boss 3 times. And then I can get back to the story.
Witness the power of God.
Stay cool. Face your guilt.
Oh, really?
Goose on the loose.
Oh.
A little moose boosh.
You're dead. I did quite literally shred this guy. Okay. Boom. 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 This. 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 Dead. One more, and I have a level 70 Risley. I don't even know, like, what are the like, these two? I don't even know what their level 70s are. 20% Hydro bonus damage. As long as exclusive throw is in play, your own active character deals 1% more damage. This increases by a further... Okay, so basically both of them have DPS increases. So I think maybe off stream, I'll work on getting Yellen and Shinsho to I'm not gonna do it on stream, mind you, but because I'm already doing it, and I'm doing enough grinding with these two, and I want to actually get some story done. But yeah, they're both just DPS increases. Yellen's makes Risley stronger, and Xingqiu's gets stronger because wait, do I even need to fight this guy again? I do not. I'm already fighting him now, might as well. Risley's all set. Who do I need to fight for you? It's the fucking Hydro enemy, right? Yeah. And then for Yellen, it's the... Yeah, I'm not fucking doing that fight right now. Okay, let's get out of here. It gives me something to do off stream.
So, this whole bake-off thing kind of came out of nowhere. Was it really sensible to just go along with it?
Well, I got a sense that she's holding something back. But we chefs always express ourselves in our cooking. So if she won't talk, this might be the best way to find out what's really going on with her.
Huh? Holding back? Sure didn't sound that way to Paimon.
Escoffier only picked up on it because she's the same way. Always closed off, never letting you know what she really thinks.
That's patently false, at least where your macarons are concerned. I've been nothing but truthful with you about the disgraceful amount of sugar you use.
Okay, that's one case where you can keep your thoughts to yourself.
Oh, that? Well, it's not so much a recipe book as a diary of Modeste's adventures. Back in the day, he and his good friend Savelli explored far and wide, partly adventuring, partly looking for new ingredients and developing new recipes. Their creations had an enormous influence on the course of Fontaine cuisine, turning it into a much more vibrant and diverse scene. For instance, legend has it that the original Gâteau de Bourg was made using a special secret ingredient.
You want to check
that
one
Modeste
thing,
discovered
though?
on one of his adventures.
After I'm done on this.
So rare was the ingredient that they could never make more than 16 slices of the cake per day. But everyone who tried it claimed that it was one of the most blissful and invigorating things they had ever tasted. Modeste and Savelli went on to found the original Hôtel de Bourg, which catapulted them to stardom in Fontaine's culinary world. Especially Modeste. He was hailed as a once-in-a-generation genius, and over time, the recipes from his adventure log became known as the Codex de Bourg.
Ah, Paimon's heard this kind of story before. Armed with the Codex, the Hôtel de Bourg took its rightful place as the finest restaurant in the land, serving those recipes for centuries to come. Something like that?
What? No, of course not. Cooking is a constantly evolving art form. How could any restaurant survive if they only served food that was popular last century? Anyway, never mind centuries. Savelli and Modeste parted ways not even 10 years after their rise to fame. Then, Modeste passed away while he was still in his prime. And that was it. The end of the Hôtel de Bourg's heyday. It fell into decline, and for most of its history, it was just a nondescript place with a couple of cheap tables. It's only in recent decades that it started recovering. Even then, it still took numerous relocations and changes of management before we finally ended up with Vanigem and the restaurant we have today.
So the Codex really isn't all that, then. Paimon figured it was like one of those mystical books they have in Liyue's martial arts novels, where the main character learns all their secret powers from.
Yes, well, that's fiction, and this is reality. You can't meet the tastes of modern diners by following some ancient recipes from a dusty old book.
Case in point. Even the Gâteau de Bourg they sell now is actually Escoffier's reimagination.
Wait, really? Why though? Didn't that recipe make it into the Codex?
It did, but like I said, it's the dusty old book now, and the records aren't as legible as they once were. Not to mention that there's no way of finding the secret ingredient Modest wrote about. So, reimagination is right. I consulted some historical records and took what I could from the Codex. But ultimately, the Gâteau de Bourg today is my own recipe. As for why we gave it the same name and kept the tradition of only selling 16 slices a day, well, you've got Vanigem's business sense to thank for that.
Oh. Huh. Well, that kind of takes all the mystique out of it.
Hey now, it might not be the original Gâteau de Bourg, but it's still the most delicious cake in Fontaine today. And who knows, maybe Escoffier's version is more suited to your palate. Just think, if the original truly was the perfect cake you're imagining it to be, there's no way the recipe would have been lost to history, right? Not to mention that the Hotel de Bourg never would have fallen into a slump.
Anyway, before I left my role as head chef, I made a copy of all the recipes from the Codex, including my own improved versions, and turned them over to Savannah.
So why is she so interested in the original copy? Could it be a symbolic thing? Like, whoever holds the original Codex de Bourg is the true head chef?
Well,
is she related to the other chef?
As a parting gift. Meanwhile, Savannah only got a copy. Maybe from her point of view, it's like management doesn't truly see her as being worthy of the role.
You think so? The only thing is, it was her suggestion to gift me the original in the first place. Well, a joint decision by her and Vanigem. But still.
What? Huh. Guess she's had a major change of heart since she became head chef. Yeesh.
Who knows? We could speculate forever. Better to just let our Gâteau do the talking. It means besting her in this bake-off, and then getting her to explain herself, even if I have to beat it out of her with a spatula. However much she's changed since we worked together, I believe that she still has her chef's pride. And if she respects the art, she'll respect the outcome of our contest.
Well, I'm confident that you and your spatula can get justice for Froment. All you need to do now is win the contest. But that should be a breeze for you.
Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Gâteau de Bourg is very complicated to make. Usually, it takes 3 chefs working in tandem to cover everything. Now, if I had to push it, I could probably do the work of 3 chefs myself. But I'd prefer to play it safe if I can find a couple of assistants in time.
Well, that's easy. The 3 of us are veterans in the kitchen. You just need to pick 2 of us.
Well,
what does
I
Paimon
the
do?
Traveler is an accomplished cook, as well as a warrior. But be warned, I will hold you to exceptionally high standards. Think you're up to the task?
Oh, count me in too.
The hell
I've
does...
spent weeks perfecting my macarons after your scathing review. Even if it means competing against the Traveler, so be it. I'll show you what I'm made of.
Confident. I like it. Alright, let's start with some elementary mise en place. Show me your knife skills.
Second, sorry, I'm sending a message here, trying to formulate my words here.
People here really need to get more sun. I'm actually gonna go use the bathroom while it's still on the screen here, so I'll be right back.
Right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Alright. Back to the game. Alright. Show Scoff here your knife skills. Use normal attacks to cut the fruit. It seems you will collect the slices and process them into sublime
I've always
substance.
called it chopping stuff up, not mise en place. But it's basically the same thing, right?
Oh. Looks like you found that easier than I expected.
Yeah, thankfully it was pretty straightforward in the end. You made it sound like we'd be carving statues out of fruits or something.
Well, brace yourself, because the next step is anything but straightforward. I'll be using this cold press to extract flavor compounds from the ingredients. A kind of special food processor I got the Fontaine Research Institute to make for me. It uses cold temperature extraction to isolate the essence of cooking ingredients, which can then be used to flavor dishes more precisely. But this isn't exactly standard kitchen equipment, so that probably didn't make a whole lot of sense. Let me give you a demonstration instead.
Your mastery at the cold. Tap your elemental skill to accelerate the cold press's progress. You then use normal attack to let it do its work. Seems like the special substance extract from the plants might come in handy here.
Custom-made equipment from the Fontaine Research Institute, huh? That's some pretty high-tech food prep. I've never used anything this weird before. Cool. Not weird.
And done. These are the flavor compounds extracted from our ingredients. I processed all the fruit you chopped up earlier.
Wow! Even the smell is so much more concentrated. What next? Do we add all this stuff in?
Absolutely not! Throwing everything in at once will ruin the balance of flavors. We have to go slowly and carefully to calibrate the exact flavor we want. I'll demonstrate again. Now, watch closely. Slowly and carefully. Not a drop too much, and not a drop too little.
What am I doing here? There we go.
And voila! Now it's your turn. Not terrible. Considering this was everyone's first time blending flavor extracts, it could have been worse. But the Traveler's work was surprisingly good. Are you sure you've never done this before? You got almost perfect results on your first try.
They treat it like an adventure
well,
puzzle.
they do say adventurers are multi-talented folks. Now I've seen it firsthand. Alright, now for the part I've been looking forward to. I want each of you to cook something from the Hotel du Bois' current menu. I'll judge your submissions and give you a final score. That's right. The true test of your cooking skills is the finished product. It'll be good practice for the contest itself. Now get to it. Chop chop! How's it going? Have you picked... How's it going? Look at that! With the grace of a snow-winged goose, as I like to say. Now, let the grading commence.
Pretty good, right? Not to brag or anything, but Paimon's a bit of a connoisseur when it comes to la food.
6 points.
What? Oh, well, fair enough. Paimon doesn't cook all that often, so as long as it's a pass.
That's 6 out of 100.
What?
You say you're a connoisseur, but it's quite clear from this dish that you have far more experience consuming food than creating it. By that logic, I suppose you think listening to Lady Farina on repeat every day would make you an opera singer.
Aww.
Oh, me next. I'll have you know that this batch of macarons has 2 whole tablespoons less sugar than my previous ones.
So you went from 12 tablespoons to 10? Well, it's nice to know you actually measured it out. Because it tastes like you just threw in whatever was left in the jar. 6 points.
Aw.
Yikes, she's a harsh
Now to the
judge.
final dish.
So, what do you think?
This is our last hope.
8 points.
Darn, that's barely higher than what we got.
Not exactly. The color is spot on. Beautiful aroma. Excellent presentation. I have to give this one 8 points out of 10. Maybe even 9 points.
Huh? How did you pull that off?
Practice for cooking for
Don't
you,
get me
Paimon.
wrong. There's room for improvement. But still, this is clearly the work of an accomplished chef. I can tell that you've put many hours of work into honing your skills in the kitchen. I can really taste the grace of the snow-winged goose in this dish. The traveler's journey, with all its trials, tribulations, and setbacks. Not to mention the frustrations of having a picky eater for a partner.
Hey, you made that last part up. No way did you taste that.
Well, it looks like I lost fair and square. I guess you'll be taking the Traveler as one of your assistants then?
But if it takes 3 chefs, that still leaves 1 slot remaining. Maybe Paimon and Navia should keep practicing and see how it goes?
Chef Escoffier.
Oh, it's Hilaire. What brings you here?
I heard the news.
Yeah, cooking
about
RPG.
the cooking contest. You're doing Gâteau de Bourg, right? I was just wondering if you needed any help.
Huh. And you think you're up to the task, do you?
Oh, no, I know I'm not there yet. It's actually my dad who wanted to help.
Firma, last I heard, you could barely get out of bed.
Chef Escoffier, Navia, Traveler, thank you all so much for everything you're doing for me and my family. I've had enough of sitting around at home while you run yourselves ragged. If you let me, I'd like to help you win this cooking contest.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same thing.
Don't you worry. I'll be fine. I'm feeling much better now. I'm sorry. I know I've been rather useless these past few days, but not anymore. The fact is, I'm a fine chef, despite recent events. I've proven myself in the Hotel de Boer kitchen, so if anyone's qualified to work under Chef Escoffier, it's me. I think. I mean, I hope so.
Firma, have you even set foot in a kitchen since leaving Hotel de Boer?
I have not, but I'm fully rested now. I know I can handle it. I'll prove it. Let me whip something up for you right now. Huh? That's strange. Why are my hands shaking?
What do you call this, Firma?
I can't seem to grip my knife.
Do it again! Again! Again!
I...
Hopeless. Get out of my kitchen yesterday.
Dad, what's wrong?
I don't understand. I was feeling so much better, and then Will I never be able to work in a kitchen again?
Dad, talk to me. What happened?
I think the real issue here is not physical exhaustion, but psychological trauma.
Monica, when did you get here?
Probably because you were all concentrating so hard on your cooking. I didn't want to interrupt your flow. But anyway, Firma, I'm so sorry. If only I'd known how serious your situation was, I would have stood up for you sooner.
You have nothing to apologize for, Monica. During those long nights of redoing every order, you were the only person who looked out for me.
Oh, come on. All I did was make you some tea. I doubt it was much help. Savannah was so ruthless toward you. I probably should have brought you something stronger.
She sounds like the worst. Alright, another Savannah horror story. Let's hear it.
She's been getting harsher and harsher on us ever since she heard about Escoffier's new role in the Fleuve Cendre. Seems like no matter what we make, she'll find something wrong with it.
What is this? It looks like a dog's been at it. In the trash now!
What a waste of food, too.
Then she orders us to redo the dish again and again, but we never know what's going to make her happy.
Do it again, do it again, do it again!
Every time you remake it, you just get another earful from her.
Either straighten
You wanna
yourself
eat? Yeah.
out or get out
I have
of my
food in
kitchen!
front of me, so...
So now, it seems like just picking up a kitchen utensil gives me flashbacks of her yelling at me.
Oh man, that must be awful.
The more I want to get it perfect, the more my hands shake, and the more scared I am of making another mistake.
How can you give up so easily, Firma? You weren't a quitter when you were working for me. And even under Savannah, you talk about working late into the night trying to perfect your dishes. That says to me that you still hadn't lost that determination to prove yourself. What changed?
I don't know what's come over me. When I think back, I just remember feeling like my heart and my hands were growing heavier and heavier as the shift went on. Each time I had to redo a dish, my heart sank a little further. Maybe Savannah was right. Maybe I am just hopeless at this.
Dad.
I see. Well, it sounds like there are some deep issues at work here. Ones that won't be resolved by merely seeking compensation. I will win this contest, and after that, I encourage you to approach Savannah and talk this out.
But what if you can't find another assistant in time? Clearly, I'm in no state to help out.
You think being one person short will ruin my chances? Let's not forget, I taught you and her everything you know. Even if I had to go it alone, I would present the perfect gâteau.
Oh, well, Paimon and Nadia will still keep practicing, just in case.
And so will I.
Yeah! And if worse comes to worse, we can always get the Spina di Rosula to put out an emergency call for chefs. There's gotta be someone out there, right?
Actually, I thought maybe I could help. That's sort of why I'm here.
What? Why didn't you say so?
I was going to, but then... well, this is the first chance I got.
You do this for us? Thank you so much, Monica.
Alright, fine by me. But aren't you still working for Savannah? Joining the other side seems like a guaranteed way to put your future employment in jeopardy.
I know, but it's alright. I've made up my mind. With the way things are, I can't keep working for Savannah much longer anyway. Unless I want to become the next Fermat. I'm done with sucking it up. It's time to try and turn things around. If this cooking contest can get Savannah to see the error of her ways, then I'm sure she'll forgive me for this.
I hope you're right.
Wow! Paimon didn't think we'd be poaching from Savannah's staff to get our third person, but there you go! Anyway, Monica's a professional chef, so nothing could possibly go wrong now!
Great! Then it's settled. And to congratulate you all on making the team, I propose a Spina-sponsored meal to celebrate.
Spina-sponsored? Wait, you mean I'm cooking?
Well, I promised the traveler a feast in the Fleuve Cendre. And I know how much you've been looking forward to it.
Yeah! Feast! Feast! Feast!
I can help cook.
Alright, if you insist, then prepare for some of the finest food of your lives.
Scruffy opted for a huge variety of dishes. Thankfully, both of us are skilled enough that even though it was our first time working together, we had great rapport.
That's not a bad idea, actually. Wait, hold on. You need to finesse that further.
She dished out plenty of praise and taught me an awful lot too. The time seemed to fly by.
That was a dream come true. Paimon never knew Fontanian cuisine could be this good.
Why, Savannah?
What are you up to?
Oh, nothing. I was just flicking through the original Codex de Boer. I wanted to see if there was anything I'm missing. Something I hadn't noticed before. That might explain why Savannah's so desperate to get her hands on it. But I can't find anything. It's just some hastily scribbled recipes in between diary entries from Modeste's adventuring phase. And most of it's not even legible anymore. The copy I gave her not only has all the recipes in full, but even includes my own private tips and notes from years of experience. Surely that's infinitely more useful than this old thing.
For her, it's probably not about how useful it is, and more an issue of head chef's pride.
Yeah, maybe. Still, it's just hard for me to imagine that the Savannah I knew would go to all this effort just to make a point.
You
We
two
were.
friends?
At least I always thought we were.
She was a little shy, but meticulous with everything and everyone she dealt with. She made a few mistakes here and there, but she was quick to correct them whenever they were pointed out. And she was always striving to improve as a chef. Those qualities are why I recommended her to replace me as head chef. I never imagined for 1 second that she'd cause Fiamma and the other staff so much grief. Well, I mean to an extent, of course. I pushed hard for her to get the role. And the idea that she turned out like this because of me is difficult to come to terms with. I wonder if this is how Modeste felt back when he was writing the Codex.
Instead of didn't you have falling out with someone?
With his good friend and co-founder of the Hotel de Boer, Savelli. The story goes that after Modeste unveiled his Gâteau de Boer and was hailed as a culinary genius, he was admired and adored by all. But his newfound fame slowly drove him and Savelli apart. Unlike Modeste, whose every new creation was an instant hit, Savelli seemed to face setbacks every turn. Doors that would swing wide open for Modeste would shut in Savelli's face. And with Modeste being whisked off to all manner of functions by his celebrity friends, he had less and less time to discuss the culinary arts with Savelli. People started gossiping about Savelli, and their relationship between the two gradually soured. Everything came to an abrupt end when Modeste, still in the prime of his life and still hailed as a genius, suddenly died from an acute illness. And that was it. They neither had a decisive split, nor got the chance to properly reconcile. Their story just came to an end. One rumor had it that Savelli actually killed Modeste out of jealousy, even as the latter was hoping to make amends. Unlikely. It's a popular theory, but there's no real basis for it. At least there are no records of Savelli ever being convicted of a crime. Still, beyond a point, there's no way of knowing what truly happened in the past. All we can do is try to make sure the present doesn't quite go as badly. And that's why I have to win this contest tomorrow. Then get the truth about everything that's been going on, even if it means cracking her open like a nut.
With me on the team, with you on the team, there's no way we can lose.
You're right about that. Just follow my lead and victory will be ours.
Following day, 12 to 16. Usually these the character stories have a dungeon involved, where you get to trial run the character.
It's cooking contest!
Did you hear the news? Escoffier's coming back for a cooking.
Mesdames et messieurs, welcome one and all to the Hôtel de Bord and to this most exciting of cooking contests.
Savannah, I've brought the original copy of the codex you asked for.
Monica? Huh.
In the interests of fairness, this contest will be conducted in a double-blind format. Once the dishes are complete, they will be sent to the back of the kitchen where they'll each receive a label. The labels will be placed out of sight underneath the plates, only to be revealed after the judges have sampled them and reached a final verdict. This is to ensure that no one will know which dish is made by which contestant.
As one of the judges, I promise to be fair and impartial.
When my meal got interrupted yesterday, I never thought this is how they'd make it up to me. Getting a seat on the judging panel is a pretty sweet deal.
Both contestants have taken their positions. Then, without further ado, let the Hôtel de Bord cooking contest commence!
Okay. Make some gâteau de bord using Escoffier's patented precision cooking. You can start the flavor.
Monica, Traveler, it's go time. Let's do this.
Alphonse, Gaspar, get to work. Do not disappoint me.
Looks like our two head chefs are...
That should be enough flavoring. Now hurry up and balance the flavors.
Kind of a neat little fun mini game. I kind of like the triple stage element to it.
The balance of flavors is about right, but the quantity is too low.
And then that kind of puzzling mechanic is kind of cool too, where you have to use certain level of ingredients.
So, what do you think?
Oh, Jesus. And I gotta use 2 of each.
Up to the freezer!
Escoffier is already on the final step of the recipe. Let's check.
Alright. There we go. Perfect.
You can't match Escoffier's talent.
I
I present to you Gâteau de Bourg.
Oh.
Goose on the loose! That was perfect! We were like a flock of snowing geese, completely in sync, working gracefully and elegantly together. Great work, team!
Time's up! Contestants, please take your dishes to the back.
Huh. That guy was right. You really can't tell whose is whose just by looking at them.
We both made the same dish after all. For all her flaws, Savannah's a talented chef who earned my recommendation for good reason. She wouldn't screw up something as elementary as the cake's appearance.
Whoa! This is really rather good.
Wonderfully soft and fluffy. Beautifully sweet. This is a masterclass in how to make Gâteau de Bourg.
I would give this one at least 9.9 out of 10! Only because there's something about the flavor of the base. It's just a little different from the recipe I'm used to.
Huh? Really? I couldn't tell.
All right, on to gâteau number 2. I haven't had a single bite and already this aroma is a delight to the senses.
I have a feeling that this gâteau will be a gâteau for the ages.
How exciting! I'm gonna dig in. I think maybe someone got a little carried away when they were adding the sugar.
Not just the sugar, it's the flavors too. This is all over the place. Who made this?
It appears the decision is unanimous. This gâteau is far below the standard we would expect.
And Paimon thought this might actually be close. Turns out she
You
can't
spent
beat
half the time berating her staff.
Something's not right here. Savannah may not be perfect, but no way is she this sloppy.
I can now declare that the creator of the first gâteau has won this cooking contest. Now, all that remains is to turn the plate over and reveal the chef's
Sabbath,
name underneath.
I highly...
It's... Savannah?
No! That's impossible!
Hey,
No.
Savannah! You cheated, didn't you? You cheater! What did you do? Oh, you swapped the plates, didn't you?
Well, someone's a sore loser. These cakes went from the oven to the judge's table without me ever laying a finger on them. And everyone here can attest to that. It was Van Gem's staff who labeled them in the kitchen. If you're looking to accuse someone, why don't you start with them? Isn't it more likely that Escoffier's lost her edge? Oh, or maybe her assistants let the team down.
You take that back!
Judges, we demand a rematch. That's enough. As head chef, or rather as team lead, I take responsibility, Savannah. I didn't think you'd stoop this low just to beat me in a bake-off. What happened to your chef's pride?
I don't know what you're talking about.
If you want the Codex de Boer that much, you can have it. Scoffier, no. But you must promise me that you'll apologize to Firma and compensate him for everything you put him through.
It's a little late to be negotiating terms. The contest is over and I won. That means you owe me the Codex, and I owe you nothing.
Look, Savannah, you may have fooled everyone else, but can you really fool yourself? What I'm offering is to accept defeat without looking to expose what you've done. But only on the condition that you promise to stop putting so much pressure on your staff.
Oh, I know what happened.
I'll treat this as your final handover of duties from one
I know what
chef
happened.
to the next. So,
Monica, she put Monica in charge to sabotage. She specifically sent Monica to sabotage.
I didn't mean that to be a scolding from your former boss. Just a word of advice from a fellow chef and a friend. But I don't know if you're even open to input from other people anymore.
I know what I'm doing. I don't need your advice.
All right, fine. I'm glad to hear it.
Escoffier!
The Codex de Boer! Finally. Now, at long last, I will succeed.
Escoffier? How could you let her get away with this?
Yeah! The Codex is a souvenir of your time here! Doesn't that mean anything to you?
It's all right. It was just a bake-off, not the end of the world. Besides, it's not all bad. She agreed to compensate Firma. That's mission accomplished for this spin. Honestly, if I'd have known that giving her the Codex would solve everything, I'd have just done that in the first place. I mean, why bother with the whole cooking contest?
Privately, I'm sure she's devastated, but what's done is done.
No. No! This doesn't make any sense!
Huh?
That's it? No secrets, no nothing? I don't believe it! This can't be happening.
Oh, Chef Savannah!
Savannah?
Passed out after reading the original
It's nothing
Codex?
life-threatening. Just a lot of pent-up stress and exhaustion.
Oh, I knew it.
Pent-up stress?
The truth is, however hard she might be on the rest of us, the person she puts the most pressure on is herself.
Yes, there are nights when she makes us redo things over and over into the wee hours. But for her, it's every night. She'll hide herself away in the kitchen, working on new techniques and recipes, and only realize how long she's been at it when we come to work the following morning.
But why? Why would she do that?
Our best guess is, she doesn't want to be seen as less of a chef than Escoffier.
And there it is.
Even so, that's no excuse for taking her anger out on the rest of you.
Yeah, and it's definitely no excuse for cheating in the cooking contest.
Huh, about that, we honestly have no idea how she did it. We were focused on our own work the whole time, like she asked.
Leone and Algalia were the ones I tasked with labeling the cakes. I've already spoken to them both. They're at a loss to explain it
It's
too.
Monica.
Not to worry. Come on, join me downstairs. I'll interrogate the guilty Gateau myself.
It's not going to be hard to figure out.
Well, how is it? Have you figured out what
She's already looking guilty.
Oh, this is aggravated assault on my palate. I'd rather eat wet cement than this.
Is it really that bad? I made sure the taste tested before it was served.
Oh, relax. This isn't your cake. Savannah never switched the plates. The offending flavors are coming from in between the icing and the cake base, which means someone tampered with it while it was being made. Or in other words, we have a traitor in our midst.
I'm sorry. I was forced into it. It was Chef Savannah. She said if I didn't cooperate, she would...
Calm down, Monica. I've already accepted defeat. And if I wanted retribution, I would have brought this up when the results were announced. Whatever's going on with you, just spill the beans. There's no need to hide it.
I was the one who caused the food safety incident that one time.
Food safety? Wait, you mean the Lumaline incident? So you procured the contaminated ingredients?
I think so. Savannah and I were on procurement that day. I didn't check everything as well as I should have, and so I let contaminated ingredients make it into the kitchen. But I swear I didn't do it on purpose. I had no idea there was an issue with them, and I didn't know it would end up with Escoffier going to jail. But the last thing I expected was for Savannah to use it as leverage to blackmail me with...
This is crazy! So Savannah pressured you into sabotaging Escoffier's cake by threatening to expose your secret if you didn't?
I know, it's terrible. I'm so sorry. I was so scared. The thought of Chef Escoffier finding out that I put her in jail, it made me freeze up with fear. I thought Escoffier would hate my guts if she ever found out, and yet somehow that's ended up in me doing something even worse.
Seriously? All this fuss over a little slip-up?
Huh?
Firstly, it's not like I got a life sentence. I did my stint at the fortress, and now I'm out. And secondly, I had my own reasons for leaving the Hotel de Boer. This wasn't the only factor. So, you don't need to feel ashamed or frightened or anything like that. Any more than you need to add butter when you're pan-searing foie gras.
You mean... you forgive me?
Oh, well, I'm not saying you don't have to take responsibility for your mistakes. You should tell Vanagem to mark down your performance for the past few months. Then do some digging and find out exactly where those contaminated ingredients came from. Sure, you've made mistakes, but now's the time to fix them. Understood?
Understood.
Good. Now, back to Savannah. What about the original codex would compel her to resort to blackmail?
I have my suspicions. Not that I've got any proof to back them up, though.
Ugh. What happened to me?
I've overheard some customers murmuring about how the Hotel de Boer hasn't been the same since Escoffier left. They think our menu doesn't taste like it used to, especially our signature items.
Now that you mention it, I noticed it during the contest too. I couldn't put my finger on it, but the flavor seems subtly different from how it used to be. But the difference was so small, I'm sure no one would notice it besides our most loyal customers and true dessert connoisseurs.
Still, as head chef, it's easy to see why Savannah would get so hung up on it. So many times I've seen her make the cake base over and over again, late into the night, determined to match Escoffier's version. But something's always slightly off every time.
Yeah, I've noticed that too. Never really gave it much thought, though.
Thinking back on it now, it's clear that Savannah's been in a downward spiral ever since Escoffier left.
She wants to prove that she can fill Escoffier's shoes. That's gotta be the reason. But after countless setbacks, she's getting more and more unhinged. And at some point along the way, she switched from doubting herself to doubting Escoffier.
Doubting Escoffier? For what?
You thought the codex from Escoffier was a fake.
It would explain why she was bent on getting the original at any cost. She must have thought Escoffier purposely omitted key details from her recipes when she copied them out. Also, she could retain her place as the #1 chef in Fontaine, the only one privy to all the secrets of the trade.
Oh, for goodness sake. What a stupid idea.
Of course. Then she finally got the codex only to discover that the secret recipes she's been pining for don't exist at all. Seeing how utterly wrong she was must have been a real shock to the system. It probably brought up everything at once. It overwhelmed her, and she passed out.
There's still one thing that doesn't make sense, though. If Savannah had the real recipe all along, how come it tasted different? She might not be on the same level as Escoffier, but surely after like 50 attempts, she'd get it right one of those times.
You'd think so, but geniuses like Escoffier are in a league of their own.
chef, you say? What's her name? I don't think I've heard of her before.
I wonder, can the Hotel de Boer keep its edge without a Scoffier at the helm?
This tastes different from last time. Is it undercooked or something?
Starting to wonder if it's an ingredient thing too.
Take this. It's a copy of the Codex de Boer. From now on, you will be its keeper. Don't listen to the doubters. If I say you can do it, then you can do it. Even if you don't believe in yourself, at least believe in me. Hey, did you hear me? Once I'm gone, the restaurant is all yours.
All this time, I've been blaming other people, but maybe I'm the problem.
Alright.
I sincerely apologize for putting everyone out. Savannah's awake now, but I don't think she's ready to speak to anyone yet. Let's give her the day to calm down. I'm sure you'll have the chance to talk everything out tomorrow.
In that case, I'll go and update for Ma and his family. I wonder what he'll make of all this.
So, we'll come back tomorrow then.
Sounds like it.
That was a long day. I think I've earned myself a sweet treat when I get back home.
Oh, nice! Macarons? Or are you gonna switch it up this time?
What is it,
Trapper,
Scuffy?
how much do you know about the snow-winged goose?
Not a whole lot.
Every year they migrate long distances in search of a suitable home. There's always one goose at the front whose job is to lead the flock. Fontaine poets often use the image of that goose to explore the ideas about leadership and genius. They usually imagine someone who's a cut above the rest, a model of perfection. But what those poets don't know is that during a migration, the lead goose is always changing. Once the lead goose shows signs of fatigue, it retreats to the back of the flock and allows another goose to take its place.
I'm Canadian,
So,
I know
the
that rather
truth
well.
is that leadership, with all the responsibilities and pressures that come with it, it's something that everyone takes turns at. But we humans completely miss
She
that
did
fact,
say she's
and we
human, so I don't
project our
understand
own
what the whole
ideas about
pale thing
social
is.
hierarchies onto them. I guess what I'm saying is, I don't buy into this notion that there's some sort of gulf between normal and genius. Cooking is a science, not magic. Given the same ingredients, same recipe, and same environment, I see no reason why two different people shouldn't be able to create the exact same dish. Of course, some people have a more sensitive palate than others, and some people are just born bolder or more conscientious. But these are all variables that can be accounted for with time and practice. I'd have no reason to expect so much from others if I believed that perfection can only come from the hands of a genius. The only reason I hold people to high standards is because, well, I believe they're capable of greatness.
I think it's a great thing to believe in.
Okay, I've made up my mind. I'm gonna get to the bottom of why Savannah failed. And come tomorrow, I'll give her the scolding of her life, pointing out all the mistakes she's made along the way. Then she'll finally see the error of her ways.
By the way, I'm gonna do this. I can actually ditch Dory. I just realized because Escavier is a healer. Dory, all my healers are max friendship.
Let's go stretch our legs while the flavors are mingling.
And I'll make sure to switch that in the home instance. What am I waiting for again? 5 to 7 tomorrow.
Why are we here so early? Our meeting with Vanigem isn't for a while.
Checking on Escavier.
Check on her? Why? What happened? Oh no. Escavier, are you alright?
I'm fine. Just need to get some more coffee in me.
You really did pull an all-nighter then, huh?
What happened to my coffee? Did I really drink it all?
Let me get you a fresh one.
Alright. Thanks. I appreciate it.
Well, there's cooking facilities here. Or we could just grab a cup of coffee from Cafe Lutece, but either way, hurry!
Coffee. Need a cup.
Yeah, I'm not gonna give her Farina's thing.
Strong, bitter coffee beans, transformed through expert brewing and balanced perfectly with rich, creamy steam milk. Wonderful.
I didn't give you a liquid, though.
I feel much better now. Thank you so much, Traveler and Paimon.
Glad to hear it. But make sure to catch up on your sleep when you get the chance.
How goes the investigation?
I think I figured out where the problem lies. Honestly, it's ridiculous. I don't know whether to laugh or cry.
Wait, what investigation? What are you guys talking about?
I'll save it for when everyone else gets here. It's so stupidly small. I can't
You had
believe
your
it's
own
caused
fair
so much
share
drama.
failed experiments last night.
Yes, except my failures were stepping stones to success.
Escoffier, have you seen Savannah?
Huh? No, not since yesterday. Why? What's wrong?
After seeing her home yesterday, we were all a little concerned about how she was doing. So, I dropped by her place early this morning to check on her. Only to find an empty house with the doors wide open. I left Alphonse and the others to keep watch at her home, while I checked the Hôtel de Bord. I'm worried something bad might have happened. If she's not here, then where could she be?
Boss, Escoffier, bad news.
Alphonse? You're supposed to be keeping watch at Savannah's house.
We were, but then, just after you left, we found this stuff in her house.
Oh, looks like a map with a bunch of random places circled.
Wait a second. This feels familiar. I'm sure these places are all connected somehow. Of course, from the Codex.
They're all places that Modeste explored on his adventures.
Founder of the
Yeah,
hotel?
but I don't understand. The adventure logs in the codex are too fragmented to be of any use. How come this map shows all the missing details?
The Codex de Bord? Then this place marked in red out at sea. Could that be the fabled birthplace of Gâteau de Bord?
Seriously? So now she set her sights on finding the original recipe and beating Escoffier that way? Geez, Savannah. Anything to overcome a gâteau plateau, huh?
Ugh, idiot! Does she have a death wish? Those ruins are thousands of years old.
Hold on. There's more. Besides the map, we also found these letters.
Letter received several months ago. It was you. You let Lamine through, didn't you? I know you're responsible for purchasing the problematic ingredient that day. What would your good friend think, I wonder, if she learned that she suffered on account of your negligence? What would the people of the hotel think? So I imagine you like to keep this stuff from Escoffier. Wouldn't you, head chef Savannah? Retrieve the real codex by any means necessary. That's where the real treasure can be found. You gave it away like a fool. Well then, you're going to get it back, whether it be by force. Received not long ago. What are you dawdling for? She was the one who concealed the secret recipe in the first place. Why else do you think you've never been able to recreate her work? She's afraid that you'll outshine her. What do you imagine everyone says about you, both within and beyond the hotel walls? Ordinary. They call you untalented, a hack, a failure. So there's someone pulling strings.
It was you. You let the Lumaline through. It sounds like a threat letter. Does this mean that Savannah was responsible for the safety incident? And not Monica after all?
Retrieve the codex by any means necessary. So the cooking contest and the cheating. Someone else was behind her pulling the strings?
She's keeping the true recipe to herself.
Ugh, this is all such a mess. Paimon needs a second to process this. First, we thought that Savannah forced Monica to cheat in the cooking contest. But now, it turns out that someone else forced Savannah to force Monica to cheat?
So Savannah blackmailed Monica. Or is it the other way around?
You're finally here. Of course. I should have put 2 and 2 together as soon as I read your threat letter. The food safety incident. The demand for a cooking contest. The instruction to blackmail Monica. Even the suggestion that Escoffier was keeping secrets from me. It was all part of your grand plan, wasn't it, Monica?
Time finally hitting up the dungeon.
We should be getting close to the spot marked on the map.
Of all the stupid things she's done, this really takes the cake. The moment we find her, I'm gonna curse the living daylights out of her.
Oh, I didn't check what I wanted to check, by the way.
Why do you look even more pleased about this than me?
Oh, sorry. So you use gold. What do you use? Please don't use gold. Okay, use prosperity. Okay, we're good. So when I get them to 70, I can level them both up. The primary goal, though, is the bursts, obviously. I don't really care about anything else, but... They're gonna give me a Escoffier anyways, so having her in the slot 4 it actually benefits me here, because that's what they're gonna put the trial character in regardless.
Whoa, this place looks like an underwater restaurant, doesn't it? Suddenly, the idea of an adventure chef finding secret ingredients makes a whole lot more sense.
I think Modest's codex mentioned this place. A public bath from the time of Remoria. So yeah, definitely the kind of place that would have served food and drinks.
Huh? Some blubber beasts have come to join the party? How did they get here? Aw, they ran off!
Because they're not used to seeing humans.
That could be easier said than done. Something's blocking the entrance.
Well, did Modeste mention it in his adventure logs by any chance? They must have gotten through somehow.
Good point. Yes, that's right. It's coming back to me now.
We prepared a banquet for our shy little guests, and as the food flowed away on the current, they broke into a joyous chorus, and the path opened to us.
We have to feed the blubber beasts? With what? There's nothing here besides rocks, romaritime flowers, and lumitoile. See, this is why you should always bring snacks. You never know when you're gonna need them. Now we have to head all the way back to shore and grab some.
There is no time for that. Romaritime flowers and lumitoile will have to do. They may not look appetizing to us, but who knows? They could be blubber beast delicacies.
Wait, we're seriously gonna try this?
A little amuse-bouche.
I'm screwed. Okay, we got that, this, and then this. I actually really like this minigame.
Blubber beasts or not, are we sure this stuff is edible?
Trust me, they'll love it.
Oh, good question. If we try to put them in the pool, we'll probably just scare them off again, and who knows how long they'll be gone.
Yes, we can't afford to wait for them to double back. What was it that Modeste said again? Something about the food flowing away on the current.
It's really singing! It must taste better than Paimon thought!
I have to make another one.
The tracks turn back.
All done. You know, it's at least an interesting thing to add to the character other than, like, 90% story and then one dungeon. Like, not gonna lie, the Fontaine story was a good story, but I really didn't like the, it was so, like, just too much dialogue. Took me, what is it? It took me, like, what, was it 6 and a half, like, it took me, like, what, like, was it 5.5, 6 hours to beat Act, was it 4 and 5, like, the last 2 acts of this main story? And that caused me to end up, and then was it Azure Max uploads the cutscenes of that, and it was 4.5 hours long. And it's like, when the cutscenes are like an hour less than the actual time it took me to play, or right, and this is probably just like, you know, like some human input and like all just human input, like walking and selecting and stuff.
Hey, give me your water.
Here.
I said your water, the one you just drank out of?
Sure.
All those years slaving away under Escoffier, and then you. Today, it's finally paying off. Not only have I found the ruin that Savelli kept hidden, but I also get to boss you around like my... Hey, go scout ahead for me. If we need to do any more blast tunneling, I want to know where to lay the explosives. Did you not hear me?
Why don't you do it yourself?
Oh, when did you learn to fight back? You're always so compliant when I give you instructions by letter.
That's because you threatened to expose me for the Lumiline incident. I swear, if I'd known what you were planning...
Ha! Don't be so self-righteous. Admit it, you've always been jealous of Escoffier. That's why you lapped up everything I told you. You were terrified of her finding out about your part in the Lumiline incident, and you resented the way her reputation hung. So you jumped at the chance to convince yourself that she was the villain, that she deliberately hid her secret recipes from you just to hold you back. It was the only excuse you needed to justify getting back at her. First, idolization, then jealousy, suspicion, and self-deception. That's what this comes down to. It was the same story with Savelli and my ancestor. He offered Modeste his friendship only to murder him out of vanity. He promised to explore the world with him, only to later destroy all records of their adventures. It's a miracle I even found this place. You have no idea the countless hours I spent piecing it all together.
I knew she was related to
You're no better than
one
Savelli.
of them.
If you can't...
I am no Savelli, nor will I ever be.
Oh, put a lid on it. You really think you can absolve yourself of your vindictive and jealous behavior now? Just because you finally realized that Escoffier never kept any secrets from you? You didn't show any remorse when she left, or in the cooking contest. Why start now? You have no right to redemption.
You're right. I don't deserve her forgiveness.
But ooh, feisty. But you should watch your tone.
I somehow doubt that. Since I poisoned both our water bottles.
What?
Ever since I learned the truth. I've been biding my time, waiting for this moment. You've played me like a fiddle for so long, and...
But you drank it too.
It's what we both deserve. This is the price we must pay for betraying Escoffier. You'll die here with me, Monica!
You. I saw your dumb plan a mile off. There's no poison in the.
No.
Revenge is a dish best served cold, you know? Did you really think your half-baked plot would fool me? You're a lousy chef, and you make a lousy villain, too. A complete waste.
Everything I ever did was a failure.
When are we coming in?
I failed.
Hey, why don't you try your hand at being a comedian in your next life? You got a good laugh? You should have just done like I asked, Savannah. All I wanted you to do was scout the ruins for—
Stop right there!
Let her go, Monica. We got you.
Escoffier?
Ugh, looks like I'll have to keep you around for a little longer.
You can't! Stay back if you want her alive!
Escoffier and the Traveler. I can't take you both on in combat, but if you so much as flip—
Monica, what are you hoping to achieve by this? You're about to commit murder, and for what? A recipe?
A recipe? You chefs are all blinded by your myopic focus on kitchen affairs. Well, some of us actually have bigger fish to fry. Modeste had a secret. The truth behind his so-called genius, the je ne sais quoi factor in his Gâteau de Bourg, and it's right here in these ruins.
Are you serious? You're here because of a Gâteau de Bourg obsession? You've gone completely mad!
I couldn't care less about the cake itself. No, the real treasure is the secret ingredient that Modeste sourced from these ruins. He and Savelli were fools. A priceless treasure of Remoria in the palms of their hands, and they thought, ooh, this would go great in our cake mix. We're talking about a powerful stimulant that also sharpens the senses. That's no cooking ingredient. It's a groundbreaking drug. That's right, I've done my research. It was a drug that Remoria developed for their war machine. I could make a killing by selling it to the treasure hoarders or the Fatui.
Will you listen to yourself? You're completely delusional.
My eyes are wide open. Just wait till I get my hands on this treasure. You'll see what a fool you've—
Wait, what's that sound?
Just when I thought she couldn't get any crazier. She's lucky the whole
That
place didn't collapse.
she escaped in the commotion.
Uh-oh, Savannah's gone too.
Monica must have taken her. Oh, what a coward. She's only taken her hostage because she knows that she's no match for you.
At least Savannah's safe now.
That's true. Even if she finds the treasure, she'll need Savannah alive if she wants to get out of here in one piece.
Oh, well, our path's been blocked, so let's look for another route. The water looks pretty deep here. Maybe it leads somewhere.
Oh, we can swim down here? Yeah. It's a treasure chest.
They were probably awakened by the explosion just now. Alright, Knife Skills 101. Time for some rough chopping.
Nope.
Have a seat.
Gotta do the cooking again.
Another door? Guess we need to prepare another feast for our guests.
I'm just gonna keep going until I get the luck of drawing a 2. I don't think it'll let me. That's actually enough. You do this, this, this. I will say this cutscene's kind of annoying to see every time. We don't really need to see it every time. It was fun. It was nice the first time, and the moments that were like more story implicated, but
It seems to really like the texture of Rome maritime flowers. A dash of frosting! Yeah!
got it. There we go. Oh, wait, what?
No, my sword! Witness the power of good! Off to the freezer!
A moment, please.
I never knew you could process Lumitwol like that. Alright, I've got to jot this down. Lumitwols and maritime flowers. This
What's
could
crazy to
open the door
me
a whole
is
new
she's
world.
Fontanian, but she quite clearly has what I feel like is a New Zealand or Australian accent.
That's strange. These don't look Romorian to me. More like last century Fontaine.
You don't look that worn either.
Adventurers from last century Fontaine, huh? Oh, Modeste and Savelli, do you think they camped here?
By the looks of it, this was a one-person camp. They adventured together, but maybe one of them came back alone at a later date.
Maybe they left the journal?
You really think so?
Trust our adventurers' instincts. We're pros at this stuff. Just
Well,
like you're
I'm a
at
pro at
that.
least.
Okay, well, the Traveler has more adventuring experience overall, but Paimon's definitely a pro rummager from all those treasure chests.
And bingo, found it.
I was just about to show off her rummaging skills.
Huh, no kidding. Are all adventurers so obsessed with journaling? I mean, I guess I take a lot of notes when I'm cooking as well, but I thought that was just me.
Anyway, let's find out who was here.
It's been years since I've last visited these ruins. It's exactly the way I remember it. This place probably hasn't changed in millennia. Sadly, up above, on dry land, everything has changed. The treasure of Remoria. That's what we used to call it. Modeste was right about its potential. It turned Gâteau de Bourg into a national sensation. Our limited stock of the substance meant that the gâteau could only be produced on a small scale. But this only drove up the popularity all the more. Modeste was right about that too. He predicted all of it. He was praised as a genius, while I, as the one person who'd ever disagreed with him, was labeled a talentless fool. Modeste tried his best to console me, but I knew better than anyone just how great the gulf was between us. Our conversations grew scarce, and we saw less and less of each other. I didn't fight it. He had new friends and a career of his own. Why invite further disdain by inserting myself
I already
where I
know.
did not belong? I told myself that maybe one day,
I'm at
when
that
I
point
finally
in the
created
story.
a masterpiece of my own, I'd be able to face him without shame.
But you should also
When I've put
be
these
careful
feelings of
coming into a
self-loathing
stream
behind
and
me,
randomly dropping a
I'd be able to
spoiler
ask
in
him
case
with a
I
smile on
wasn't.
my face. How about we go on one more adventure, for old time's sake? Unfortunately, that day will never come.
So it was Savelli. From the sounds of it, he came back after Modeste had already died.
I always thought it was just a legend. But if it's true, then this must be the place where they found their secret ingredient, the birthplace of Gâteau de Bourg.
In that case, what does that say about the death of Modeste? If it's all true.
The taste of Gâteau de Bourg has changed. Modeste was convinced of this, even though everyone swore they couldn't tell. Being the perfectionist that he was, he refused to accept even the slightest flaw in his work. He stopped all sales of the product, locked himself away in the kitchen, and worked day and night, vowing to find out where he had gone wrong. But as he baked and taste tested over and over again, he found he only strayed further and further from the original taste. It was only when he was sipping on coffee one day and realized he could not taste the bitterness that the truth finally dawned on him. What had changed was not the gâteau, but his sense of taste. The treasure of Remoria stimulates the senses, taste included, and invigorates the spirit. In the short term, it offers people the ultimate gourmet experience, but in the long term, it dulls their senses entirely. In hindsight, it made perfect sense. After all, why would a culture that sought liberation from the constraints of their bodies care for the loss of their senses? But we realized it too late. We were just too late. Over the course of his many culinary experiments, Modeste exhausted the remaining supply of the treasure of Remoria. He consumed it all himself. The finest culinary talent of his generation
He killed
now
himself
faced a
by
future
overdose?
in which he would never be able to taste anything ever again. Finally, in despair, he
Oh,
took his own
okay.
life. And because we had become estranged, I could not be there to stop him, to offer some words of comfort, or even to say goodbye. Yet despite everything, he sent me his final letter.
The treasure of Remoria? Guess Monica was really onto something. It really was a kind of drug.
So, Modeste chose to end his own life. Then, why all the rumors that Savelli murdered him? Also, neither the Codex nor any other contemporary records make any mention of the treasure of Remoria. It's almost as if someone deliberately erased it from history.
Modeste told me everything in his final letter. His was a tale of how even a genius could fail, and how much more devastating it is when it happens. Did he hope I would gain some personal catharsis from knowing the truth? Or maybe he wished for me to warn the public about the dangers of Gâteau de Bourg, proving that I had been right all along. But if the public ever learned how Modeste's greatest triumph became his undoing, his fall from grace would be swift and merciless. 1 minute a genius, the next a joke. It would surely spell the end for his restaurant too. What would be his legacy then? How would future generations view everything we built together? I fear the scorn I have faced these last years would pale in comparison to the scorn shown to him by the history books. I cannot let that come to pass. I will do what I must to protect his name. It will mean tampering with his notes to remove the damning details, leaving mere fragments of our story behind. It may lead his family to suspect me of having a hand in his demise. But if that's the price of destroying all evidence of my crimes, then so be it. I would rather the world believe a tale of genius and jealousy than see his reputation in tatters.
A true friend.
The final loose end is the evidence here, at the bottom of the sea.
No, we gotta stop Monica.
What's wrong? Didn't we say Savannah should be safe for now?
So we thought, but if Monica finds out what happened to the treasure, there's no telling what she might do.
But there's none left. Already killed her.
The treasure of Remoria. I have found you at last. Savelli, you tried your best to bury the truth, but you underestimated the children of Modeste. Some fragments of his diary escaped your clutches, and we have held on to them for generations. But I have to thank you too, Savannah. Without your help retrieving the codex, and with it the last piece of the puzzle, I may never have found this place. But now, finally, the secret to Remoria's military might is within my grasp. The treasure of Remoria is mine! Oh. It's empty. It's empty?
Monica? Oh, we were seconds too late.
Escoffier? What's the deal with that jar?
Savelli's final act! He wanted to conceal the secret of the treasure forevermore and make sure it would never harm anyone again. So he came here after his friend's death and destroyed every last shred that remained.
This can't be happening. All the years I spent piecing together the truth. All my painstaking planning.
And she was still wrong.
All that for an empty jar?
Monica, don't do anything stupid. This ruin is more dangerous than you realize.
Oh, shut your pie hole!
Praise be to Lord Remus. You barbarian shall be slain.
And Monica's dead.
She's a nutcase! A liability to herself and everyone else! Well, now it's up to us to clean up the mess she's made. Take these golems out!
Oh, that was completely pointless for me to set up that much.
Why is this place still shaking?
Because of the fighting? Maybe because Monica was too trigger happy with explosives.
Either way, it's all her fault. Enough chit-chat. Let's get out of here and travel.
Okay, I'm coming.
Oh, no you don't. If I can't get what I want,
How did she survive? She took a great sword to the fucking, head.
I've got nothing to show for my life's work so far. But if I can take another so-called genius down with me in my final moment, then it was all worth it.
You're a psycho!
Oh, no, she wasn't dead. Oh, smashed her with the rest of
When
it?
did you wake up?
I may be a lousy chef, but it looks like I'm not a complete waste of space.
We're out of time. They're just gonna leave her to die. Man, how many of these tunnels always collapse after we're done just to justify why we can never return to them?
Escoffier! Savannah!
Traveler! And Paimon!
Venejem! What are you all doing here?
What did you expect us to do? Stay at the restaurant and sit on our merry derrieres while the
We had to do something. Even though that something ended up being, well, waiting for you here instead.
I don't deserve any of you. And I certainly don't deserve to be your head chef. It was my fault Escoffier had to leave. Then I couldn't live up to her standards. Come back, Escoffier. Come and be—
Okay, so everything I said to you the day I left, it just went in one ear and out the other?
Huh? Sorry, I was kinda in my own head at the—
Forget it. It doesn't matter. Anyway, I didn't leave this job because of you. And you're not nearly as awful a chef as you think. If you were that bad, why would all your staff show up here for you?
Escoffier's right. Sure, you nitpick our work and get us to do things over a lot. But when it comes down to it, you're the one who's always doing whatever it takes to make sure the customers get served on time, every time.
Things were pretty rough after Escoffier left, and Savannah's the only reason we've been able to make it through.
Our customers know that Escoffier doesn't work for us anymore. But the fact is, they keep coming back. If that's not an endorsement of your work, I don't know what is. At the end of the day, we're all human, and we all make mistakes. All we can do is recognize where we get it wrong and do our best to improve. That's all that's humanly possible.
No, I get what you're saying, but what I did to Firmont and to Escoffier, it's unforgivable.
Well, about that, there's someone else here to see you, Chef.
It's been a while, Chef Savannah.
Firmont? I'm so sorry. I put far too much pressure on you, and the way I stubbornly refused to go in— But I'm too late, aren't I? The damage is done. I heard that you can't even hold a kitchen knife anymore.
Actually, I think I'm going to be just fine.
Huh?
We thought Firmin's problem was purely psychological in nature. But after the threat letter came to light, it got Firmin thinking. And then he remembered the tea that Monica used to give him every night. And as it turns out, she was lacing it with Lumaline the whole time.
No way! Doesn't that cause nerve damage?
It can. High doses pose a risk of serious nervous and sensory complications. But if you calculate the dosage carefully, you can control the extent of its effects. A small dose might simply make a person more emotional, whether that means more fragile or more hot-tempered.
No wonder it seemed like you'd lost your edge.
I asked my friends at the Fontaine Research Institute about it. They said that with the low dose I was taking, the risks are pretty small. They also fixed me up with some meds and said I should recover in no time.
Already sounding a lot more confident.
Well, that's what happens when you give someone a little bit of hope to cling on to.
There's more. We believe that Firmin was likely not Monica's only victim.
You mean she poisoned me too?
Oh, So that's why Savannah's been so irritable this whole time.
Let's not be too quick to blame everything on the Lumiline. That stuff can only amplify what's already there. So tasty food will seem like the most delicious thing in the world, while food you don't particularly care for will become utterly revolting. So you better make sure you reflect on your behavior and apologize to every single person you've wronged.
I will. I'm sorry. There's still one question that's really bugging me. Why is it that no matter what I do, my Gâteau de Bourg never tastes the same as yours? Is it just... I mean...
It's because the heating element in your oven is broken, you silly goose.
What?
I felt like something was off during the cooking contest. Once I got around to checking all the equipment, I noticed it right away. There was a half-degree discrepancy between the temperature setting and the actual temperature. All the ovens in the whole kitchen had the same problem, which confused me at the time, but by this point, it's pretty obvious that Monica must have tampered with them. I would have figured it out the day of the bake-off, since the issue affected both our teams. But of course, Monica sabotaged mine so that could never happen.
No. I spent so long trying to find out where I was going wrong, and then you pinpoint the problem and it all comes back to one simple...
Oh, cut it out! Stop the woe is me act for a second and just think. I came up with this recipe. You don't think that might have something to do with it? Do you know how long I spent perfecting my Gâteau de Bourg? 3 years! 3 whole years! I know this dish inside out, back to front and upside down. And you've been head chef now for what, 6 months? If that? A couple hundred failed attempts, and you're gonna throw in the kitchen towel and declare you'll never be successful because you're not a genius. You clearly have no idea how many kitchen failures I've had under my belt, or just how long it took me to finally get my recipe to a level I was satisfied with. Genius or not, everyone makes mistakes. Modeste did, Savelli did. You're only a lousy chef if you don't face up to your mistakes. Learn from them, and then keep chipping away until you crack the problem once and for all. Surely you haven't forgotten all that. You were no lousy chef back when I handed you the reins.
I haven't forgotten. And I'll make sure...
That's our head chef.
Haha! Sounds like we won't need another changing of the guard in the Hôtel de Bord kitchen anytime soon. Huzzah!
What a perfect ending to a crazy journey.
So you got your mojo back now?
Yeah. Thanks to you, Escoffier. In fact, no. Thanks to all of you.
Friends again. So nice to see them finally settle their
Getting all the beef.
So now that's out of the way. It's time for payback. You cheated in our last bake-off, and I demand a rematch right now.
But that was mostly Monica's fault, wasn't it?
Right. And also, does it have to be right now? Savannah's only just got her...
No excuses. This is a cooking contest between 2 top chefs, and so grab your spatula and get ready, because this rematch is happening today, right now, this instant.
Hey,
This whole time you were salty about losing.
The second cooking contest commences now!
Oh, this one's in a cutscene.
This time, no more games, and no holding back!
So she has a tail, but she's human. I'm confused. This animation.
I feel like I don't have the right to be here.
Hey, what are you so afraid of? You can't unbake it now. And if you don't serve it, then good or bad, you'll never find out how to improve. If you're too scared to fail, you'll never know what real success tastes like. So?
Embrace your failure. Taste it. Digest it. That's the way to success.
I don't know. Sounds like it's easier said than done.
I'll do it.
Use a line. So she's from... I'm just going to attribute the fact that,
The results are in! A landslide victory for Escoffier!
Quite rightly, too. Piece of cake.
I don't know. I guess it falls into, like, Linny and Lynette are also have animal-esque appearances. It's not really stated whether they're human or not, but in all honesty, until the events of the Fontaine story, they were all,
Now, where were we? Yes. Do you have any more questions for me after everything that's happened?
oh, it's not a tail. The device on my back is called the Self-Adapting Movement Signal Tracking Support Mech. It's a similar piece of tech to the it's easy to control, efficient in the kitchen, and can even read and respond to common movements. Many people think it looks like a tail and even call me a demon chef. If I'm honest, I wish I had the power to cast certain cooking abominations into oblivion. So hey, if the shoe fits.
I thought Navia would have filled you in. And actually, I said all this to Savannah before I left. Although, as we saw, I don't think any of it sank in. I had two reasons for leaving. One was the food safety incident, of course. But the other was that the Hotel de Boer had reached a point where it didn't need me anymore. So I decided to step down and look for new opportunities to improve myself.
Improve how?
Well, a while back, I got to know a fellow chef from Liyue, and in her, I saw so many new possibilities. She has that same adventurous spirit that Modeste and Sibeli had in their youth. Slime mucus, lizard tails. With her, nothing's off the table. There's a whole world of new flavors out there waiting to be explored, hiding all... Case in point, remember those Romaritime flowers down in the ruins? I used them in the cooking contest just now. Did you taste the difference?
What? Paimon didn't notice at all!
Half of the art of cooking is dissecting the recipes of previous chefs and figuring out the exact constellation of elements that gave their work its signature taste. And the other half, it lies in freeing yourself from the confines of the kitchen. You've got to go out and explore the endless possibilities out there.
Uh-oh. Paimon's suddenly not sure she wants to try your cooking anymore.
Definitely make Paimon test all your most experimental dishes.
Don't worry, it's not going to be a free-for-all like in Modeste's time. Before I put anything into my food, I'll obviously do my research. Make sure it doesn't contain any harmful substances. In the meantime, take this. It's a recipe for Petit Gâteau de Bourg revised version. I tweaked it to suit your needs as busy adventurers. Hope you enjoy, and remember, feedback is always welcome.
All right! So, do you ever see yourself returning to Hotel de Bourg?
Oh, of course. I've already promised Banishem that I'll come back every once in a while to make sure the quality of the food remains at an acceptable level.
You know, Paimon's still a little disappointed that we never got to see the treasure of Remoria. Surely Monica wouldn't have gotten drawn in so deeply if it wasn't for all the mystery surrounding the original Gâteau de Bourg. She practically dedicated her life to finding the lost pieces of Modeste's diary. Then went to all that trouble to infiltrate the Hotel de Bourg. And in the end, it was all for nothing.
Since you mentioned the treasure, between Modeste's writings and what we saw in those ruins, I think I may have figured out the truth. The so-called treasure of Remoria was most likely a substance that the Remorians extracted from Lumitoiles, better known to us as Lumiline.
Huh? So then, why all the hype back in the early days of Gâteau de Bourg?
Don't forget, it was a very different era. We could barely even refine sugar back then, so desserts were very much in their infancy. In a world of bland food, it's no wonder that the first thing to really excite people's taste buds took the world by storm. And as for the Lumiline, it may well have been somewhat valuable in ancient times. But these days, it's just another drug from the Fontaine Research Institute. Even if Savelli hadn't destroyed it all, I doubt it would be worth that much these days.
So after all that, there was nothing in those ruins but worthless junk. Feels strange to say, although Paimon almost feels sorry for Monica. She sacrificed it all only to get nothing in return.
She got exactly what she deserved.
Hey! Huh? You just got back from that underwater ruin, right? Well, check it out. They ran a special issue. Did you see anything like this down there? Freshly unearthed from the ruins of Remoria. A magnificent jar thought to be over 1,000 years old. Experts say it has immense artistic and historical value. It could
the jar we smashed?
Absolute fortune.
Wait, isn't that the jar they used to hold the treasure?
If only it was still in one piece. Some butterfingers must have dropped it or something.
That's funny. I got a recipe? Oh, the revised version. And that's going to be some more bonus stuff. Oh, that got me 6 of her boss mats. That fucking sucks. Okay, so we got Archon story, but like I said, I actually kind of want to get these 2 to 70 quickly. Might be a late night stream. I'm already 4 hours in and I've only gotten the character quest done. I only need to... Let me just double check what I need for these 2. Oh, no, wrong thing. I need to fight this enemy. Unless I get a lucky 3, I need to fight him 3 times. And then Yellen, I think it's 3 times as... Oh, no, it's 4 times. Okay.
That's all right. The real problem would be if we could feel water dripping on our heads in the fortress of Meripede.
Alright. Time to set up my auto macro. This, by the way, this was the entire reason I initially set up the auto macro. Remember, Wriothesley came out before Farina, so this was my strat for getting across water.
An assassin from our homeland, or a fool who trespasses upon the waters of Chainsa. Coveting the shapes of
Okay,
the
so Shinjo and Yellen are gonna kind of be useless in this, but
in this way shall Wat deliver your punishment. The power of water is its ability to take any shape.
I'm saving my burst because there may be some flying enemies that I can't hit.
Terrestrial creatures become simply helpless.
Alright, she's getting rid of the platform.
The power of water is its ability to take any shape.
Hi. Goodbye.
Ignorant of water's treasures fails also to comprehend its horrors. Let's see what happens when you lose your foothold.
Thankfully, this won't take that long since, you know, we don't have to deal with the whole... I do not miss when bosses took 5 minutes to respawn.
The power of water is its ability to take any shape.
Can I even hit them?
We seek but a small haven of tranquil waters.
Oh, you're dead.
Is that so much to ask?
Worst case scenario, if I have to, I can just have Yellen. I can pull Yellen out and just start shooting them with the bow. Anyway, let's just wait a little bit, and the pop-up should appear again.
An assassin from our homeland, or a fool who trespasses upon the waters of Chainsa.
I feel like they even improved this twice, because when they changed it from 5 minutes, I think they changed it to 2 minutes. And then they changed it again to, like, basically, like, 10 seconds. But you had to, like, kind of leave the area. Now you don't even need to leave the area.
Take any shape. Without solid ground, terrestrial creatures become simply...
I will wait here, switching onto her.
The power of water is its ability to take any shape.
I hit the wrong button, but I did want to do that anyways.
One who is ignorant of water's treasures fails also to comprehend its horrors.
Hey, Angel, welcome back. I finished up the story. I do have another story to do, but I'm just grinding the other two characters up here a little bit. No problem, no problem. Do what you gotta do.
Let's see what happens when you lose your foothold. The power of water is its ability to take any shape.
Up to the freezer!
What part? I don't necessarily know when you left, so I can't necessarily like say what you mean by won or lost.
So much to ask for. As long as rain falls and rivers flow.
Let me just double check here. Okay, yeah, I need one more. And then I need to go get the crystals. I'll make the crystals after this, because I know I'm going to need 4. Because both Yellen and Xingqiu are going to need them. And before I start this, let me just do this too. Because I'm going to need that for the boss fight.
An assassin from our homeland, or a fool.
The contest we lost, but it was sabotaged.
Coveting the shapes of the living, pure water can take on many forms.
Savannah wasn't even the villain. The villain was Monica.
Deliver your punishment.
Basically, Monica was blackmailing Savannah into blackmailing Monica.
To take any shape.
Yeah, it's kind of a crazy plot.
Without solid ground, terrestrial creatures become simply helpless. The power of water.
Some convoluted plot. She was a descendant of the chef that made the original cake, and one of the ingredients that was used in the cake originally was also effectively a really powerful drug, and she wanted to find the source of that drug and sell it for money.
Fails also to comprehend its horrors.
Oh, come on.
Let's see what happens when you lose your foothold.
Well, it turns out in the last scene anyways, the drug she was looking for is actually highly commonplace nowadays. Just under a different name. So the whole thing would have been for nothing anyways. You do that, and then we do this. Boom!
Small haven of tranquil waters. Is
Alright.
that so much to ask?
Alright. That gets me this, and now I need to fight... Let's change my equipment here to this. We're going to go into here. No, we're not going to go into there, because that's Mondstadt. That's where I don't want to start the quest just yet. But it also turns out that the drug they were using dulls the senses. So basically the chef, the original chef that made the cake basically it was believed that his business partner killed him, but in his friend, old chef friend. But in reality, what happened was he took his own life because he couldn't. The drug had dulled his taste so much he couldn't taste anything anymore. And as a chef, he couldn't stand that, so he just kind of took his own life. Alright, Xingqiu, level up.
There is a cause that...
This is the most important. We'll do this, this. Let me do this and this. Now we just gotta do Yellen. Into the chasm we go. I actually want to try different strategies for this fight. I've really only ever used Hyper Bloom on this fight, and it's not actually the most efficient. Let's try it. I don't like their health values. Like what, the game? Yeah, it's basically. I wouldn't necessarily define this as hack and slash. I'd probably define it more as like third person action. Oh, there's a chest over there too. Sweet. I'll go get that after this.
Target acquired.
Do 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 do. Dun 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 dun. Oh.
Let's get it on. Ha!
Nope.
I got him cornered.
Dead. Now I just gotta do that 3 more times. Anyways, I saw... Over here, yeah. Hey,
Locked on. Everything has its use.
Were you not given toys to
the
play with?
character types? What do you mean, like their elements? Yeah. Generally, the whole mechanic of the game comes off of how you combine your elements on a team.
Let's get it on.
I'm going in. You're grasping out.
Target acquired.
Boom! And he's dead. Oh, awesome. That was beautiful.
Buckle up. I got him cornered.
And we're good. Right? Or do I need one more? One more. Some characters even benefit from certain element combinations, like Kinich, for example, requires Pyro, because he benefits from the burning status effect. Dead. Or short on that. That's fine. All right, now story time. At one point in time, this was actually one of my Risley was my strongest team. Before I had Navia, like, well, not strongest team. Hyperbloom has always been my strongest team.
Wow, the city is all decked out.
Kind of interesting, though, that the Windbloom is actually an Archon quest this time.
Festival season means no commissions, which means no Mora. But Catherine's always looking out for us, so we should still drop by and say hello.
Greetings, traveler. Paimon.
Hey, Catherine. Still
Oh,
doing
we
the
know.
whole no
We probably already seen it, but we know Ayaka's voiced.
In general, yes.
Catherine and
Usually
Ayaka share the
Nasdaq
same voice
don't delegate
actress.
Their work to others this time of year, but feel free to take a look around. I think you'll pick up on something unusual.
Take a look around, huh?
It's finally Windbloom, and here I am ruining everything.
You're a bit tired. No big deal. Give it some time. How about doing something fun tonight? We could take a stroll or go stargazing.
Stargazing? Like we'll find a spot. You know people start reserving places on Star Snatch Cliff the moment the sun goes down? Sorry, I'm just not in the mood. I should go.
Whoa, something's off with Beatrice. She would never give up a chance to talk to Quinn. This is weird.
Oh, you're leaving? I can walk you home.
No, it's okay. Thank you. I just need some time to myself. Besides, there's still something I need to do. The truth is, Quinn, not long ago,
What is it? Is there something wrong?
Never mind. It's nothing. Actually, Quinn...
I highly doubt that's what it is. Because I'm pretty sure it's...
each other for now.
It's associated with the plot of the story.
Wait, are you saying we can't be friends anymore? I thought we were best friends.
The game also doesn't really comment on stuff like that, Angel, so it's...
Go adventuring in other nations for a bit, and one of Mondstadt's best friendship stories is already over?
Can't believe it.
Is this what you meant by unusual, Catherine?
This is just one example. Beatrice has been feeling down for days. But that's not all.
Fair.
It's the honorary knight in Paimon.
Is something wrong? You don't look so good.
I know a knight should be stronger than this, but I haven't been feeling right lately. I just...
I already have a
can't
general
focus.
idea what the plot's about anyways.
I started sleepwalking out of nowhere. Sometimes I'd even wake up in the middle of the night standing in a random location outside.
You should see a doctor.
I did, but all the tests came back normal. The doctor said I'm fine. Yeah, I even consulted Miss Barbara at the church, but her conclusion was the same. In any case, she was kind enough to pray to Lord Barbados for me to get better. Is it because I saw something I wasn't meant to see? Sorry, this is for me to figure out. It is Windbloom after all.
Yep,
Anyway,
just starting it. I
patrol's
just finished off
Until next time, you two.
the new character story. So now I'm doing the Archon quest, Evan.
Huh. Is it something in the air, maybe?
I wanted to get the
Here's
character
Miss
quest
Donna is
done
also out of sorts.
just because she's related to the event.
Man.
Wait, but Donna is the one who has a huge crush on Diluc, right?
Oh, is it? Oh well.
That's what I thought too. But she seems to have changed her
The new
mood.
character quest, Escarier's entire story quest was voiced, so that was nice.
Captain Kaya? Huh. Now that I look at him, he's exactly my type. How come I never felt this way
Oh
before?
dear God. Can we... I know it's Windbloom, but do you think we could skip this? I'm flattered, though. I wonder whether that was intended for outside ears.
Of course not. I'm sorry, Captain. Just pretend I didn't say anything.
Yeah, Kaya's not voiced.
And, have a happy Windbloom.
Sadly, it's like, I can fully understand why people would do that, but it's just not my thing. I'm not a subbed person, even when it comes to anime. Like, I can't get into watching the Japanese. Like, credit to the voice actors, they do great work, but I'm just not familiar enough with the language to engross myself in it. If there's no sub, if there's no dub, I don't watch it. Additionally, too, half the time I watch stuff while doing other things, so it's hard for me to if I don't know the language, I have to be watching it. Yeah. Yep, I enjoy the quest. I've still enjoyed. There was a really funny moment in one of the Natlin Archon quests, though, where it was during the time that Ahau was muted, and Paimon just says, "Can someone hit the mute button already?" but he was, because he wasn't voiced. It was actually a moment that was significantly funnier because Ahau was not voiced. I managed to get the new character on. So I did 2 pulls. First pull I got Aoife. Second pull I got the new Escoffier. So I'm happy with that. I'm waiting until the Chronicles banner pops up, so I can get C1 Chiori. And then the only other character I want right now is I want to get C2 Klee. I already have C1 Klee. I wasn't trying for Aoife. The thing is, I've been wanting to use my Risley team for so long. I've really, really wanted to get Risley going. When I pulled for Risley, I didn't have, or I had Shenhe by accident. I didn't actually intend to get Shenhe when I pulled for her. Because I remember I was looking for a 4-star that was on the banner, and the banners were Ayaka and Shenhe, and I didn't care for either of them. So I just picked Shenhe for no particular reason. But that worked out for Rising. But I'm just not clicking with Shenhe. And I also like to have more of a support character. And when I learned that she's not only a Cryo Shred, perfect for freeze teams, and also heals, I'm like, I kind of have to make the attempt now. But yeah, on the Chronicles banner, it's going to be Inazuma character, so I can get Chiori. And I want to get C1 to put her with Navia. C1 Chiori is Navia's best Geo support. And then, yeah, and then I just want to get C2 Klee, and then I can replace D-Luke on my Mauvika team. Because D-Luke's only there when Mauvika can't attack. But... oh, yeah, she is.
Good question, Kaya.
I actually only have... there's only one character I C6'd. 5-star, and I 100%ed the entire game to C6 him, and it was Tartaglia. I'm still trying to figure out a good team for him, but I fell in love with Tartaglia from, like, I just really liked his playstyle from the beginning, but it's really annoying to use without C6. Like, almost annoyingly hard to use. I just need to get a good team for him. So, just so you know, Devin, the way I play the game is I don't repeat characters. I got him during the well, I got him a long time ago. Actually, there's a clip on my channel where I pulled for I got 4 5-stars in 10 minutes, was it? Right? Where I pulled for Tartaglia, got Tainari along the way, switched banners, and then got Kuching and Yemiko all in one go. But what was I gonna say? Yeah. The clip's on my channel. It's actually one of my higher viewed clips. I generally don't pull on stream anymore. It's just not worth it. But yeah, I 100%ed like I got all quests done. I got the regions all 100%ed just to save up Primos to pull for Tartaglia. Not even kidding. And I got it. Also, what was I saying though? Oh yeah, when I build teams, I don't reuse characters. So every functional team I use uses 4 unique characters. For example, like in all honesty, if I'm gonna have all these characters, yeah, Venti's the only Archon I don't own. I can't justify pulling him. I like him, and I love Erica. Don't get me wrong, she's great. But, like, I just can't justify getting Venti. Like, I have Kazuha, and I have Sucrose, even though, like, I just don't use them. Right? Venti, or Kazuha I use on my Tainari team. Because it's Tainari, Yemiko, Yao Yao, and Kazuha. Kazuha is just a way to kind of spread Electro, and then you just blitz Dendro damage on Tainari. Yeah. Oh, that's fair. I generally pull for functionality. Like, I skip characters if I don't like them. Like, if I don't like how they play. Like, I basically will never pull for Eula, because I just don't like how she plays. But Navia was the only character in the game she was my cutie pick, I called it. I pulled her because she was, like, beautiful. Right? And it just turns out that she's one of the most broken Geo characters in the game.
So, you knew about that? Well, Master Diluc came into the city not too long ago, but when I saw him, it was like the butterflies just weren't there anymore.
Yeah, I'm the same.
If I had to compare,
well, I don't necessarily pull for what I like. I pull for what I will use. Like, I didn't pull for Mizuki because I didn't see a function to her.
But then I saw you. And it wasn't that something was different about you. I can't really explain it. It was just...
I'll show you my teams after this cutscene. Though 2 teams. One team is my dailies team. It's the team I use when I do dailies to get the friendship. And and then the one team, and then I have a couple exploration teams that are just, they just help me move around. They were very useful for when I was 100%ing zones. Oh, here comes. Not at all. You are the exact 2 people I've been trying to find. So Daimien, Paimon, how have you been? All good. How about you and the rest of the Knights of Favonius? The answer to that requires a private conversation. Catherine, do you mind?
Not at all. Have fun, you 3.
It's a good thing, though. Like, I was just saying, Devin, we know I'm pretty sure we knew this back during the... I don't really remember the event, but I'm pretty sure Ayaka was voiced in it. But we know from Catherine that Ayaka is voiced in the game. Because Catherine and Ayaka are the same voice actress. Very few named characters are shared in this game. Ayaka and Catherine share a VA. Xingqiu and Bennett share a VA. And then, Xinyan and Barbara share a VA. Those are the only ones I know of. Yes. Yeah. Catherine, yeah, it's crazy to think that Ayaka's VA has been in the game since the beginning of the game, but she wasn't playable. She didn't get a playable character until Inazuma. Yes, Jean sent me to find you when she heard that you were back in Mondstadt, but let us discuss the finer details back at headquarters. I didn't think... Does Toma... I think Toma shares a VA with someone? With another character? Anyways. Oh, I can't show you my party. I will show you my party. No, my teams. I'll just hop back in a second. Oh, right. Yeah, I think I actually... Not, you're bringing back memories. Okay, team 1. Nahida. Since I pulled Nahida... Nahida's one of my favorite characters in the game, by the way. Nahida... It's Nahida, Farina, and Navia are my top 3. This team has always had Nahida and Shinobu on it. It's just gone through varying inceptions of other characters. Whether Nahida's been the main DPS or a Hydra's been the DPS... and this character is constantly changed. I might put Emily on this team if I get her, just to have better off-field Dendro application. But this is my Navia team. I used to have Albedo on here for the longest time, but I kept having issues in certain terrains or against certain bosses where his flower wouldn't press. So I switched to Zhongli because of the pillar. It's more consistent, just shorter range. But once I get Chiori at C1, Zhongli's gone. Chiori's slotting in. This is my Kenichi team. This, Yunjin has... That slot has swapped around a lot. I think I had a Dendro in there at one point. I had, I just, until recently, had Sucrose in here. But now it's Yunjin. She's a random throw-in. Her burst makes his normal attack stronger. So, it just works until I can launch my burst. This is my Melt team. As I said, D-Luke's getting the boot once I get... Like, I have Klee. Right? Klee's right here. Right? As adorable as she is. Klee's also one of my favorite characters, but... And I accidentally got C1 Klee. And I say that, like, I meant to pull for Klee. I got C1 Klee by accident. I think I was trying to get C5 Mika at the time. And, I was just pulling on Klee's banner when I got it. But yeah, because Klee's... whoops, wrong thing. It's because of Klee's C2. Klee's C2 makes it so her skill is a 23% defense drop. And since Lolly already does Shred, right? And then this is actually a really weird team, but I love Seiyu. Since the day I pulled Seiyu, Seiyu has been one of my favorite playable characters. I just love like the Sonic the Hedgehog spinning, rolling. Yes, so it is a DPS Seiyu. And this team kind of found its inception while I was completing the desert. But the way it works is Seiyu's DPS, Faruzan buffs Seiyu's Animo damage, and then Sejuin and Seiyu combined use their dual healing potential to counter Farina's skill usage. And then it allows... So that way I can stay healthy while... So it's a Hydro Swirl team. But yeah, it's like, I'm not going to say it's the most broken team ever, but it works. And it's kind of fun to use. And then this is a very interesting team. It developed while on my dailies team, as a matter of fact. Because I had Mika, Toma, and Lynette on the team all at the same time, I believe. And then I run Electro Traveler. I just find he's the most, like, I don't need Dendro Traveler anymore, and I find I have use for his burst more. So I have C6 Lynette, which gives her Animo Infusion after using her skill. So the general idea is Mika's the healer and attack speed boost. And then depending on the scenario, I either use Traveler or Toma's bursts to basically aim for Swirl on Lynette. And I also run the Black Sword. Like, I know it's a good weapon for her anyways, but it actually regenerates some of her health, which works well because her skill actually lowers her, like, reduces her health. So this sword actually pairs well with her strategy. By the way, I should mention I don't really artifact farm. So there's very few characters I've actually attempted to get artifacts for. Some of them are just random crap I've found or just happen to have on me. Like, for example, Seiyu I did artifact farm for. I should emphasize this. They're not perfect, but I did specifically go out of my way to get the Virescent set. What do you mean, how am I running with only 4 stars? It works. You don't need a team of 5 stars to succeed. All these characters are C6, by the way. Oh, I'm on World 4. World levels 4. I'm AR 45 and my world levels 4. I actually lowered this. The highest I can go right now is 5. But I don't care to go higher. I actually, if you look at this, I actually have 100 times the experience I need to hit 46. I'm not even kidding. I need 15,350. I have 1,672,400. If I did my adventure rank, I'd instantly hit the next cap. Because I don't care to. That means I care more about equally ascending my characters. I don't have a single character under level 60. My lowest character, Amber at the back, 60. So this basically means that I wouldn't do it unless I could slowly get everyone up. And that comes down to Risen. If they made Risen, if they even scrapped Risen, in all honesty, if they scrapped Risen, I would go full in on this game. Much more. Or heavily changed the mechanics around it so it was easier and more efficient to do. 100%. But I like to have my, like, I don't necessarily use all of them. Like, I'll pretty much never use Amber. I'll pretty much never use, what's his name? Kaveh. I remember when I was 35, I only went to 45 so I could start doing, like, character quests and stuff, like character stories, because you need to be 40 for them. And the moment I completed the quest at 35, I had so much banked experience, I hit 45 instantly. I think I have C6 Kaveh. Where is he? 100% Kaveh is terrible, though. I'm just going to tell you that right now. Nope, I only have C1. Anything Kaveh can do, any other Dendro character can do better. Like, it's a sad reality, but it's 100% true. And he only works on Bloom teams. Not even Hyper Bloom. Like, actual Bloom. His best paired character is Nilou, but you still don't even need that. Anyways, this is my my Tighnari team. I already mentioned this. The cool thing about this, though, too, is that because of how Yao Yao's burst works, like, you can't use it off-field, but it does enough Dendro push that it still works as an on-field DPS. It's actually kind of cool. Like, so when I need the heals. And then here's my Risley team. Like I said, I did have Charlotte in this slot prior, but I just buffed this team up. Everyone just hit 70 today. So you want to know what actually pushed me to do Tighnari? This bow. This bow. When I got this bow in an event, like a year or two ago, the character's elemental mastery will increase by 80 within 6 seconds after a charge attack. And you can do it twice. Once you use this skill, you get 3 auto charge attacks. I believe it was a Mondstadt one. Oh yeah, it was it was a Sumeru event. It was this one was actually a traveling event. This one had to do with the event, I think, when they dropped, it was the first event after they dropped the TCG game into the game. This was tied to an event where every nation was having TCG tournaments, and this bow was tied to that event. But yeah, once I got this, I'm like, this is Tighnari's bow. Like, this is absolutely Tighnari's bow. Tighnari benefits from elemental mastery. He benefits from attack. And he gets 2 free charge attacks. Like, it's his bow. Like, 100% his bow. The event took place May 25th, 2023. So this was 2 years ago. I really wish they'd bring back the ability to get event weapons. There's a few that I wouldn't mind getting my hands on. Yeah, I used to actually have Miko on the Navia team, but this ended up becoming a better combo for me. Yeah, and Kazuha's burst just exists to spread Miko's Electro so that these two can keep hitting damage. And then here's the freeze team as mentioned. This is my Electro Charge team. I pulled for Varessa because Varessa did the one thing that I've been looking for so goddamn long, which was a solid Electro DPS with consistent Electro damage. Team's kind of ragtag, but it works, right? Hydro applicators with Candace and Mona, and then Dory's the healer, while also providing energy recharge, which also helps with Candace and her ridiculous energy recharge. I have C6 Candace, by the way. I C6 Dory as well. And I think Mona's C3. Yep, C3 Mona. And then this is the team that I'm still trying to figure out a little bit here for Tartaglia. I want someone to help him generate a hydro energy, but it's the best hydro battery is Xingqiu. So I'm hoping that one day they release a better hydro battery, and then I can figure it out from there. Arlecchino's there because her pyro infusion can last off field, and then Shanglin's burst is pretty solid for. But yeah, this is still a work in progress. But yeah, the shiny C6 Tartaglia, and then this is these are just 2 characters I'd like to use that I need to figure out what to do with them. And then this is a climbing team. Oh, what constant? I don't believe I even have C1. I think I tried to get C1, but I failed. I lost the 50-50 on it. Because this has interruption resistance, which is what I was trying to aim for. Because I was finding out, like, because she can only heal herself, I found that I was taking way too much damage while getting interrupted. So I was trying to go for it, but... Man, I'd love to get Hu Tao, but I feel like she's just a better Hu Tao. But the thing is Brianna is one of my favorite VAs. Like, I think she's my favorite female VA. And I love Hu Tao as a character. But yeah, so this is a climbing team. Candace's passive reduces stamina for climbing. Kazuha and Seiyu as Animos combined decrease stamina consumption in general. Kaza also has a running one. Seiyu's, and then coincidentally, Seiyu also, her whirl allows her to travel faster on land. And then Kirara can use her skill to climb walls. This actually is insane. I can climb insanely high walls with basically no stamina consumption. Especially if I use a food. I needed this to map complete certain, like, very specifically niche spots. This is my travel team. You got Varessa for running, Farina for water, Moika. Moika can kind of do a lot of stuff. A little bit of flying, a little bit of water, a little bit of speed. But it's mostly also pyro application for Kanich, who in my opinion is the best travel character in the game. Just universally. He became one of my most used characters. Almost, like, I had him just as I was map completing. And it made completing Liyue a joke. It made some aspects of Sumeru easier. The desert, not so much. But absolutely the forest. Fontaine as well. Like, just a lot. And Natlin for sure. He's by far the best travel character in Natland. And then this is my dailies team right now. It took me a little bit to understand how he works, but I managed to figure it out. Wait, why am I... Okay, so it's about 7:50. I'm going to assume it'll be after 10 o'clock by the time I beat this.
Ah, Kaya.
Oh, Eula's voiced. Yeah, I managed to track him down.
Good. With what's about to happen, it's great to have you in town.
Can I be honest? When I say that I don't really like Eula. Like, not even playable, but just like maybe she's gotten better for me over the years, but I had it when I did her character quest, like, I hated it. I hated her play style. Like, she gave me such a bad first impression that I just don't see what people like about her. She's probably, like, character-wise in the game, one of my least favorite characters. Same with Ayaka. I don't really care for Ayaka either.
Whoa, headquarters are packed. What's going on?
Like, I know people, like, love these characters, right? And, like, pair them with, like, the Traveler a lot, or just in general, but, like, I don't... Like, I think Ayaka's cute. Don't get me wrong, I actually think Ayaka's cute. My issue with Ayaka is that I just can't get past the heavy manipulation she did during the Inazuma questline. Like, no matter how much she desperately tries to be our friend now, like she did heavy manipulation during the main story. Oh, absolutely. I think we can all agree Albert needs to die in a fire. I think we can agree with that. But playable character-wise, I don't like Eula at all, and I'm not a big fan with I'm not a big fan of Ayaka.
Honorary Knight Paimon.
Per se.
Oh, it's an honor to meet you. I believe in
I guess same with Shenhe a little bit too. But allow me. You have Note, captain of the 2nd company, Hikaron, captain of the 3rd company, Eula, captain of the 4th company, and me, captain of the 9th company.
Oh, you're all captains?
That's right.
And yet 2 of them
Master
are
Chief is waiting
unnamed,
for you inside.
are basically
She'll
unnamed,
explain everything.
unvisioned. And Jean's not voiced, okay. Daimien, Paimon, thank you for coming. Everything all right? There are tons of people outside. Yes, that would be the captains. You know a few of them already, but I'm sure there are some new faces. Oh, same here. But I'm going to keep playing the game. I don't care. All I do is I play the game. If it's muted, it's muted. And I voice that I'm upset that I can't hear the voice. And when the monthly surveys come around, or the update surveys, I always just report the same thing in the last dialogue box, that I know it's not Hoyo's fault, but I do lose a little bit of experience when there is no voice acting. There have been a number of incidences in Mondstadt. In order to wrap up the case, I gather all the captains and the Knight Favonius together to hold a trial.
A trial? But this is Mondstadt, not Fontaine.
I will say, though, I don't give a damn about world quests. I don't read. Ever since the Aranara quest, and where I had to sit there for over 5 minutes of just spam clicking through text, I don't read world quests anymore. I've done every world quest in the game, and I've not read a single fucking piece of dialogue after that. Not a single piece. I couldn't tell you the story. I couldn't even tell you Jet's story. And I know she's one of the most beloved NPCs in the game. And I could barely tell you anything about her other than that she's been betrayed by like everyone close to her. That's all I know. What happens is, so I have a macro that I set for Risley. The entire reason behind the macro is because Risley came out before Farina, and his punches cast ice, right? So I could set an attack macro that would just attack in a straight line, and if I set it on water, he could just travel indefinitely. And then I learned that same macro can be used to skip dialogue. If I position the mouse like right where I have it now, I can just turn that button on, and it will just spam click through everything. Oh, I care about the lore too. I just don't care about sitting in dialogue for 5 minutes. Like, my biggest complaint about Archon quests is that, like, I've talked about this many times, Devin, but the last 2 acts of the Fontaine. Right, Fontaine was 5 acts. The last 2 came out at once. I remember, I think it took me 5.5. I think it was about 5 to 5.5 hours or so to complete it. And then I followed channels that upload all the cutscenes, right? And one of the guys uploaded the cutscene comp of that part of the Archon quest of Acts 4 and 5. It was 4.5 hours of cutscene. 4.5 hours of cutscene. And it took me about 5.5 hours to complete it. So I had an hour of input in the entire quest. Just I want to point out, like, my biggest complaint I have when streaming Archon quests is I'm silent for 90% of the stream. Because I don't want to talk over the characters. But because it's 90% dialogue in the entire quest. It's brutal sometimes. And Fontaine, personally, I'm going to say Fontaine was the worst out of, like, don't get me wrong, one of the best stories, but the worst in accusation of this. It had probably the most dialogue out of any Archon quests across the game. Which I guess makes sense when you consider it being more like trial based. But like, I'd sit there for fucking 5 hours playing a game and not swing my weapon once the entire time. Most of it is fucking MMO questing of talking to one person in front of their shop to then go talk to another person in front of their shop. And then I gotta wait till 6 a.m. for some ungodly reason before I can talk to the next person. Well, it's not just that. It's also the fact that it's the performing arts, too. It's the performing arts nation, too. It's almost kind of a play off the fact that some people consider the justice system to be an opera. Like trials can be seen as stage performances, right? So I get it, but it was still very annoying and tedious. I felt myself getting bored sometimes. That's why I actually like the character quests more, because you're guaranteed to go into a dungeon on character quests and actually experience some gameplay. And despite the fact that I don't read the dialogue, I actually enjoy world quests because they're actually like 80% gameplay. Oh, Farina's backstory is incredibly sad. I can understand the confusion. You've never participated in one of our trials before. In truth, we haven't had to conduct one in quite some time. The Knights of Avonius oversee most matters of law and order in Mondstadt. Of course, in the interest of fairness, major cases are tried jointly with the Church. Under the guidance of Barbados, the Knights uphold chivalric justice in the spirit of our order, and the Church carries blessings and goodwill wherever the wind can reach. Today's case requires a joint trial by both parties.
It's a serious one. So, do you need our help?
Yeah, that was that one there. I also liked in Nerverlet's story, right at the end in the cutscene where he's kind of like viewing a vision of the past, right, in his memory, and that kid runs by and goes, Hydro Dragon, don't cry, right? Well, as it starts raining. I really like that too. You know, I once said this. I think I even posted on the forums about it, just no one saw it. But Nerverlet has that idle animation where it starts to rain and then he just summons the rain away, right? And it reminds me of the How I Met Your Mother scene from Barney Stinson where he goes, "When I get sad, I stop being sad and be awesome instead." True story. And it's like, it almost like, I feel like that saying just fits that entire idle animation, because we know when it rains, it's him crying, right? He doesn't traditionally cry. When he cries, it rains. So it just, when he's stopping the rain, right? And he's a badass character, right? So it's like, you know, when I get sad, I stop being sad and just be awesome instead. Hold on. The group of people we saw in the corridor just now. There's someone missing. Where's Albedo?
He's the captain of the investigation team, but we didn't see him out there.
Keen observation, Daimien. It's exactly why I called you here. In the upcoming trial against Captain Albedo, we will do most... Stand the...
Albedo is the one on trial?
What did he do?
What did he do?
1 second. It's not Gene, it's time. I'm curious, Devin, who is your first 5-star? Mine was Kokomi. That was the first one I ever got. That was back before I understood the value of 5 stars. So I was just randomly pulling on banners and just got Kokomi. Same with Albedo. There's a clip on my... I think the Kokomi clip might be on my channel. I don't know. But I do know the Albedo clip is on my channel because I got C1 Albedo in 2 10 pulls. I pulled on the banner, got him, pulled on the banner again, got him again. Please sit where you'd like. I only ask that you remain calm, and no matter what you hear, I need to overhear there. Yeah, I have some devil's luck when it comes to pulling characters, like at least earlier on. Some of the insane luck, like if you actually watch that 4 or 5-star pull video, you can see some of them, like some viewers and friends in chat that were literally losing their mind. Like some of them straight up said I had a dev under my desk. Keep in mind that when I went to pull, when on the Tartaglia Yemiko banner, I had 139 pulls, and I got the 4 5-stars and 134 pulls. I had to start single pulling on the Yemiko banner before I got her. And keep in mind that at that same time, I did not possess Tainari or Catching, so all 4 5-stars I got for the first time. Now that everyone is gathered, let us begin. With Grandmaster Vark away from Mondstadt for the time being, I, Jean Gunhilder, will oversee today's proceedings. Oh, there's a new character coming out soon. Mr. Dalia, Deacon of the Church of Avonius, will serve as assessor. As a representative of the respective organizations, I will ensure a just verdict in this case.
Oh, that's a face.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw Cryo Vision on their back.
He works with Barbara and Rosaria?
So that's going to be a new character. And being a new character, I almost assume they're voiced. All new characters generally come in voiced, so... I'm pretty sure, like, straight up now, Hoyo's just hiring, like, independent VAs. Like, for any new character, they're just fucking done. They're just hiring independents now. Like, even Joe's video straight up said that 80% of voice acting work is non-union. Right? So, like... And with the age of the internet we're in now, it's not... Like, I remember I was at a convention a long time ago. And at the convention, Death Battle showed up. Like, the people that voiced Chad and Ben. Or no, it was... No, Chad and Ben. They voiced Wiz and Boomstick. One thing they talked about was voice acting. Like, some guy asked the question, it's like, how do you find your voice actors and stuff? And outside of the people they know that they can sometimes ask for the roles, one thing they did was... I forget the name of the site, but there's just like this one site where people can just upload their reels. And basically people can just go to that site and look through reels. And if they like what they hear, they can contact that person. Right? So there's actually like websites design, like, I'm not saying like a company of like Hoyo's magnitude would probably do this. This is probably for more like, because in most cases, these sites are holding people brand new to the industry, right? So it's like, if you're a big game like Genshin, you're likely getting more known VAs to the role. But like this is for probably like beginning studios. Like if yeah. So like, but I'm just saying, like in the age of where we're in. Voice actors are aplenty. Like, I'll just say that. Right? I'm not saying that straight up we should just start replacing people left, right, and center. But I'm just saying, like, it's not hard to find new voices. Like, even for new people, just in general, like, it's not a hard or dying industry. As long as there is a person with a voice on this planet, there is a role for them. The defendant in today's case is the captain of the investigation team, Albedo. Albedo, what did you do? Captain, certain aspects of this case are classified, and it remains uncertain whether the alleged victims are citizens of Mondstadt. As such, this trial is not open to the public. Identities of the victims are still unknown. Strange. If guilt is established in this case, all facts will be made public after the final verdict is delivered. Yeah, that is true. Like I said, like it's easy to try to be a VA, but it's not necessarily easy to get a job as a VA. 100% agreed. But I've always been a VA person because I grew up on cartoons. As a matter of fact, like if you look at my model isn't very anime. If anything, I'd argue it's more cartoony than anime. And that was by design. Like when I found my artist, my illustrator Min, she designed and rigged me. Like she's a single parent, if you will. And I loved her art style because of that. Like, not to besmirch all the people that have more anime-esque styled characters. It's just I don't really watch much anime. I prefer cartoons, and I still don't even watch many cartoons, mind you. But like, I grew up on Disney, right? I barely watch Teletoon, mind you. I'm Canadian, so that's Cartoon Network. But like I mostly watch like Disney shows a lot. Like I remember like shows that I watched as a kid. Like I remember watching Recess, Weekenders, Fillmore, Phineas and Ferb was more as I was a teenager by the time that came out, but still. And I even remember watching some older shows too. Like I watched Gargoyles, Darkwing Duck. Like what else? Pokemon. I know Pokemon's an anime, and Digimon. I'm like, if you couldn't tell by my name, I'm a Digimon fan. And even some of the older stuff, like Family Guy. Like I like Family Guy. Right. So Lilo and Stitch. Oh, that's absolutely. Stitch is my favorite Disney character. I can't forget that. Winnie the Pooh. Favorite Disney characters: Stitch, Winnie the Pooh, and Tigger tied for second, and Darkwing Duck in number 3. Or something like those are my top ones anyways. But like, yeah, I grew up on cartoons, so like I love voice actors. Like some of my favorite voice actors of all time, John DiMaggio mostly from like Futurama and stuff, but I've heard many of his other roles too. Jim Cummings, the voice of Winnie the Pooh and Tigger. Tara Strong, iconic roles like Timmy Turner and God, what hasn't Tara Strong been in? Name a kid's cartoon show, and she's probably voiced the main character in it. Tom Kenny. Like who has never heard Tom Kenny, right? Like it's like you can't be someone that grew up in the 90s or 2000s and not seen an episode of SpongeBob. I didn't actually watch Courage, I'll admit. I watched a lot of Scooby-Doo though. You've not seen SpongeBob, Angel? Well, I guess, granted, you don't speak. You're not from a primarily English-speaking country too, so that could also explain it. You don't watch English versions of stuff either, so like you probably don't even know like 90% of the English VAs. You've said before that you don't know the English side of things very well. Like I've literally talked with people that just cite Japanese voice actors, and I'm like, cool, great. I have no idea who any of those people are. And sometimes VAs can really sell stuff too. Like my favorite anime of all I don't, like I said, not watched many animes, but my favorite anime so far of all time is My Dress Up Darling. And Amelie absolutely fucking kills it as Marine. 100% kills it. It's like they made a character about her. That anime, I like that anime so much, I caught up on the manga until they fucking finished it. If I could extend the manga, I'd add 2 more arcs in. Arc 1, the high school friends join cosplay, or try out cosplay. And Act 2, the high school and cosplay friends help Gojo with a Hina doll competition. Then end it. But nope. Yes.
Ready to proceed.
Oh, random voice thrown in. You almost think it's a silent movie until that happens. Sartha, the floor is
Prior to
yours.
this trial, the Knights of Favonius, in conjunction with the church, launched an investigation into Mr.
I can get back to
Albedo
my
for
food that's been
suspected
sitting here
murder
untouched
and
for a
unlawful
while.
disposal of human remains.
Oh, I love it. So my favorite thing, not just in anime, but anime, it helps in anime. I love character relations. Not necessarily like dating or anything, but just characters learning about one another and getting along. It's one of the, like, I've had people straight up tell me how much they hate filler arcs in some shows like Naruto and One Piece. I love them because that's where you get the extra details about characters, you know, coming to like each other, right? Like, I remember there was a filler episode in One Piece shortly after Robin joined the crew of Chopper being viciously suspicious of her. Right? And like my favorite part of Naruto was the end of Naruto before Shippuden. That was just an entire arc of filler arcs. I will say I'm not caught up on either of them. I caught up to where the English dub was at the time and then just stopped. So with Naruto, it was just as I think just before the war fully took off. And in the One Piece, it was breaking into Impel Down. It was crazy. I said that to a friend once, and he just goes, "You do realize you stopped at like just before one of the best moments of the show?" And I go, "Yes, I'm well aware of what happens. I've just not seen it."
Murder?
I have a tendency to spoil stuff for myself.
Stated that 11 days ago, in the middle of the night, she saw the defendant southeast of the city gates, dragging a large object she later identified as a human body.
No. There's no way!
We now call that witness to the stand. Beatrice, please tell us what you saw.
Oh, really? Man, you're on the other side of the world then, because I'm 8 p.m. I get a lot of people on that side of the world. Like, we got, Choco's from Indonesia. Just so this is why she was trying to tell Quinn earlier.
I was out late that night on business. And when I came back, I saw someone in the moonlight that looked like Mr. Albedo.
Oh, is this gonna be like, because I remember they talked about at the end of the last summer event that the dragon could be coming back, and I heard rumors that that's tied to this event. Is this the copy again? Like from that one event that, you know, that isn't permanently in the game, where there was that duplicate that they had to fight?
I thought it was strange, so I followed him. Then
I appreciate you not confirming, Devin.
Light. The bag opened, and inside there was...
They're not showing the neck.
There was a body.
They're not showing the neck. They're very specifically not showing the neck to see if the star is there. Oh, no, never mind. It's Albedo.
So he buried it.
Unless this is just a part of the flashback.
Before he left, it seemed like he looked in my direction. Maybe it was just my imagination, but I was terrified thinking he might
absolutely,
kill me
Albedo
too.
killed no one. This is
Luckily, he didn't see me.
This is all speculation. The clone, no, he doesn't though. If you rewatch the event, that's specifically how the Traveler knew it wasn't Albedo. Albedo mentioned that star is like sort of the birthmark of his creation. The clone didn't have one because it doesn't see because it doesn't see the star as a 2 albedo clones. Returned to the defend. Describe your whereabouts that night. I was working in my office on the 2nd floor, the Knights of Avonius headquarters. Right, the next day, the defendant submitted his latest environmental report on the Dragonspire region. Considering the length of the text, it must have taken a considerable amount of time to finish.
Can anyone attest to the fact that the defendant was working in his office that night?
Well, I think... Oh. At the end of that event? Oh. I never played that event, so I never got to see it, but... But Albedo, yeah. Albedo did say that, like, Albedo did have a little bit of a monologue in that event cutscene, though, talking about, like, how he doesn't think it's gonna give up, right?
Then the length of the report is not a sufficient alibi.
This isn't looking good.
Crime did occur as you described, then what about the body? You mentioned the joint investigation. Well, was the body recovered?
Not yet.
In other words, you dug up the location of Miss Beatrice, described and found nothing. You don't find that suspicious?
I know what I saw. I'm telling the truth, Miss Hertha, I swear. Also, didn't you see that speaking out would help protect the people of Mondstadt? Otherwise, I'd never put myself out here like this.
Well, you know why? So, Devin, I'm actually going to explain why I think that might be the case. In most cases, when Archon quests drop, they don't drop 1 act. They generally drop 2. Like when Natlin dropped and Fontaine dropped, the first drop was 2 acts. So it feels long, but you're actually playing 2 segments of the story. This probably only is 1 act, though, so it feels shorter.
You're doing the right thing. Besides, the investigation wasn't fruitless. A single
Would make sense. There's no reason for them to drop 2
were
acts.
found in the bushes near the crime scene.
They only do 2 acts to help get through the actual, like, story.
The same location the witness described. If no crime occurred, then
Yeah,
it's
I'm like at that point where it's like I don't really care to progress further in the game. If they lowered restrictions on Risen or just scrapped the mechanic altogether, I would actually come back to this game more. I would actually put like full on focus on grinding up artifacts and stuff for my characters and leveling them and stuff like that. Like straight up, like I would actually have like no restrictions. Hell, even if they only removed it on Sundays when like all domains are available, if they literally just did no Risen consumption on Sundays, holy fuck, I would be streaming this game every Sunday to grind materials. The same location, oh yeah. And yet no victim has been identified,
It's
correct?
True. No one has been reported missing. However, Miss Beatrice harbors no ill will toward the defendant. Her testimony clearly points to a crime, and she has no reason to lie.
Without evidence, though, how can you take hearsay as an accusation enough to start a crime like this? Like, this is crazy. You may believe otherwise, Mythursta, but I did not kill a single person. As a knight and captain of the investigation team, I have a duty to protect Mondstadt and its people. You accuse me of murder, but there's no body or motive.
The defendant raises an important point. Motive. Yet, I must be frank, not all murders are premeditated. Spontaneous conflict can also have unforeseen consequences. Nevertheless, I don't intend to prosecute this case on circumstantial evidence alone. Which brings me to the second charge against Mr. Albedo.
I'm going to point out right now, the first charge shouldn't even exist unless it's actually relevant. Because they have no evidence for it. They have one person that says she saw something. That's it. That's not relevant to anything. In an actual court of law, that would get thrown out. It doesn't matter what country you're in.
Second charge?
Please proceed.
7 days ago, at dawn, a witness saw the defendant dispose of the body of an adult male in the area between Dragonspine and Dawn Winery. I now call the second witness to the stand.
This is the knight that we saw before.
Wait, that's...
Diluc Ragvir. Tell the court what you saw. 3:40 in the morning, I saw Mr. Albedo dispose of a body between the cliff. It was dark, and used the power of Geo to illuminate his surroundings. From what I could tell, it looked like the body of an adult male, tall and thin, but I couldn't make out the age. He buried the body underneath the cliff and smoothed out the ground to remove any trace.
We now have accounts from two separate witnesses that describe the same modus operandi. Would you call that a coincidence?
Would only inquire as to what Mr. Diluc was doing in the area so early in the morning. Not the most opportune time for a stroll. If there's such a thing, Dawn Winery is my home. It's not unusual for me to take walks in the area. It just happened to be in the right place at the right time, that's all. Mr. Diluc is a well-respected figure in Mondstadt. I see no reason for him to frame Mr. Albedo. Yet the question remains, where are the bodies?
Before you suggest a lack of evidence, Mr. Kaya, you should know. After the defendant left that morning, the witness found this where the body was buried.
And this is what looks like the teeth and femur of a human. Now, it does beg the question, if the burial was fresh, why is this all that remains of the body? But I suppose Mr. Albedo is the only one who can answer it. I'm going to take my shot. I'm going to take a guess, and I'm going to say... So it's a clone of Albedo that is burying failed other clones of Albedo. And they're basically dissipating after buried. So that's why there's no body evidence. Looks like the... Careful, Mr. Diluc. I do believe I hear presumption of guilt in there somewhere.
These remains suggest an accelerated rate of decomposition. Considering the defendant's profession, there's reason to suspect that alchemy is at play here. Both witnesses saw golden light, a known byproduct of alchemy. That's how the defendant destroyed the bodies. The light also explains how the witnesses were able to get a clear view of the events in the dark.
So that's your angle, alchemy. Logical assessment, but we have a witness of our own. The afternoon before the alleged second murder, Albedo had a lengthy intellectual exchange with his student Sucrose. The two were in the library until the next morning. Why did the discussion last so long? Miss Sucrose was presenting the results of her research. She noticed some flaws in the data and insisted on reviewing her calculations until the next morning with Mr. Albedo present. Already knew she wasn't voiced due to Twitter drama. She's one of the bigger names that after Jacob took the role of Kanich. She's one of the more predominant names that threw fire into the fire. I wish I could say it wasn't the first time she's done it. She's done something like that. That's right. We were in the library together.
You're certain Mr. Albedo was present the whole time?
Like, I can basically tell you, what is it? Candace, Sucrose, Kuching, Hu Tao. Basically, Albedo, obviously. Literally any name that spoke against Jacob, I know isn't going to be voiced. Straight up. I already know that. Mr. Albedo presented the whole time. Yes, and I know Mr. Albedo would never kill someone. He could never be that cruel.
Nevertheless, the other witnesses have no reason to lie. Tell me, Miss Sucrose, that meeting in the library, were you awake the whole time? Sounds like a considerable duration to go without sleep.
Can we not, like, throw in the evidence that me, Bennett, Amber, and Eula have all seen a clone of Albedo before in the past? Like, is this not actually something we can bring forth? So Kanich, the voice actor for Kanich got replaced. And it started this huge drama, over the current VA strike going on. But the thing is, the voice actor that replaced him, Jacob Takanashi, is based in Japan, has no idea the strike was even going on, or that there even, like, that there was a strike or anything. Had no idea at all. But despite all that, a lot of VAs basically lambasted him, calling him what's referred to the industry as a scab, someone that works during a strike. Yeah, and it basically caused new eyes to go onto the whole strike situation, which basically turned a lot of public favor for the strike against them. So now, basically, people were like, a lot of people were on the side of the VAs and the strike, being like, oh, you know, they need their fair rights. And now a lot of people are just like, fucking suck it up and get back to work. Right? Like, it basically, them picking on the new VA effectively turned put an insane shift of opinion. I'm not necessarily going to, I'm just gonna, my opinion, I just want voice acting in my games again. That's all I really want. I hope that everyone can get the positives they want out of this, but no one needed to resort to negatives. That's my opinion on the matter. Like, there was no reason to bully. Like, the fact of the matter is that the voice actors and actresses that lambasted the guy, 2 people reached out to him, and one of them straight up confirmed the fact that he did not know a strike was going on when he took the role. Jacob also revealed, too, that he didn't know he was replacing Kanich. So what companies like Hoyo do is they basically just give you a set of lines to record, and based on how you record, they just give you a role. You're not necessarily recording for a particular role. And he thought he might, if anything, he thought he was getting a new character. He didn't think he was replacing someone. So, yeah, there's just a lot going on with that, and who knows when it will end.
I do hope you can be truthful with us. It concerns the safety of countless.
All right, see you later, Devin. Thanks for dropping by.
Cannot go unpunished.
Appreciate it. I'll take it from here. During our meeting, Sucrose did fall asleep not long after midnight. It's alright, Sucrose. You don't have to lie for me. This is a sacred place of judgment. The truth is paramount. Mr. Albedo. I see. Then I'm afraid your alibi cannot be substantiated. Do you understand? Yes. I know claiming innocence without proof isn't enough. But the prosecution's argument has its own holes. There's been no mention of a motive, or what exact method could reduce a human body to those remains.
No conclusive evidence of guilt. But the witness accounts do match to an extent that can't be dismissed. This is a tricky one.
Can I just, like, stand up and talk about the events involving the clone and call the witnesses of Bennett, Amber, and Eula to the stand? Hey, Mass, how are you?
Submit another piece of evidence. The investigators intercepted one of Mr. Albedo's correspondences. I will now read the pertinent parts to the court.
Correspondence. You know, that envelope looks like it belongs to Mr. Albedo.
I have never abandoned the subject of human research. In fact, delving deeper into Dragonspine has led me to realize that the concept of life could be further expanded and transformed.
I'm doing the new Archon quest.
The mystery of human birth is often linked to death. As such, death is the most suitable material for the creation of new life. To that end, we must engage in a process of putrefaction and refinement.
Putrefaction and refinement.
Is that in reference to an alchemical process?
Oh, that's a female voice actor.
The letter
Another
continues.
male-voiced female. I can tell because it has like Ash
Carried out
Ketchum
in the
vibes.
northwestern part of Dragonspine, in the area southeast of
Like that raspiness that you hear of a female trying to emulate a young man. Bennett has the same thing too.
Just as you endeavored to do, I too shall take up the path of creation and break through current limitations to reach a new realm of living beings.
I trust the investigators have confirmed that this is the defendant's handwriting and that the letter makes more than passing mentions of purification and refinement.
Correct. Not to mention, the locations indicated in the letter match both crime scenes. What more can we trust than the defendant's own words?
No, it can't be true.
I can't believe
A guilty
it.
verdict cannot be delivered without sufficient evidence. In order to protect all parties involved, that is what our principles demand. My original assessment was that we lacked said evidence. But now, it seems the only remaining questions are the identities of the victims and the specific alchemical process used in this case.
Huh. We're in agreement. This conclusive. On the charge of the murder and unlawful disposal of human remains, the court finds the defendant guilty. That's a pure shock. No one can believe a kind and well-mannered person like Albedo could commit such a crime. Stipulates that those unsatisfied with the verdict will have time to submit an objection or appeal, but most appeal hopeless in the moment. You watch as Albedo is taken back to headquarters. You get a strange feeling that something hidden is about to come to light. It comes back to the letter. A secret you and Albedo know all too well, but the people of Mondstadt have yet to discover.
Why would Albedo do something like that? Oh, this has to be a nightmare.
Oh, so I'm assuming that secret is referring to his creation. Like, most people think he's human. They don't realize that he's a synthetic human. Beto once told me his secret once. He was a synthetic human created through alchemy. Could that have something to do with this case? But what? Following Ritter's footsteps, just because he's an alchemical creation, that would only make him more suspicious. Well, this took a turn for
Rosaria! Oh, when did you get here?
I've been here the whole time. I happen to have a message to pass along for us. Yes. You're needed at Star Snatch Cliff. He's waiting for you there. Who is he? You'll know when you get there. Go now. Time is like the wind, and it waits for no one. Oh, yeah. So here it is. spider. And then I thought I hit it, but I wasn't sure, so going with that. I got dust everywhere. Let's go yelling. All right, see you later, Angel. Thanks for being here. I don't know if that was a part of something I did or if that's just mighty suspicious right now, but... I can hear your arrival upon the wind. Were you looking for me?
Venti, did you send us that message?
No, I did.
So Dahlia knows that Venti is the Anima Archon then.
Where did you come from? Wait, Venti, do you know this guy? His name is, Oh.
Didn't think I was that unmemorable. I'm Dahlia, Deacon of the Church of Favonius, and Herald of the Animo Archon Barbados. Not gonna forget next time, right?
So you called us here so we can meet
That's
with
right.
Venti?
I noticed you during the trial. The legendary honorary knight. You seem to have a lot of thoughts on your mind, so I thought we should have a chat. After all, I am the Herald of Barbados. If the people of Mondstadt are in danger, I should keep the Animo Archon in the loop.
Wait then.
You know about?
About what? The fact that my tavern-hopping nomad of a friend is Barbados himself?
Don't worry, Dahlia and I are close. He knows everything. Besides, a god needs someone to confide their will in a formal setting, and no one does that better than
Not
Dahlia.
that I saw that coming when we first met. But back to the matter at hand. I believe you two already know about Albedo's background.
You mean it's your identity, then yes we do.
You know too, Venti? That's surprisingly Archon-like of you.
Well, I knew from the moment Ryandotter and Alice brought Albedo to Mondstadt. When those two are in town, no one can afford to slack off. The Crimson Prince, a perfect specimen for synthetic life. At this stage of the case, there are countless questions surrounding Albedo's motive. His true identity is a potential weakness.
A synthetic being loses control of their sanity and goes on a killing spree. That's how a novel would frame the story, and people are inclined to agree.
Albedo has told us before that humans often value the ordinary over the transcendent and miraculous.
And the slightest difference is perceived as other. A very common phenomenon.
What do you know about the situation, Venti? Well, I know that Albedo is a synthetic being, and that a strange thing has been happening in Mondstadt, even though Windbloom should be about drinking and having fun.
We noticed that too! The minute we got here, something was off.
Share your observation with Venti and Dahlia.
I've picked up on most of those too. Miles is out of sorts. Beatrice seems anxious. Although I didn't know Donna stopped being interested in Master Diluc.
When no love remains for the songs to tell, the world becomes naught but an empty shell. Cruel is said fate, cruel it may be, when it not for a hero who could set us all free.
What are you getting at, Tone Deaf Bard?
Oh, just making a comment. There's always unavoidable trials in life, at least that's what Barbados would say. A certain someone is going to need to overcome a trial like that. In such cases, even the Seven know better than to tamper with fate. If only there was a brave soul willing to aid their friend in his time of need. Should he meet a terrible fate, all of Mondstadt could be for worse.
If you wanted our help, you could have just asked, you know.
Haha, well, even if Albedo wasn't at the center of this case, protecting Mondstadt is part of being an honorary knight, right? you'll still have help, of course, which is why I prepared a little surprise. Behold. A bomb! Remove the fuse. It's not going to explode. Say hello to the Dodoko communication device.
This thing belongs to you now?
We're old pals. Don't think she'd care if I borrowed it for a few days. Anyway, this invention, with a little help from a trick of mine, will allow us to keep in touch. Just take it out and we can chat. Do our best to uncover the truth. It's all I ask. No matter what comes, you have the wind on your side. Why did the wind patterns disappear? Where are we going? We're going back here? Eula's there! Eula, give your accounts of what happened in the past! You'll must be shocked, but the evidence is solid. Albedo's situation is not looking good.
Albedo would do something like that. Using living people as alchemical test subjects? It's like something out of a novel.
Perhaps it's best for me to remain impartial, but I've worked with Albedo before. He's an alchemist, not a sadist.
Hard for me to accept as anyone, but Varco once said Albedo is very different from the rest of us. Perhaps there are things we still need to learn about him. Let's see what Albedo has to say for himself first. Would you mind giving me a moment, everyone? A private matter requires my attention. Perfect timing. Kaya has a favor to ask. Like Jean said after the verdict, we have time to submit an appeal, and I would do my utmost to convince Albedo to accept. He's been acting strange and I can't read him for the life of me, but I need you two to start investigating the case. It's also time for you to get involved. I want to join? No, would like you to launch an investigation of your own. I'll continue working on his defense in the meantime. If you find anything that might help his case, just let me know. I know it's against the spirit of the season to ask you to do this, but Albedo is a trusted member of our ranks. We owe him the benefit of the doubt. Understood. I know you'll get to the bottom of this, Daimien. You've never failed us in our time of need.
But what if the accusations turn out to be true?
Then you have done Mondstadt a great service all the same. I'm expecting a retrial. Until then, you're welcome to have a look around Albedo's office on the second floor. I'm counting on you.
Take it easy.
Other side.
Wait, Captain Kaya! Surely I can't just...
These two are here on Jean's orders. She asked them to investigate Albedo's office.
In that case, head on in.
So this is Albedo's office. Pretty much exactly how Paimon pictured it.
I have some work of my own, so I'll leave you to it. Good luck, you two. Well, I can already tell what I'm interacting with.
Alright, let's see what we...
There's a stack of books on the desk, mostly relating to alchemy, environmental science, and life science. Some of the pages have been marked with alchemical symbols, and others have S-shapes or triangle symbols drawn on them. Any potential meaning is unclear.
These books are so fancy! Albedo must have gone to great lengths to get them.
Lockboxes on the desk, latch bears signs of wear, suggesting the importance of whatever lies within. The box likely remained locked for most of the time. But now the lid remains wide open, as if the owner was forced to leave it in a hurry and didn't have the time to lock it. Perhaps the letter intercepted by the investigators was once stored here. The remaining contents shouldn't hold much weight as conclusive evidence, but you should still get a strange feeling after reviewing them. In elegant penmanship, the writer leads. In addition, I do happen to have some information on the subject of our last discussion. Materials and arcane formation required for human transmutation. The formations in these records likely originate from the Conrian art of Kamiya, but relevant documentation has not been well maintained over time, so I cannot guarantee there are no errors or omissions. As thanks for your past assistance, I've closed the records with this letter. But that does not mean I support your pursuit in this research. Ethics aside, I'm not convinced it's even possible to create a human whose existence is identical to our own. The idea that the dynamic of creator and creation could exist within the same species is cause for concern. Even with a talent like yours, I must urge you to proceed with caution. The signature belongs to an unfamiliar name, one that also appears on an alchemy book nearby. You skim the preface, learn that the author is an old and accomplished alchemist. The person is likely a friend from Albedo's alchemical circle, someone who owed Albedo a favor, but also urged him to refrain from conducting dangerous research.
Transmutation? Is Albedo seriously looking into that? Ooh, Teyvat doesn't want to think about that.
It doesn't look good, but this letter can't directly prove that Albedo did anything. Besides, a technique like that must be too dangerous to share with the public, right? That's why it wasn't brought up during the trial. Test tube on the shelf with some black powder residue at the bottom. Next to it lies a neatly written notes. Chalk is the next stage after soil. The current available materials are still insufficient to construct a stable structure.
No idea what that means.
Nope.
Not sure if it's too hard for Paimon or too hard for anyone outside this line of work.
Albedo's notes lie on the table. They resemble the ones you've seen before, but the contents are different this time. As always, the penmanship is impeccable, careful and neat with a certain elegance to its uniformity, much like the man himself. One of the notes reads, putrefaction should be regarded as a counter-stimulation to the process of life, like a highly efficient and destructive spell of rot. Upon use, the target will decay with an extremely short period of time, turning into dust that is nearly invisible to the naked eye before dissipating into air. Ooh, the desk looks almost empty. Your hands slip while moving the book, causing the hardcover book to strike the desk. The resulting noise is a bit unusual. It's subtle, but an experienced adventurer, it sounds too hollow. Almost like there's a compartment within the desk.
Wait, it looks like there's a hidden compartment under the desk.
It does appear to be a compartment added to one side of the desk. It was very well hidden. Augmentation is complex and seems to involve elemental power in some way. Perhaps you should try using the power of Geo. Considering Noelle, out of the Geo users we know, only 2 exist in Mondstadt. And one of them is Noelle, who would never touch anything she wasn't meant to touch. Albedo would actually be perfectly within his confines to use Geo to seal something. Compartment opens. Inside lies a piece of paper with more information. Festering is also a manifestation of rot. When festering forces and sufficient amount of life energy collide, the two will repel each other, triggering a powerful side effect. When I tested this in an alchemical experiment, the results of the refinement were startling. Breaking through the shackles of life, the stimulation of the blank project, I must take advantage of this opportunity.
The project is blotted out in ink. What could it be?
Note mentioned festering forces, which suggests that Dragon's spine could be involved somehow. If this has something to do with the creating synthetic life, would Albedo go that far for one of his experiments? No, that can't be. Admit the notes as a map with a few markings on it. 2 of the marked locations correspond to the crime scenes, and the third appears to be in Dragonspine. It's hard pill to swallow, but if the results of the joint investigation are correct, there could be a body hidden in that last location. At the very least, what remains of it.
What does this mean? Oh, do you think something might also be buried at the last location? Alright, that seems to be it for this place. We should go tell Jean what we found.
Dodoko!
Oh, Vent is calling! Let's answer!
How's the investigation going? Find anything?
Oh, we found stuff alright. Stuff that only makes Albedo look even more suspicious.
See, so Albedo's researching something that doesn't help his case, huh? You share what you learned with Venti. Not promising. We should be grateful Albedo's true identity remains hidden. Gets out that he's one of Rottendire's creations. There's no separating him from her past. As we know, Reinendatter's approach to alchemy and ethics was pure madness, and the evidence you just found, let's just say, it could convince even those closest to him of his guilt. Perhaps you even think the handwriting was faked. The note sounded like him. It comes down to trust. You trust Albedo? I absolutely do.
Friend, we should keep the faith. And if he really is the culprit, he must have had a reason. Maybe he's just not allowed to talk about it. Yeah, that must be it.
Anyway, a fair investigation means coming to a conclusion presented by the facts. That even Venti no longer believes him? Remaining objective has its own value. Remember, none of this is your fault. Just report back with an honest assessment of the facts.
Well, let's go find Jean and tell her what we learned. Wait, that's...
Oh, sorry. I heard voices and wasn't sure if I should check who was inside.
It's okay. We're here on Jean's orders.
Ah, I see. I'll, leave you to it then.
Hold on. You didn't hear what we were saying.
Oh, not really. Nothing that made sense anyway.
Well, do us a favor and just forget anything you might have heard, okay?
Oh, sure. You got it.
That map we found in the hidden compartment seems important. We should check out the marked locations.
We'll go here because this one's higher up. I'm actually going to change my team. If I'm going to be on Dragonspine, I can't run freeze. It's impossible.
Time to
I'm not even going to run melt. We'll run burn. Plus Kanich. Kanich will help. With traveling here. Oh, we're too high up, I think. Never mind, maybe I wasn't.
We should be getting close.
Though everything is covered by snow, as a scene, you notice a spot on the ground that looks different from the others' surroundings. 1 second. Headphones are dying. Alright. Back. Alright. You remove the snow and find a sizable hole underneath, large enough to fit a human body. The hole is completely empty, and surrounding markings make it look like something was dug up. We'll do this, or some monster?
Weird. There's a hole, but no body. The prosecution's argument is that Albedo used alchemy to destroy the bodies, but this location is different from the other two. Why not fill the hole, or smooth out the ground like the other places?
The person did all this. Why not remove the trace like the others? Now, if Albedo isn't the one responsible, why was the location marked in his notes? You return to the Knights of Avonia, doubts swirling in your mind. I want to eat more food, but because half the characters aren't voiced, I can't really enjoy my food. Rek, did you find anything?
Yeah, but none of it helps Albedo's case.
Tell Jean about your findings from Albedo's office. I see. Complicated result, but your efforts are appreciated. Did Albedo submit an appeal? Yes, he asked for a retrial. Still questions surrounding the identities of the victims and disappearance of the bodies. The minimal remains that were uncovered have been sent forth to forensic analysis, which should prove some answers. It's just...
What's wrong?
The victims turn out to be Mondstadt citizens. The situation becomes all the more serious. The second trial would likely have to be open to the public. And I doubt public sentiment will be in Albedo's favor.
Not when the charges are so serious.
Second trial is set to take place in 2 days. I hope you consider attending this one as well.
We'll be there. In the meantime, we should all just stay positive.
Well said. When the time comes, I'll carry out my duties to the best of my ability. What is Miles doing? Miles. I'm assuming Miles saw something, like he mentioned in the beginning that Miles saw something, so Miles probably saw something that exonerates Albedo. I actually don't mind this one because I'm actually running around. I'm not stuck in cutscenes, and I'm trying to think along the way. I actually really like this. Let me know when you're ready. We're ready. All right, follow me. Ladies and gentlemen, we now convene for the second trial against Mr. Albedo. I, Jean Gerner, will once again oversee the proceedings. Representatives on both sides remain unchanged. Mr. Dilla will continue to serve as an assessor. Mr. Arthur will represent the prosecution, and Mr. Kyle speaks on behalf of the defense. The defendant in this case is Mr. Albedo, captain of the investigation team. With that, I now bring this trial to order. Have the investigators made any new discoveries?
We sent the teeth and the femur bone found at the scene to the church's medical office, and were able to conclude that these are, in fact, human remains. In addition, the investigators were able to identify several Mondstadt citizens who appear to have been missing for quite some time. Forensic analysis of the remains allowed us to pinpoint the age and gender of the deceased. Interestingly, one of the missing individuals matches that profile to a T. The medical office couldn't spare the personnel, so Miss Rosaria is here to present the results to the court.
Husband, male, 46 years old, marital status, single, occupation, hunter. Consistent with the conclusion in the last trial, his disappearance went unreported, likely due to his lack of relatives. In addition, medical records show that he has sustained a mechanism-related injury due to his injury to his leg 3 years ago. The damage on the femur bone Mr. DeLuke found is consistent with such an injury. Therefore, we can conclude one of the victims in this case is Hanselman, a specialized technique that was likely used to accelerate the rate of decomposition.
Is it reasonable to assume this technique to be alchemical in nature?
Chemical or magical, both are possible.
Thank you for your testimony.
The identity of one of the victims is now confirmed. But what about the defendant's motive?
Considering what he wrote in the letter, we can deduce that the defendant needed subjects for an alchemy experiment. Who better than individuals whose disappearance would go unnoticed? In other words, he sacrificed the good people of Mondstadt for his own gain. A truly vile act. In addition, another witness has agreed to testify. Miss Donna, if you would.
Another one.
Wait, Donna from the flower shop?
I'm sorry it took so long for me to come forward. But the night Master DeLuke saw Mr. Albedo, I was there too. I was camping with a friend and we decided to stop near Dragonspine. I couldn't really get comfortable that night, so around dawn, I decided to go for a walk. And that's when I saw Master DeLuke. I thought it might be nice to, chat. So I headed in his direction and then I saw it. Someone at the bottom of the cliff was getting rid of a body. I was terrified the person might see me. Even after I fled, I couldn't shake that fear. And I started to wish I never had a crush on Master DeLuke in the first place. If I hadn't wanted to talk to him, I would I didn't want to come forward because I was scared. But Miss Hertha convinced me it was the right thing to do.
I'm assuming Miles is going to have information that goes against all the testimonies, though. Let's see. Just stepping forward was brave enough, Miss Donna. Court thanks you for your courage and commitment to justice.
Yes. Thank you.
The two witnesses corroborate the same sequence of events. That just leaves the question of how the defendant disposed of the bodies.
I believe the answer lies in the alchemical technique mentioned in the letter. The defendant is the most accomplished alchemist in Mondstadt. He has the skill, no question.
As a special investigator also uncovered some relevant evidence on that subject. I will now present it to the court.
Does she mean...
The evidence we found in Albedo's office. Following are pieces of evidence uncovered in Mr. Albedo's office, the most important of which is this map. The map was found in the defendant's notes, and markings correspond with the description in the letter and the locations of the crime scenes. This map belonged to you? Yes. Were you the one who marked these locations? Yes. Do you realize that basically an admission of guilt, don't you? The evidence against you is nearly insurmountable. Since you uncovered that compartment, I might as well expound upon the matter.
We have witnesses and physical evidence. What could you possibly say in your defense?
What I always have. I never killed a single person.
You have some nerve. Saying that when the evidence is stacked against you?
Miss Hertha, you've presented a meticulous and convincing case, I'll give you that. But I will not admit to something I didn't do.
What? You're just going to bombard the court with excuses?
That's a rather dismissive way to refer to an innocent man speaking in his own defense. Besides, I'm not making excuses, I'm exercising patience.
That won't make the charges against you disappear, Mr. Albedo.
Perhaps not, but patience comes with its own reward. It's easy for things to remain buried in snow until someone comes along and brushes it away. face, but does that mean he really didn't do anything untowards? Brushing off supposed to be a hint? It's a hint, then it must have something to do with Dragonspine, which reminds me, one of the locations marked on the map we found, Dragonspine wasn't. Daimien, you are the one who uncovered the notes, right? Then I'm assuming you visited the third location on the map as well. Yes. That's what you found? You nod your head and give an honest account of the scene you found at Dragonspine. Whatever was kept in the hole was gone, and surrounding area bore the mark of an unknown creature, with everything covered in snow. But no one knew no one knew there was something to discover in the first place.
There must also have been a body.
Think about this. What clues am I missing? Third marked location is in Dragonspine. We knew about it because we found the map in the hidden compartment. During our investigation, Paimon and I discovered a hole beneath the snow, big enough to hide a human body in. There was also claw marks around the outside. But there's no body or any remains whatsoever. Albedo marked these 3 locations on the map found in the hidden compartment. There are some similarities and differences between them. Based on what we know, all 3 locations are likely used to hide bodies. The holes dug in each area certainly seem big enough. But unlike the first 2 locations, there were claw marks around the hole in the 3rd location, and no witnesses saw anything happen there. Dragonspine is home to all manner of monsters and wild animals. Could some kind of creature have dug up the body? But why hasn't that been the case at the other locations? Marks didn't look fresh, which means the hole at the 3rd location has been there longer than the other 2. But if the hole at the 3rd location wasn't made around the same time, does that mean it's connected to a separate incident? Most people know Albedo as an alchemist and captain of the investigation team, but in truth, he's the synthetic human created by one of the 5 sinners, Gold Reinendatter. Albedo is steadfast, intelligent, and treats everyone with kindness and respect. I think most people would agree with that assessment. He's also a calculated thinker. It's fair to say that if he did commit a crime, it would likely be well concealed. Up until now, Albedo has never displayed any ill will towards humanity, and also still seems like his normal self. As his friend, I should reveal the truth about his identity that would only make things worse for him. Dragonspine has a frigid climate and is covered in snow all year round. Even so, it's home to various monsters and creatures that could withstand the cold. Deep within the mountain lies the remains of an even more mysterious creature, Durin. Although the dragon has been dead for a long time, he still possesses a particular life energy. Think about it, a lot of strange things have happened on Dragonspine. Almost forgot, Paimon and I once encountered someone on Dragonspine who looked exactly like Albedo and weren't the only ones. Someone who looks exactly like him. Has a plan, so I should help out. Want me to do announce breaking the case? No, I should play it safe. So I made an honest assessment of the facts. I should be honest about my doubts too. This is only fair. Says I think I understand that Albedo is trying to tell me now. I'd like to address the court if I may. I was the one who investigated the office, and I believe the results raise a few questions. Regarding the 2 cases addressed in the previous trial, it was established that after disposing the bodies, the defendant used alchemy to restore the ground to its original state. But that wasn't the case at the 3rd location. The hole was still there, with dirt scattered around the perimeter. It looked more like something had been dug up. This was all done by one person. Why wasn't the 3rd scene given the same treatment as the others? Why weren't the traces removed? In addition, the markings around the 3rd location weren't fresh, which suggests the Dragonspire incident happened at a different time. For those reasons, I believe there's still reasonable doubt in this case, and I hope the verdict reflects that. Thank you. Suit as ever, Daimien.
Questions there may be, but allow me to point out, there is no evidence to suggest that anyone besides the defendant knew about the 3rd location. And the map was found in his notes. That fact alone makes him the most plausible suspect. Unless Mr. Albedo suddenly plans to deny that the map belongs to him.
Let me respond to Damien's point. If all I cared about was proving my innocence, I would indeed do as Miss as you describe, Miss Hertha, and deny any connection to that map. But that is not what I intend to do. The map does belong to me, and I hid things at those 3 locations. There were indeed bodies at each location. I did kill and bury someone on Dragonspine.
So you admit it. Let the record reflect that the defendant has confessed to his...
You're mistaken, Miss Hertha. The story doesn't end there. Some time ago, I had encountered an uninvited guest on Dragonspine. Someone who wanted to take advantage of the deserted nature of the region to eliminate me in secret. His desire to kill me led to an altercation where I killed him instead and buried the body in the mountain, the 3rd location marked on the map.
Actually, the traveler Amber Bennett and I were with
There we go.
Alberto that day. The Adventurers Guild was holding an event on Dragonspine.
There we go,
After
it's
it
finally
ended,
coming about.
We all left the area. If the person Albedo is referring to is different from the one we encountered on the mountain, then the altercation must have occurred after we left.
This only proves that the defendant is guilty on all counts. Those innocent people, their blood is on your hands.
No, you're wrong.
You deny it? After admitting to murder for the whole court to hear? You've clearly lost your mind.
If you would let me finish with her, so I could get to the important part. The man who attacked me on Dragonspire was my height, with blonde hair, blue eyes, dressed in clothes nearly identical to mine. Someone who happens to look exactly like you? Exactly like him. So I was right, it does come back to what happened back
It's
then.
one thing to look similar, but for the clothes to be the same?
What's going on? I don't want to be here anymore.
Regardless, the important thing is that you admit to killing someone on Dragonspine.
Yes, I killed someone that day, someone who looked nearly identical to me. But I never expected that someone was a person. See, then it appears I need to withdraw my testimony. What?
Everyone! I brought her!
Wait, you...
The person who just came in, isn't that Hertha?
What's going on?
Who are you? Hello to you too.
As you can see, this Hertha is the logistics captain of the Knights of Avonius.
What's going on here? It's all been leading up to this, hasn't it? Your confession. It was all an elaborate stunt to set me up. You want to undermine my credibility? Fine. It doesn't eliminate the mountain of evidence stacked against you. All I want is justice for the people of Mondstadt.
Order in the court. I've been stationed on Dragonspine all these years because it's where the subject of my research lies, the dragon Durin. 700 years ago, the dragon of the east of Valen defeated Durin in the battle, and with help from Barbados sealed his remains in Dragonspine. Durin was created through alchemy, one of the finest specimens of artificial life. As such, death was not a true end for him. His heart still beats and grows more revitalized by the day. My impostor on Dragonspine was a failed specimen abandoned in Durin's stomach. Unsuccessful iteration of the Homunculus project.
Are you trying to insinuate that I'm some kind of homunculus? Because it looks to me like the artificial one is standing right there. Some kind of imposter you dragged in from Dragonspine.
So this is what I look like when I fly off the handle. You know, they say imitation is the best form of flattery, but your impersonation has overstayed its welcome.
Master Jean, what are you waiting for? We've known each other for so long.
Two of you look identical, but judging case based on demeanor, the new arrival actually seems more like the Hertha I know.
Nothing. By that logic, I could just as easily accuse the Albedo in this room of being an imposter. How do we know he isn't the fake one? A cold-blooded killer who replaced the real Albedo long ago. Then, how about something only the real Hertha would know? The longest scar on my body. The knights who fought alongside me that day should remember where it is.
I remember. Let's hear your answer.
I'd like to hear Miles' answer first.
Huh?
You don't know? Or you don't remember? I heard you've been acting strange these days. Disoriented? Confused? You were closer to me than anyone during that battle. And yet you don't remember a thing. Strange indeed.
No, my head.
The scar is right here.
Yeah, the nerve. The nerves. I can't imagine this comes as a surprise, unless your informant in the Knights of Avonius failed to mention the scar on Hertha's left
Albedo
arm.
has done a lot of research into beings like you. If you deny it, then show us your arm.
No need to panic. You can just add it now. You excel at changing your appearance, don't you? Or should I say, all spawn of Durin's life force have that ability. A powerful life force. In appearance, you can change at will. Yet here you are, stand formless one, paralyzed to act, because you're worried using that power could affect your accomplices. Miles must be one of them. There are others too. Most of the beings under the influence of Durin's life force have gathered here, and yet their presence is what impedes her from taking action. Once you attempt to transform, all who surround you will be affected by your power. You can't control it, because in this network of living beings, you serve as the core.
Show us your arm. Ugh! Have it your way! Whoa!
Come on, let's go!
Hey, they're shielding the imposter!
Trying to get away. Stop her. Don't let her stand in your way.
Trying to get in. Must be more people under her control.
Time to get moving, everyone.
Whoa! She just leaped across the room!
After her!
It's time. Anyways, we have third company, keep on the imposter's trail. Needs to talk, but before I explain the events of the past few days, I'd like to make a few things clear. First, I never killed any of my fellow citizens. I never used human remains as part of an alchemical experiment. Second, the events of the past few days were all part of a plan. Most of the members of our order were in on it. As for the witnesses, Master Diluc picked up on the situation long before today's proceedings. It's quite an involved plan. Indeed, follow me.
What? How are there monsters in the city?
They're all monsters from Dragonspire. An attack is imminent, but fear not. We've been preparing for this. We've been monitoring the resurgence of Durin's life force. Its festering nature agitates these monsters. We knew it was only a matter of time before they advanced on Mondstadt, so we made preparations for the inevitable battle. I was hoping you two could join me and provide assistance in the battle to come.
Where's our first stop?
The top of the city wall. And I can't change my team, right? Yeah. That's fine now. This is my second strongest team, so... Or at least, like, tied with one of my strongest teams. It's Venti!
Hey, Venti!
Shoot, someone's coming. Help me, please! Someone help me!
What's with the freakout? It's just us!
Perfect, I can drop the X. Sorry. Thought you were regular citizens. It's about time. I think we can proceed as planned. I agree. It's been a while since I dealt with something this big. It's going to be pretty exhausting. Don't worry. I'll treat you to a drink for your troubles. Just what I wanted to hear.
So, these two know the other's identity then?
People can make new friends when you're not here, you know. They're also the two old... Like, not counting potentially Alice, they're the two oldest residents of Mondstadt. Like, out of the ages we know, they're the only two we know that are older than 100 years. Venti's over 2,000, and Albedo's just shy of 500, because we know Albedo was created after Conria's disaster, after the Cataclysm. Monsters started surging in from Dragonspire during the trial. They'll soon become agitated, likely in response to the core coming under pressure. So I never expected these monsters to have come this advanced. Power of evolution cannot be underestimated, especially considering the fact that Durin absorbed the previous imposter.
So what about the map? And the missing bodies?
What the witnesses saw was true. I did hide those bodies. As I monitored the situation on Dragonspine, I noticed that many who ventured there came back different. Some were under the influence of Durin's power, but the less fortunate ones had already been devoured by monsters, who then assumed their appearances to infiltrate the city. Most of those who were replaced had no close relatives, so when their behavior changed, there was no one to notice. The monsters used their disguise to get close to people. I eliminated 2 who attempted to attack.
What about the remains Diluc found? Did they belong to one of the victims?
Yes, the monsters slowly digested their victims. Sometimes they even left behind body parts to aid the transformation. All that remained from the first victim was a few strands of hair, and the second some teeth and bone. The only bodies Albedo destroyed were the monster's mimic forms. Then he buried whatever remained of the victims and put them to rest. Well, someone had to do it. Besides, I managed to gather some valuable data on the putrefaction of the bodies. After we defeated the doppelganger Wobbleflower and Dragonspine, we promised to tell each other a story, remember? A story of a gardener, I remember. Glad. Then you remember what I told you about Subject 2. In this case, Pursuit to replace Subject 1. He transformed a Wobbleflower into Subject 3. There was another imposter in Dragonspine. Yes, that would be Subject 2. I confronted him and buried his body on Dragonspine. So, you see, at one point, there was something hidden in that hole you found. But Durin is becoming more revitalized by the day. Under the influence of his power, the monsters dug up Subject 2's body and returned it to Durin's stomach. Durin absorbed the failed creation along with his knowledge and way of thinking. Ever since then, all creatures spawned from his power had the ability to transform their appearance. Humans who ventured into Dragonspine for too long are also bound to fall under Durin's influence, but those effects don't show themselves right away, and the extent to which a person has been affected is hard to perceive. You saw it for yourself, didn't you? All the people acting strange? Those are the same people who tried to break into the Knights of Avonius' headquarters. Durin's power remained dormant within them until finally it surged to the surface and seized control. That was our goal. That was also our goal. If we could force a situation where the imposter had no choice but to unleash that power, all those under its influence would become violent, and thus we would know who was affected.
So, what do? We can't go around hurting innocent people.
That's why I'm here. It would make me look bad if I lazed around after promising to help. We use the power of Animo to restrain them for now, but should give the knights the chance to subdue them without harm. A specialized team will deal with them later. Right. That's the long and short of the situation. It's time to activate the thing, right? Yes. There's a little secret others people shouldn't know. My identity, for example. Keep it to yourself, okay? Alright, this should do. Couldn't even add in some musical notes. Or do they have Erica playing the guitar, playing a lyre in the recording session? Should now be wind currents across the whole city. Everyone, can you hear me? Loud and clear. All units, what's your status?
We have enough manpower to provide support. Requesting assistance at the side gate. Heading over now.
Whoa! It's long-distance wind communication! How is that even possible?
All thanks to Lord Barbados. With his blessing, we will succeed in defending our city. Actually, if you face away from the current and whisper like this, no one can hear you.
No wonder you're crouching down there like you have something to hide.
Didn't have to broadcast that.
That voice. Venti? Is that you?
Oops.
Now just wandering bard calling for help. Thank goodness Daimien, Paimon, and Albedo found me. Gotta get out of a tough spot. Alright. Now that you're okay, we should check the status of the other areas. Thanks, friend. May the animal Archon protect you. Nothing's covered here. Being in the middle like this, especially on a bridge. Oh, look who it is. Get back. That was a close one. I suppose thanks are in order, Master D. Luke. I appreciate the help. I didn't intervene to save you. It was of my own convenience you were in the way. Oh, well, let me get out of your hair then. I suppose we could work together. You just melt my ice anyways. Suit yourself. Alright, tell me. When did you notice something was off? First trial. Because of the fake Hertha? No, because of you. Me. What did I do? My defense wasn't passionate enough. No, you weren't nervous enough. Tell me then, Master D. Luke. When do you think I actually get nervous? Suppose we'll see, won't we? Monsters incoming. Second thought. Best not to think about it. Alright. Final climactic scene. Oh, really? Alright.
Don't get frostbite.
Hey, we'll TCG it. Oh, can you not?
Cool it.
Oh, one of them moved. Can you not?
Oh, so sorry. Freeze.
Melt the ice, please.
Time for retribution.
It's just reminding me of the One Summer event where it's like, where Fischl says retribution and Mona actually uses her scry glass to look up like whose catchphrase it was after Oz calls her out. Oh, it is someone else's catchphrase. You had time to make it out here. I'm guessing the other areas are secure.
We can't be here because we care?
This was the closest spot to the city gate. Maintaining control over the main road means maintaining control over the battle as a whole. You made the right choice.
So what's the status over here?
Under control, don't worry. My trusty civilian volunteer and I have this area covered. I think you mean the man who held the title of chivalry captain before you. We don't need to bring that up. And keep up the good work. We'll go check on the status of the other locations. Good luck. Oh, and I want to thank you for what you did in court. If I'm not mistaken, you are on my side by the end? Believe me, he had his suspicions since the first trial. Suppose it just didn't feel right to believe that someone who helped me in the past could be a cold-blooded killer.
So sweet.
Thank you for trusting me and for choosing to fight alongside us. As for you, Kaya, good work as always. Of course, stay safe. You love when there's 4 people in the room or 5 people in the room and only one has a voice. Hey, Fischl! I guess they pulled some adventurers in to help? Odd. I'm playing Rosaria and Barbara now. Close to injured knights to heal them with her skill. Not even Rosaria, just Barbara. Oh, good to hear Barbara's voice. Oh, I love Barbara. Barbara's top 5 characters for me. So cute and sweet. That should be on. You should be on the mend.
Thank you so much, Miss Barbara. Things are still quite chaotic outside. It's best if you all remain inside the cathedral for now.
You're not rushing back out to the front line, are you? You're still injured.
Don't worry, Miss Barbara. I'll try not to put myself in harm's way. I can help with the logistics from the back.
Well, maybe we can give you a hand. As you said, the situation outside is chaotic. Injured parties should not be left unattended. There are others here who need to get back to the front line, so I'll escort them all myself.
Thank you, Miss Rosaria.
Soon my job. I'll leave the cathedral to you and Barbara. You then, Barbara. Count on me. Don't really know how all this started, but I do know that Jean and the others have been preparing for this for a really long time, so I think everything will be alright. I also knew Barbara wouldn't be voiced, but for 2 reasons. Number 1, Laura Stroll that voices her is the wife of Albedo's voice actor. So I knew that wasn't going to happen just from that alone. But I also know she's been going through some like medical issues lately. I think she might be better by now. I just knew that this was within the past year. Like she had to get like surgery and stuff like involved, I believe. So I knew that was going to impact any ability for her to record if the situations called for it. But hers, if she was unvoiced, it would have been a very specific situation to her, not to the others. But the fact that they're married, I presume that they are probably both union. So, no, it has to be. They catch you at a bad time, Barbara? No, not at all. Did you need something? Just wanted to tell you that over the next few days, a lot of things are going to happen in Mondstadt. Attacks and fighting, so I need you to take care of yourself. Huh? How do you know? Albedo warned us in advance. It has something to do with Dragon's Spine. He's on our authority. He's our authority on that region. So we should take him at his word. Dragon's Spine, huh? City's going to be in danger? Yes, but the Knights of Avonius will do what we can to protect the people. But then who will protect you? Don't worry, I'll look out for myself, I promise. Please let them be okay out there. So Barbara, could you give me a hand? Could you lend me a hand? Of course, coming! Oh, Mona, too. Noelle. It's kind of nice to see everyone taking action. Hey, Bennett! There's my buddy boy. Watch the building collapse. Amber, Mika. They're here. Prepare for battle. On guard, everyone. Incoming monsters at 11 o'clock. I think they've got 25 villagers, 2 blazing axe, miniaturals, and a bunch of different slimes. Prepare elemental countermeasures. Roger that. We're going back to them.
Yeah.
Nope. Oh god, how long has it been since I've used Amber?
Final warning.
They picked 2 people that aren't even DPSs. Mika's support, like 100%. I guess Amber is a DPS, but she's not a very good elemental one. I'll say this, Amber is the 3rd worst pyro archer in the game, and there's only 3 pyro archers in the game. Like, I'm pretty sure, isn't Yoimiya, like, ranked as, like, A or S rank in DPS? And then Linny is marked, like, S or double S?
Hertha! Jeez, your voice scared me just now.
What? Still caught up in the imposter incident? I thought you knew about the plan.
Well, after you up and disappeared one day, all Master Jean told me was that you'd be gone for a while on an important mission, and that it'd be better if people thought you were dead. And then, what do you know? Someone who looks exactly like you appears out of nowhere 2 days later. If Master Jean hadn't told me about your mission, I would have fallen for it hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah, that's quite a scary thought. It chills thinking about it. A monster replacing someone close to you, and you're none the wiser. Don't worry. Once this is over, these monsters won't be a threat to us again. You okay? The trial wasn't too hard on you, was it? I'm sorry I couldn't be there. I was so worried. Same here. I thought it was all real at one point. I was in complete shock. So you didn't know, Amber? And it seems Eula did an excellent job at keeping the situation under wraps. And no need to worry, you two. I'm no worse for wear. I was like, Eula's right. She's like an impenetrable wall, that one. You're not getting a secret out of her.
Yeah, for sure. She's someone you can really count on.
Wait, so how did you decide Hertha should disappear again? After all this fighting, I can't seem to get it straight.
It was Kaya's suggestion. He said the plan would work best with someone well-known and reputable without being too high profile. Naturally, Miss Hertha's was the perfect choice. We needed to leave a hole in our organization, so she came up with the idea that she would disappear. So that explains the rumor that someone had fallen ill during a mission. Of course, it didn't take long for that to get resolved. No, because the imposter fell right into our trap, it was all part of the plan. First, we spread the rumor that Hertha was missing in action after some kind of incident. The news came from Kaya and Hertha's direct subordinates, which was important because we needed it to be credible. The imposter saw the gap in our ranks and couldn't help but take the bait. It didn't take long for the fake Hertha to appear in the night's patrol route, claiming to have survived her mission.
When did that happen?
Over 6 months ago.
Whoa, so this has been a long time in the making.
Yes, and our enemy was more meticulous than we expected. Monsters have been searching for Hertha's body in order to protect the imposter's identity, which is a more advanced way of thinking than Subject 2. So we had to wait long enough to convince the fake Hertha that she had our trust. Furthermore, we needed to give her time to gather evidence against me and convince herself that she had enough to strike.
How did the Knight's internal information even reach Durin and his monsters?
There's an informant among our ranks.
Don't worry. Beto's already tracked her down. She doesn't have his blessing, so she can't hear what we're talking about right
this
now.
whole situation almost gave Paimon a heart attack. All those awful accusations in the first trial, and you couldn't even defend yourself.
To be expected. I couldn't just reveal the truth. It had to be the right moment, or it would have given the imposter even more fuel to use against me. She would have demanded to know how I knew about Dragonspine and the monsters in disguise. If my true identity got out, public's trust in me would be gone. It was a trap, you see. Argue back and expose my origins, or keep my mouth shut and be seen as a murderer. Credit where credit is due. It's all well thought out.
Thank goodness we were able to back her into a corner.
Indeed. And I have to thank you for that, Daimien. You probably don't know it, but you've been a part of the plan since the beginning. Didn't even know there was a plan. And for that, you have my sincere apologies. I know I kept you in the dark, but I had a reason. This might not sound intuitive, but I did it to make the plans even stronger. From the beginning, I knew I had to leave the letters in my office for a fair and independent reader to discover. Someone willing to seek the truth. Naturally, I thought of you. I knew you would return for Windbloom. I knew you would agree to attend the trial. And I knew your sense of responsibility and justice as an honorary knight would compel you to start your own investigation. Hertha Subject 2 has met you in Dragonspire before. If she thought even you had lost faith in me, her confidence might get the best of her at the perfect time for us to strike. Beto's right. You were part of the plan from the start. I hope you don't take offense that our decision to keep this from you. Please, don't be too hard on Albedo. He was just doing his best to look out for Mondstadt. Enough people were involved in the plan as it was. We had no other choice. Honorary Knight and Paimon will always be friends of Mondstadt. We will never forget that.
That means a lot.
In that case, thank you for thinking of me. It was an honor to take part. It is us who should be thanking you, Honorary Knight.
Wait, was that you just now? Let's go to the side gate to check it out.
Okay. What are these optional circles here? This was where Bennett was, wasn't he? Oh, Noelle. Oh. Oh, I got Albedo and Noelle. Man, this would be really bad if I had Geo Traveler, huh? Like, really bad.
Come into being. Take this.
Would really lower my elemental potential, huh? This is not a good Mono Geo set.
Burst forth.
Leave it all to me.
Lightning flash.
Hi-ya! Hi-ya! There we go. Thanks for the help. That was over a lot faster than I expected. I'm sure you have places to be, so don't let me keep you waiting. Rest assured, I'll keep the people around here safe. Be careful out there. I know victory will be ours. And then let's go check out the other one. I want to see all these optional spots. Oh, Lisa! This looks like Kaya, Lisa, Albedo, and Traveler. Oh, Razor.
Lupercal, it's you.
Alright, so now I'm basically running near permanent Electro.
Burst forth.
Come a little closer.
Don't think that you'll stop me. I had a semi-Razor main a long time ago. Oh, come on. I'm fumbling on my buttons here. No! Switch!
You're in for a little shock.
Superconduct, let's go! I remember my first, like, real team was, what was it? Barbara, Chungyun, Razor, and then, like, Sucrose. I think Sucrose before I switched her for Bennett. Been a while since I unleashed my lightning during Windbloom.
A lot before?
Unleashing lightning on people? No. Hey, Razor's voice, by the way. Let's go. Once in a while, maybe. It sure feels good to let loose, though. An old professor even wrote to me about that a few days ago, of course. I made sure to emphasize that I always treat others with kindness. It's only natural for a student to inherit their teacher's ways, after all. And mine was a gentle old man from the Spadamad school. You see, this time I only used gentle methods of electrocution. So gentle, even Jean would have no reason to intervene.
Gentle electrocution.
Seem to be in good spirits, Miss Lisa. It's good to move about every once in a while. Kind of like the Lisa Razor tag team. So it's the side gate I had to go to, but we're going to take a detour and check out these other objectives. What's this one here? Is this the cat's tail? Oh, hey, Diona. These darn things are more annoying than disgusting booze hounds. Albedo, Daimien, if you run into anyone who needs a safe place to wait this out, feel free to send them to the cat's tail. We're watching over things so the tavern will be safe. Thank you, Diona. We'll be sure to do just that. And then we'll hit the other optional objective over here. We've not actually interacted with Bennett, Mona, or Fischl. Oh, here's Bennett.
Gotta say, when I saw you on the side of the road,
Yo, Bennett's
I thought you were
voice, let's
hurt.
go.
Not about to whack me in the head.
That also means that Shincho is voiced.
Oh gosh, I'm so sorry about that.
Oh, so something bad did
I
happen.
run
She
away,
smacked
but
him on the
I
head.
just couldn't keep going, so I pretended to be unconscious. Thought I could at least land a surprise hit on a monster that way.
I get it. That's a pretty common tactic. Oh, Traveler, Albedo, you're here.
Looking for somewhere safe. The Cat's Tail. Fiona is sheltering people there. Anyone who needs help is
I'll
welcome.
take her there right away.
Alright. All optional objectives are done. Because it said underneath the main objective, press B for optionals, so... And it's gone, so I assume I got them all. Hi, Eula.
It's all my fault. I knew Klee was fast. Disappearing like this? I only lost sight of her for 1 second. How am I going to explain this to Albedo?
Explain what?
Whoa.
Albedo, Traveler, Paimon, what brings you here?
I think my favorite part of this is that Eula is paired with Klee. In all the team assessments, they had to decide pairing Klee with Eula was the proper idea. Providing mobile support across the region. Was there something you needed to explain? You can tell me anything. I hope you know that.
Plus, we kinda already heard what you said, so...
Just tell us. There's nothing to be afraid of.
Klee, she disappeared right under my nose. I'm sorry. I'm doing all I can to find her.
Hey, please don't beat yourself up. Klee is...
Something's coming this way, and it doesn't look pretty!
Fighting first, conversation later.
She was right next to me, and the next thing I knew, she ran off somewhere. I swear I only lost sight of her for a second.
He is known for her speed. Don't worry, she's a knight of her renowned... Protect yourself. Those were bombs. Right. I'm actually really happy, though, that I have Electro Traveler for this. Because Eula is actually a supercharged character.
She is not to be
So... Flee to the rescue! We won! Oh, Klee's unvoiced. Oh, 0 out of 10. We won! Good work, Klee. I'll be counting on you to protect Eula next time, too.
Albedo, you can't be serious.
No problem, just leave it to Klee. You going on patrol, Mr. Albedo? You heard you were camping for a few days, and these monsters followed you back home.
Camping. Ah, right. The truth isn't suitable for little ears.
That's right. No need to report back to... So I need to report back to Master Jean to settle my expenses. If you have some time, I'm sure Eula would be grateful if you escorted her back to headquarters as well.
Of course. I place myself in your capable hands, Spark Knight.
It would be an honor. Klee will do her best. Klee is fantastic. You can't, like, you basically just can't smile with, if Klee's involved. It's just impossible. Forget, the name of the person that voices her, but she does such a fantastic job voicing Klee. Jean!
Jay?
Oh, that's right, he's Mid-Air Strike. That should be it for now. Good work, everyone. How do we fare injury-wise? Good. Our preparations paid off. Injuries are few and far between. I have the full record here. Wonderful. I'll review it in a bit. Everyone all right?
Amber?
Yeah, right as rain. Klee kept Miss Eula safe the whole time. Amazing, Klee. Eula's lucky to have you. Of course, Amber would do. We're still missing a few. Reporting back, Master Jean, mission complete. You have you back safe and sound. Great work, everyone. This operation could not have happened without you all. Your leadership is what made it possible, Master Jean. It's been a busy few days. You should take a well-deserved break. I will, but I believe you deserve one most of all. Work isn't finished, I'm afraid. I have a few loose ends to tie up. Ends? Yes, of course. We can talk about it back at headquarters. Daimien, Paimon should be there too. Alright, everyone who's finished their work should head back to the quarters or to the church to get some rest. Want to come with us, Klee? You can drink some tea and eat some freshly baked moon pies. Yes, yes! Hi, everyone. Betty, thank you for everything. There were difficult moments along the way. Oh, well. Wait, does that mean you saw me running for my life? No, no, apologies. Just forget I said anything. Just kidding. But you're right. It's tough out there. I almost lost my hat to the wind several times. Any notable information on the wind? Of course. I was out on the city wall for quite some time. I heard all sorts of things. As for something notable, well, I picked up on anxious voices and a child's anger. Durin has been isolated for centuries, but absorbing Subject 2's emotions allowed him to understand certain truths about this world and its existence, including the fact that he's no longer Mother's only child, or her most perfect creation. It's obvious he found the fact difficult to accept. The emotion he felt in response was quite genuine and, dare I say, human. If I eliminate the perfect creation, I'll be the only child Mother needs. This mindset arose out of Durin's instincts to compete and survive, came to dominate all those around him. Of course, the absorption of Subject 2's knowledge allowed him to make a more intelligent approach, accusing me of murder. In the end, however, Durin still lacks sufficient social intelligence. The fact that his army even got this far is a miracle.
No wonder Venti sensed a child's anger through the wind.
That same feeling. It's close. No, Miss Fiona, here to make your report.
Nothing much to report, actually.
So, during the battle, we were talking about your transfer to the 7th Company. You're in charge of patrols and post-battle reconnaissance this time. How did everything go?
No problems.
I see. If you don't mind me asking, why did you come from that direction? And why are you all alone? Do you think we were still meeting at the side gate? There's a change of plans. We sent the message over the wind in the last few minutes of the battle. A lot of changes during the operation. But I imagine you missed those as well because you're under Durin's influence. You have been since your trip to Dragonspine over 6 months ago. Don't move. Let's continue this discussion back at headquarters. Don't be scared. I'll figure out a way to free you from his power soon. Restless as a child. Wait, are we not actually fighting the core? I thought we were going to fight the core. The others are looking after Fonia. Please tell me you can help her. I can, as long as the rest of the operation goes well.
The operation isn't over. What do we do now?
Happens next is more of a personal project. I've consulted Venti about the possibility of calling a tripartite conference. Yes. It's a relatively new tradition. Grandmaster Varka came up with the idea a few years ago. Remember when he approached me about asking the lovely ladies of the Hess Circle for a small favor? The clumsiness caught me off guard. If I hadn't known any different, I'd have thought he was talking about his older sisters or something.
Sisters? Is Varka really young or something?
I wouldn't call him young, but he's not old either. You just type of crack a joke at every opportunity, so whatever age that is, indeed. Anyway, the Tripartite Conference is a gathering of 3 parties. The Hetson Circle, the Animal Archon, and the joint forces of the Knights and Church of Favonius. Lord Barbados was able to facilitate a meeting between Varka and the mages. Varka has quite a way with words, so he was able to gain their favor and convince them to agree to a very important request. Namely, that in Monsat's great time of need, the mages would return and lend their aid to our nation. Yes, and now I have a request of my own, so I need the conference to convene once again. Venti, if you would. Of course. Daimien, pass me the Dodo communication device.
You're gonna use that thing to call them?
Just watch and learn. Okay, I think they should do it. Is Alice gonna be voiced?
What's that ringing?
Oh,
Is
no,
it the
it's a
wind
guy.
or something?
Hold on, that's not the right voice.
Wait. Barbados?
Varka? Grandmaster? Oops, I put the wrong number. Sorry, Varka. Probably busy right now.
Considering I'm surrounded on both sides with a group on my tail looking to turn me into mincemeat, yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah, well, have fun with that. We can talk another time.
Hey, pass along my regards.
Oh.
And I still owe you for those drinks, don't I? Just take it from my stash. I keep it in...
I imagine that so we have a Varka VA now. That's at least good. It's presumed that Varka's probably going to be playable at some point. It's going to be Alice now.
Hey! He was just about to tell us where to find his secret
Let me hit it beneath the great tree of Windrise. Seems like a bit much. It seems like a bit much.
Hello?
Oh, it is Alice! Angie's voice! Let's go! Greetings, Miss Alice. It's Venti.
Nope, it doesn't ring a bell.
You're gonna tease me like this? Fine, it's Barbados.
Apologies, just a bit of fun. What can I do for you, dear Barbados?
Do you remember the Tripartite Conference, right? I'm calling on behalf of a friend. He's asking for a meeting.
And which brave soul is it this time?
It's me, Aunt Alice. Albedo, captain of the Knights of Avonius investigation team, requests a formal meeting with the Hetson Circle.
And what is your wish, dear Albedo?
I want to accomplish something unprecedented.
How unprecedented. Something even your mother Rhine-daughter never accomplished?
In terms of technique, no. But in terms of location and materials, yes.
Okay, that makes no sense.
You've piqued my interest. I'll be right there.
Oh, wait, what? Be right where? Here? As in this office?
Hello again,
Oh.
everyone.
Is this just they teased us. They teased us. No, Alice. I see you've turned yourself into a giant Dodoko.
Darling, isn't it? It even has its own hat.
Wow, the attention to detail.
Pleasure to see you all again. It's been a while. On behalf of the Hexen Circle, I hereby grant Albedo's request. I'm guessing you still need to prepare? Take your time. Just come find me at the long table when you're ready.
Aw, that's nice of you.
I suppose it's just my nature, darling.
Thank you, Aunt Alice. Before we set out, there's someone you need to meet. Head to my office. He's waiting for you there. Okay.
Hey, have you ever wondered why Albedo always keeps his office closed? I'm on bets there's a secret snack stash hidden around here somewhere.
Oh, look who it is. Mini Durin. Hey, not so loud. Oh, yeah, he's silent.
What are you doing here?
Well, actually, I'm kind of helping you guys in secret this whole time. I tried tapping Paimon on the shoulder during the battle, but you floated away too fast. You there? Yeah, I've been in Mondstadt for a few days now. But I kept myself out of sight. I thought people might be scared of me.
Oh, don't worry. We aren't scared of you.
Thanks.
So, what brings you here? Oh, is it Windbloom? There are a ton of fun games this time of year.
I did sneak off to the festival for a bit, even though I couldn't play the games because of all the people. I still had a lot of fun, though. But that's not why I'm here. Albedo and I made a promise to accomplish something great together.
What do you mean?
You know, I just want to, before I continue this, I just want to say, like, I'm actually not only enjoying this story aspect, but I'm kind of happy that they broke this constant of nation Archon quest, and then, what's his name? I'm already forgetting his name. God damn it. Fuck. Dainsleif. And then, like, you do, like, a few updates of the Nation Archon quest, and it's just a bunch of character stories and events, and then it's Dainsleif quest. Like, I actually like an Archon quest that isn't associated with either of those two things, right? Like, the Chasm was an Archon quest, right? And that breaks the mold, too. But I think the Chasm's the last time that happened. Gonna replace Durin in Dragonspine. Gonna be the one who's revived and brought into this world.
Didn't that already happen? You left the storybook world, and now you're here.
Sorry, should be more specific. Beto said he can use alchemy to turn me into a human.
What?
Human transmutation. So you're Albedo's intended subject. Yeah, he's working on it for a long time.
And that's what you want, Mini Durin?
So does that mean Durin's going to be playable? He's going to transform and then have an element? Wouldn't be surprised if it's Cryo. Just, you know, with the snow spire, or the dragon spire being all snow and stuff. I don't know if want is the right word. I don't even know if there's a right answer in a situation like this, but I do know this. I have just as much of a right to this name. I don't want to lose the other Durin. Simple is changing form. I know. Beto talked to me about that. He said the Durin on Dragonspire is a lot more aggressive and primitive, almost like a beast. But Mom created me in a storybook. Pure parts of me can balance out the evil parts of him. If I'm honest, I don't know what that will look like if it can still be me, if I can still be me once I become one with that part of him. Maybe without a complete soul, there was never really a me to begin with. Albedo said these kind of questions are normal. We're all trying to figure out who we are. I'm afraid of change. I want my life to have meaning, and suppressing an evil dragon becoming human both sound pretty meaningful to me. So don't worry, no one's forcing me to make this choice.
Well, turning you into a human sounds like a huge project. No wonder Albedo wants to get the mage's approval.
Yeah, I'm really grateful to him. We're kind of in the same boat, you know? Beto told me he's the Kryden Prince, a synthetic human, and if that works, I'll be one too. We will be the only two of our kind in the whole world, alchemical creations allowed to live in human forms. If all living things are grouped together by species, and there's only one other person like me in this world, I guess that makes us family.
Definitely. You've just got to trust one another. Actually, while we're on the subject, does your friend Hakai know about this?
Yeah, I told him I was coming here to fulfill this duty. He didn't try to stop me, just told me to get a move on then. Didn't say it outright, but I think he supports my decision. Maybe he even thinks it's a good idea to go through with this. I'm a little scared, of course, but excited too. Anyway, I'm really glad I got to talk to you at this time, at a time like this. I feel a lot better now, so thanks. I missing something here? Oh. Is this it? Or did I just enter? Oh no, I'm in the right spot.
Welcome, one and all. Please sit wherever you like.
So, no unspoken rules to be aware of. I don't want to unwittingly park myself down on some important lady's chair.
I doubt anyone's going to mind where you sit, Lord Barbados. But thank you for being so considerate. Jean didn't fancy tagging along?
What happened in the city today? If she left, there would be no one around to lead the Knights of Avonius.
Right, never mind. I was just hoping to treat her to some tea. So, tell me, Albedo, what is this outrageous and audacious plan of yours that I've been hearing murmurings about?
I'll get right to the point. I intend to kill the evil Durin and Dragonspine. And I'd also like to request some alchemical reagents from the Hexen Circle.
Which ones? I'm all ears.
First would be the flesh of an immortal monster from the Mir Javari.
Interesting. What else?
The other is a portion of the embryo left by my mother, Reinendatter.
The raw material from which she created her monsters in the past. There's not much of it left. Dragon blood, monster flesh, and embryo. Sounds to me like a formula for creating life.
Correct. Durin's heart has continued to beat ever since the day he died. That means it's just a matter of time before he eventually returns. Centuries away or millennium, but the day will come. Spent years investigating in Dragonspine, so I'm well aware of the danger he possesses. He has already possessed a considerable threat to Mondstadt in less than half of his original strength. There's no telling how dire the consequences could be if he ever regained his full life force. Hence, if we want to be free of the dangers possessed by his blood and limitless vitality, we must find a way to eliminate Durin entirely. Fortunately, Durin is a special entity. Even after death, he could reawaken at any moment. So the solution is to kill him and resurrect him in a different form. Upon resurrection, he will no longer be the creature he once was. In fact, he will no longer be considered a monster at all, because I intend to transform him into a human-like being. During the summer, Klee and I visited a fairy tale world called Simulanka. It was created by mages from the Hexen Circle, so I'm sure you know of it.
Of course. It was even the home of one of M's children, the other Oh, I see.
It was during that journey I learned with certainty that Durin would return to life one day. Our experience inspired me. I met the pure soul Em had created, and I knew if I wanted to change Durin's fate, he could be the key. To that end, I devised an alchemical model for the transmutation. Soul will come from the fairy tale dragon of Simulanka, blood from the original Durin's heart. And the monster's remnants from the Marjavari and the embryo mother left behind will form the flesh. The corrosive nature of the dragon's venom and the heightened vitality of the monster's remains will offset each other, keeping the constructed body in perfect balance. Powerful side effect can be triggered when festering forces and life energy collide. In an alchemical setting, the results are sure to be nothing short of astounding.
The glint in your eye when you talk about these ideas. You really are your mother's child.
Do you see that as a bad thing, Aunt Alice?
Of course not. To me, you're both extraordinary individuals. I find you fascinating. In any case, now I see why you asked Venti for help. The raw materials you seek are extremely valuable. The misuse of even the tiniest amount could cause unimaginable chaos. That
That's
said,
it? I'm assuming there's a
we're
boss
happy
fight
to give
coming,
you
right?
what you
Because we've
need.
not really actually had a
But
boss
there is
fight.
one condition. You need to prove you can wield them.
Oh, of
and
course.
so, you must pass the Hexen Circle's trial.
Okay. Understand. I figured something like this must happen. That's why I asked Daimien to come along. Wait, so I'm joining you in this thing? You're not even going to try and talk me into it? Oh, you need convincing? I thought you want to keep an eye on me. Who knows what sort of outlandish things I might attempt without someone to keep me in check. Fine. I'm not going to argue with you.
So you know our tricks, huh?
Aunt Alice has always loved the spectacle. Any chance to witness friends coming together to support one another.
Well, success means little if you have no one to celebrate it with, no? Although, I'm afraid dear Paimon will have to sit this one out.
What? Why?
The Hexen Circle trials are no walk in the park, my dear. Besides, I already decided on the structure. There's only room for 2 participants, I'm afraid. No more, no less. You understand, don't you, Paimon? Oh, don't be too angry with your dear aunt.
Okay, okay. You can turn off the charm. Paimon will stay behind.
Why did she have a smug look on her face?
Understanding.
Why did she have a smug look on her face? Like she was happy while having a very sad voice.
Guide you through the trial.
What? That was a very clear smug look. Then let me make a formal request. Will you go through the trial with me? Of course. Are you ready? Just about.
Then, my dear children, get ready for a taste of the.
It's going to involve the chessboard. It's going to involve the chessboard. It's absolutely going to involve the chessboard. Because why else would it be there? Yep. Certainly in keeping with the Hexen Circle's abilities. Oh, of course, make her look evil. And shrunken down to chest-sized pieces.
Oh, you're so tiny now. Take extra care of yourselves, okay?
What is that? What is it? I think it's just Paimon's voice is even louder than usual now I'm this side. She's always so energetic and lively, nothing can dampen her spirits. Don't worry. He'll be back with her again in no time.
You sound pretty confident, Albedo.
Aunt Alice, I didn't realize you'd be personally conducting the trial.
Since your mother has to recuse herself, who better than I to put your abilities to the test? I have prepared quite a riveting new performance just for you two. See? Defeat them in battle. Prove to me that you have what it takes to achieve your goal. Swashbuckle your way to victory like gallant fairy tale heroes.
This is going to be a trial thing again, right? So I'm not going to actually have access to my team. Oh, never mind. I am absolutely going to have access to my team. Hi.
Let's get it on.
Boom. 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 There's no way this is a single stage. No way this is a single stage fight.
Should present a united front.
Oh.
Look alive. Hi. And step.
Oh god.
Witness my great undertaking. Burst forth.
Can we change targets? Can we change targets, please?
Coming to be.
Okay, I win. Checkmate.
Ugh, it had to be this form? A toy really doesn't suit me.
One doesn't seem like Alice.
Well done. But this isn't over. I will now preside over the second trial.
Oh, is that B?
Stare straight ahead, and you will see things as they
Her voice
appear.
sounds particularly
But change your
egg-like, as Mona would
perspective,
say.
and you will see them as they are.
You okay? Oh, they're gonna be like instructions now. Well, this seems like a new weekly boss fight.
The trial awaits. Only by turning the world on its head can we see its true colors. So, it begs the question, what do you see on the other side of this chessboard? Pawns earned true freedom the moment they gained legs with which to ride.
Yeah.
So, in the spirit of reincarnation,
Come on.
I prepared a little surprise for you. No need to thank me, of course. Just a small gesture of kindness from me.
Oh yeah, it is. It is. It's B. Can you see trigger froze? I do not have ice on my team. No one warned me that I was going to need it.
Unlike my own student, she can be so full of herself.
Witness my great undertaking.
Oh, fuck you. Well, you know what? It KO'd the one character I don't care about, so I'm not actually concerned. Yunjin is literally just an ad on this team. To be honest, though, it's entirely coincidental that she was active when it killed.
Yes, very well done.
Oh, they've grown up so fast. I'm so proud.
Really? Well then, I'll leave you to debrief the others about today's events.
Huh? You're leaving already?
You did marvelously today. I'm thrilled for both of you. And should you feel the need to gloat profusely to that student of mine so she knows to up her game, be my guest. Lovely tea party. But
Oh, that's
that'll
funny.
do me for now. Until next time, my dearies.
You're just going to up and leave? Barbie? You'll have to forgive Barbalov. She's always on the move. And she never says where she's going either. I think she enjoys the mystique. But if I had to guess, she's probably going for a walk. She's a very
I'm
health-conscious
90% sure
individual.
this model is going to involve Alice's kit when she's released.
Barbie was satisfied with your victory. And so am I. Congratulations to you both.
I would not be surprised, especially with her being Klee's mom, so...
You can come back now. Oh, whoops. I need to turn you back to normal first, don't I?
You're finally back! Great job! You made it all look so easy!
It relatively was
Nice
easy
to have
outside
you
of that
back
one-shot
safe and
move that
sound.
required
Now
cryo,
time
which I
to
don't
relax
have.
and switch off. You've earned it.
The other thing too is they threw you into that without like any like domain indication that you'd need a certain element in your team, so I had no idea I needed cryo going into that fight. I'm just lucky that I was pretty much expendable. To be perfectly honest, as long as granted I could have just revived her, but as long as Kanich was alive, I was fine. I didn't need to revive anyone. Dia has the better pyro application, but I just need burn going for a little bit, and Bennett can do that fine. You know, the sooner we deal with Durin, the better. Alright, so before we head there, I'm going to head to here so I can revive my dead party member. Away we go! Probably just better to hit this. Alright, so I'm assuming this is like, is this gonna just be a cutscene or an actual boss fight, or what?
Yep, this place is as freezing as ever. Hyman's hands are turning to ice. You sure? Is it warm in there?
The edge off it might improve your mood. Is this where I need to be? I remember there was a world quest that involved this area. It's how I got the spear that's Rosaria's spear in quotes. We've arrived. Sorry, Paimon. I have to go to work now.
Beating away after all this time.
Good to me. You two stay on guard. I'm assuming we're gonna fight the core. Like, the core is gonna reappear.
May Paimon ask?
You may.
Who is Durin to you? Do you think of him as one of your kind? And is he a dragon, person, animal, or monster?
He's my brother. Because we're both artificial creations, but biologically speaking, we have no relation whatsoever. So to say we are kin would be categorically
Sounds
incorrect.
like you prefer humans to dragons, then.
It's not so much a matter of preference, rather, as things stand, I would say I belong to the class of human, albeit a unique category thereof. But then again, most life forms in this world possess some unique traits. And I am perhaps the most unique among humans in that I'm the only one of my kind, but soon there will be another just like me, assuming this alchemical project proves successful. I believe Mini Durin already told you of his intent to replace Durin of Dragonspine. After my conversation with him, he also expressed a strong interest in becoming human. It's a fascinating prospect, not to mention an extremely challenging one, but I understand why he came to that decision. Do you see this as an act of creation? Well, understood in the broadest sense, this project deals with both the past and the future, and stands to profoundly impact many lives. That primarily is what makes it worthwhile. Helping Mini Durin become who he wants to be is a secondary consideration, though still a meaningful one. By contrast, my personal motivations are nothing so grand and meaningful. I'm just pursuing something I believe in. In my view, to cultivate life, which the world cannot generate androgynously, is to cultivate the world itself. What aids life in attaining a greater level of perfection improves the world by doing so. It is not a question of whether this ought to be done or not, merely whether I wish to. The alchemical enterprise is concerned with deciphering and comprehending all forms of knowledge, and that is the path I walk. Of course, it's not to say that this is just a science experiment to me. Anything that affects Mondstadt, I approach first and foremost as a member of the Knights of Avonius. Does that answer your question satisfactorily? Well enough, thank you. Finished.
Looks like a golden energy has encased the dragon's heart.
The whole heart would be too big. I don't need that much. Instead, I just remove the core. The rest will lose its vitality completely. This time, Durin's body should finally die for good.
Wait, but in that case, what's gonna happen to the fake Hertha? And what about the people who fell under Durin's influence?
Knights will keep an eye on them, but as far as I'm concerned, eliminating Durin's influence on the citizenry, creating a new Durin through alchemy are one and the same thing. Armed with this heart, I'll be able to complete the alchemical array and deal with all these issues in one go. Why are we going to the outside of Mondstadt? This makes me nervous. Let's call it a day here. Thank you for accompanying me.
We sure learned a lot.
Mondstadt's a lively place during Windbloom Festival. You should take a look around and pick some nice souvenirs for yourselves.
Yeah, the festival! Wonder who the Windbloom star is gonna be this time. Well, we've been too busy dealing with this situation the entire time. Who else would be free to work during the Windbloom Festival?
I'm sure we'll find out on the day of. So I got an achievement here. Pass the trials. So I'm going to assume that that's going to pop up as like a weekly boss again, right? Like probably somewhere around here, like maybe in the water or something. Probably have to complete the quest first, but not that it really matters. I very rarely ever do weekly bosses, so... Just realized I can see Fontaine in the background there. Like, I can see the cubes there. And you see part of the city there. That's kind of cool. Mostly, I always just pay attention to if I can see the Jade Chamber or not. Which you can't see from here because Dragon Spire's in the way. Or Dragon Spine's in the way, whatever. Is it Spine or Spire? I always... Like, I know they've said it God knows how many times, but I keep forgetting. It is Spine. Oh. There we go. As you know, during this year's Windbloom Festival, the people of Mondstadt have banded together to defeat several waves of monsters that tried to invade our city. Accordingly, we would like to award the title of Windbloom Star to someone who made an outstanding contribution to the defense operation. This is someone who may not look like a strong warrior, but whose keen insight played a vital role in gaining control over the conflict. His words and his songs always have a way of lifting people's spirits, and they were a great support to us all. Let's give a round of applause to this year's Windbloom Star, Venti the Bard. Is this not like the meme of like Obama giving Obama a medal? Like, we're literally giving an award to the Animal Archon that from a festival that was kind of conceived by the Animal Archon, right? Like, am I wrong? Wait, you're really gonna pick me? No, not. You're the perfect person for the job. Alright. Does that mean I get unlimited free drinks at the tavern? I'm sure they're more than happy to supply this year's Windbloom Star. If you'd like, you can even take a drink while you give an accepted speech to the crowd. In that case, let me swap the speech for a song. The best bard in the land is about to begin his performance, so don't go away, gather around and lend me your ears. A silent cutscene. Or is it just going to be an instrumental? Hereby exercise the prayer of formation. Fontaine, or not Fontaine, all of Mondstadt to fuel this. Fortifying walls. First, the 18th worldly and passage. Flesh with sacred blood and bone. O sages, witness my grand endeavor. How's that? Not bad, right? The end.
Albedo, how did everything go?
Very smoothly, I'd say. We achieved our goal.
Really? So Mini Durin looks like a human now?
Correct. However, his newly formed body is still stabilizing. We should give him some time. Incredible work, Albedo. I graciously accept the compliment. It really is rather remarkable what we've accomplished.
So, how do you feel right now?
Quite good. I did what I set out to do and achieved the personal goal. I think even she would have made a rare facial expression had she seen it. Reinen daughter. My master and mother, Gold, Reinen daughter. Long time ago, she sent me to Mondstadt with the instruction to complete a task of monumental importance, to find the truth of the world. My theory about what she meant, and in time, I was able to corroborate it. Sure enough, finding the truth of the world basically stood for getting a life. It'd be easy for most people, but for someone like me, it meant doing a lot of learning about a lot of things. I had to find out about myself and the world around me. Get to know me and get to know other people. Life is the space that exists between me and the world. Come on. Really? Second. Doesn't matter. To become truly human, I had to inhabit that space. So for an artificial human, finding a life is, in some sense, equivalent to finding the truth of the world.
That's what she meant, huh? Well, no wonder those monsters wanted to infiltrate the city and replace you. They wanted your life for themselves.
Being alive is just existing, but having a life is what makes you truly human. I think that's the message she wanted to get across to me. Still, I found this whole series of events has given me a new inspiration. Becoming human is only the beginning. What follows is the choice a human has to make in life, as well as the kinds of family bonds they will form. Most people will probably see the events of the last few days as something out of a nightmare, but for me, it's just a part of my family life. Fear that the carefree existence my brother has enjoyed this far will now come to an end. Just like me, he will have to step into the world and face the same constraints as everyone else.
You've got an unusual family, that's for sure.
But the interesting thing is that Mini Durin is literally, or he's probably just going to be called Durin from now on. But the two closest people to him are effectively immortal, right? Like Albedo and Hat Guy are, or Scaramouche. They're both technically like Albedo's a synthetic human and Scaramouche is a puppet. We don't necessarily know what he's made of, but he could basically be equivalent to that of a synthetic human, right? They're both like 500 years old. So like he effectively is close enough to two people that'll live forever. I want to get well, I suppose we get it from our mother. She's highly unusual. There's there are all kinds of families in the world. Some base their life around the family store, others around the farm. My family, I suppose, we tend to do the flower beds, and now I'm a gardener too. As long as you feel like you've gained something from the experience. Master never showed her face, but if the Hetson Circle knows what I've done, that means she knows all well and gave her approval. Since devouring Nebrius, it would seem she finally found a modicum of peace. And if so, then I'm truly happy for her. She didn't always have a penchant for madness.
Devouring Naberius?
Naberius.
What's Naberius?
It's the name of the ruler of life.
What?
Analyst told me about it not too long ago, but it came as no surprise. A new master would do it sooner or later. As the ruler of life, all I truly know is Naberius is not gone. Instead, Mother, because of Master's actions, she and Naberius are now one. Any case, thank you. So is that kind of what the sinners did? Is that they basically linked with rulers? So much for your help during the ordeal. This is the Genshin lore drop in these types of events, by the way. It's like cool, like storytelling with a little bit with that involves around a plot point, and then it's just like, oh, by the way, atom bomb lore drop in a single sentence. Like, what was it at the end of Fontaine? What was it where Skirt revealed that her master was like Ryan and daughter, and that but the primary one was she revealed that the Gnosises were created by the third Descender. Right? It's just like small things like that are just like atom bombs contained in a single sentence. In any case, thank you so much for your help during the ordeal and for choosing to stand by my side through it all.
Of course. That's what friends are for.
Paimon took the words right out of my mouth. And you say that means a lot, means more than I can say. I'll make sure to pass along the sentiment when I report back to Master Jean.
So you're heading back to headquarters? Well, good luck with the report.
Thank you. I'll get going.
Wow, this Windbloom Festival turned out to be a special one. It feels like we really made a difference.
I'm trying to think of what Durin's element would be. I highly doubt with his association to Albedo and Hat Guy he's going to be Animo. I'm thinking it's going to be Cryo. Either Cryo or maybe Dendro? Because he might be curious. He's shown before as many Durin to be curious. And that's a trait of wisdom. But I honestly think it probably might be Cryo, right? Just, because I think that also is a symbolic connection to Dragonspine, with it being, like, so frigid. Like, beyond natural cold.
Oh, Paimon almost forgot! If the Windbloom star has already been chosen, what is this year's Windbloom gonna be?
Want to take a guess?
Venti! You're back!
Well, I couldn't keep my two dear friends in the dark about this year's Windbloom now. Could I? What do you think of this, Cecilia? Quite fitting. True feelings of the prodigal sun. A sediment as sweet and warm as the gentle spring breeze. Perfect for the season. Daimien and I, give me your hand. Huh? The mages are very pleased that you and Albedo managed to pass their trial. Albedo received the materials he sought, so you deserve something in return as well. Hexazarco wants you to have this. It contains something entirely one of a kind. Secret of sorts. When the time is right, it will reveal itself to you, so no need to open it right away. This is your trinket. After every either character story or Archon plot, there's always a trinket you get. Gift and a mystery all in one. Mage, yeah. According to the sender, you are probably the only person who can make use of something like this, so I suppose it belongs with you. Alright. Well, all I did was deliver it. Although, I did go to great lengths during this whole ordeal. I suppose a reward for my efforts wouldn't be out of the question.
You've helped a lot, Venti. How about we treat you to a drink?
Really? I'll hold you to that, you know. No going back on your word.
Of course, Dad! Let's go to the tavern right now!
Huh, music to my ears. I'm so happy I could fly. It's like the festival was made for me or something. See, this is what I'm talking about, where him being the Windbloom star is literally giving the Animo Archon giving a medal to the Animo Archon. It's literally the same thing. When no love remains for the songs to tell, the world becomes naught but an empty shell. I look forward to seeing someone recording this entire... Like, I will do it in the future. Obviously not on stream, but in the future, I look forward to rewatching this entire... Because this is an Archon quest, so it's still in the game. Of someone actually recording this played through with all the voices back in whenever that problem gets settled. Because I know Erica loves not only playing Venti, but she loves singing as Venti. And there's a lot of that in this. Cruel, said fate, cruel it may be, were it not for a hero who could set us all free. Through shadows so cold, he sought wisdom untold. chasing a fragrance the wind only knows. Thus, wistfulness waned and faded into night as he stepped from the darkness and into the light. And we're done. That was good. I like that. I actually like this one. As I said before, I like this one mostly because it actually felt like I was playing a game. I've commented about how some, you know, Archon quests are just way too much story and not enough game, and like I just feel like I'm watching a movie, and it's a bit, you know, it can get a bit annoying when I just sit there silent for the most part. Oh yeah, I get a reward because I completed the story. Yep, so probably won't be playing this for a little bit again. I do know the next event spot pops up in 2 days, but I don't stream events anyways. Hopefully that's when the Chronicles of Fate banner goes live and I can pull for Chiori. So there's one last thing I need left to do. I need to get my rewards and stuff from the Serena Teapot, and I also need to give someone the boot so I can put Scoffier in here. I'm going to tell you right now, it's not going to be Amber or Kaya because I'm probably never going to use them. And it can't be anyone that's... Kinich can stay. I'm actually shocked Kinich isn't already maxed. And Varessa, anyone that's on the daily team. So I think I'll get rid of Chevrus. Alright, let me... Sucrose is gone once I get Chiori. I've already confirmed that within myself. Alright, this, we'll get rid of Chevrus. Rest. Companions. Oh yeah, I gotta get Aoife in. I must actually kind of want to boot someone for Aoife. There isn't really anyone I want to boot. Both of them are in the dailies team. I guess I can boot Eon-san for the time being. Because Aoife's just cooler. Save. Alright. Let me talk to Tubby, and then I will talk to Aoife and...
This realm is... If you ever...
What's up?
So, you have this whole pad all to yourself?
I actually like having Aoife, though, because since I don't have Chaska, it's not, like, I'll say this, like, it's really nice to just have a character from each Natlan tribe. It doesn't matter whether they're 5-star or 4-star, right? Now, the only reason I don't care about Mulanni is because if I need a character for the paths, like the spirit ways, I have Moika, she can do it, and, but when it comes to traveling on water, it may be slower, but I can just use Farina. In some ways, I almost like Farina a bit better. Like, granted, she probably has her jump, but she has more control.
That's impressive. You could raise probably 10 Saurians here.
I do like it here.
It's pretty great.
I'll still say, though, my favorite dialogue line in the entire Teapot is with Kaveh, where you basically tell him, it's like, oh, I've not done anything at all in here, and he starts criticizing you. Like, Kaveh is some of the best lines.
Fresh air, plenty of space, it's comfortable and cozy. Pets and Saurians would feel right at home here.
Because it honestly fits his... Like, the fact that you have a home in which you can construct anything you want with minimal effort and customize it to your whim with minimal effort. That's an architecture's dream. An architect's dream, sorry. A true vet, always thinking about the animals. Are you referring to, like, the 20 cats I have sitting on the edge of a cliff somewhere?
Everyone's got their own focus. I'm sure you could teach me a thing or two about adventuring, for instance.
Or maybe how to save the world, nation by nation.
Sounds like a compliment.
Of course. You helped Natlan in its hour of need. People like you deserve all the praise they can get. From what I see, you have a lot of experience surviving in the wild, and you have a real zest for life in general. In other words, you're exactly the kind of person I want to be friends with.
Oh yeah, why is that?
Well, people with a zest for life are usually proactive about keeping their homes clean and tidy, and they don't tend to cause trouble everywhere they go. It makes you much less of a liability, bro.
It sounds like you see some of your other friends as liabilities.
Was it that obvious? Oh well.
Is Aurora one of those friends?
Oh, no, he's fine. He leads a pretty benign life. For one thing, you can't hope to grow good crops if you're too out of control. I was actually talking about my Saurian companions. I guess I also think of them as friends. A Saurian in a bad mood is a lot more dangerous than a human. They'll rampage through your home like a storm if you're not careful. If that happens, all you can do in the moment is try to get them to calm down. Settling the score, that has to wait for another time.
Alright. I'm just gonna fast travel. Hello.
The air here is so peaceful and calming. If we put on a slow concerto right now, I'm sure the condenser would be brimming with inspiration.
Hey, look at here.
You know, it almost feels like coming home. No picky customers, no reputation to uphold. Here, I can cook whatever I feel like. It's a nice chance to try out some new things from my list. Just to be clear, you are going to set me up with a purpose-built kitchen here, right?
You make yourself at home, why don't you? As you wish, Madame Chef.
Don't worry, I'll make sure it's worth your while. In Fontaine, I have hundreds of rich and famous people offering handsome sums of more on a daily basis, hoping for the chance to add just one exquisite dish to their family feast. I don't even have the time to turn them all down. Some of the letters I get go unopened and unread. But you, on the other hand, all you need is to provide an oven, a stovetop, a cupboard, and a water source. I've brought all the cooking utensils and ingredients that I need.
Well, to be perfect honest, it's already shown in the cutscenes that she makes all of them out of cryo energy, which is actually really fucking cool. Like, cryo seems like a really weird element for her, but outside of Geo, isn't it like, I'm pretty sure it's the most solidified element. And I just feel like it's easy, well, not necessarily true. Some of the characters, like Yunjin's flags, for example, seem pretty solidified. And technically speaking, other characters have shown to make solid constructs out of their elements. Like, Razor's wolf burst is solid enough to strike people. So,
no one else in all of Fontaine, or even all of Teyvat, could hope for the special treatment I'm offering you.
But it also goes to show you that despite there being two chefs in the game, they, with having different visions, it means their ambitions align differently. Cryo is the vision of, well, we still don't technically know, but it's like lover piece is the general consensus. And it's generally wielded by people that care a lot. So she definitely cares about the quality of her food and the guest's experience. Meanwhile, Xinglin is pyro, which is passion. Generally, those that wield it are very passionate individuals. So, and that's shown within her not only desire to cook, but to find newer ingredients, newer ways of cooking, newer recipes to make, right? Her idea to explore beyond where she currently is a passion. So, right, it's really cool when we start to get to this point where we see the same character, or like the same type of job performance and professionalism, but done by two people that wield different powers because their ambitions are different within the same field. I'm trying to think, is there... Well, yeah, we have it with performers. Performers exist all over the place. Like, Barbara's a singing idol. Even Venti. Venti's a bard. I know he's the Anima Archon, so I guess we can kind of disqualify him. Kazuha is poetry, if you want to count that. You know, Zhanglin is rock and roll music. Yunjin is opera, like opera, specifically more Chinese opera, while Farina is more just stage performances in general. Right? And you have, and their ambitions come across in all of their elements, right? Farina, well, Hydro is generally the element of, not necessarily do-gooder, but like, it's generally wielded by those that want to do good, or to do things that benefit others or help out. So, you know, like her and Barbara, right? They're people that want to help. Though Farina's performance role is more main focused. Like, that's her job. While Barbara's, it's secondary to being a deaconess. And being the deaconess is why she has Hydro, right? She just wants to help people and heal them. While Farina, I guess Farina's thing is, I guess she just wants to cheer people up with her stage performances. I don't really 100% get that one. Yunjin is Geo because Geo's the hardest element to understand, at least within the lore of the world. It's, you know, it's the concept of being very dedicated to your own morals or rule sets. Right? So, like, every Geo user in the game has their beliefs, and they will not falter on them. And that, you know, that applies to Yunjin as well. She's very, very firm in her acting life as a performer. And then Yunjin is just very passionate about rock and roll. And Kaza's, you know, if we count him, his poetry is just an afterthought towards his adventuring, right? Like his desire to be free, right? Kazuha is literally like the embodiment of freedom after the Animal Archon themselves, like after Venti. I can't imagine if I were to pick a character of each element to best represent that element, I would absolutely pick like Kazuha for Animo. If I were to pick the others, like, oh, that's a good question.
And all I ask in lieu of a salary is that you give me a thorough and honest review of each dish once you've had the pleasure of consuming it.
Oh, no, not that you're cooking with this.
Don't worry. I trust you. You have good taste. And I have full confidence in our culinary compatibility. So you set up the kitchen
I want to look through the characters after this to
Once I get to
determine
work,
that.
I'll be right in my element. You and I are like Lumidew spells and rainbow rose foam. One tender and delicate, the other sweet and sour.
I wouldn't be
Perfect
Ningguang for
combination.
Geo. I'm going to say that right now. Would
I
not.
know if I cook for you based on gut instinct, you'll like what I come up with.
Wouldn't be Ito either. Well, with that on mind, we'll start with Geo. You know what? I'd probably say Goro. Goro or Albedo. 100%. Probably those two. I'm not 100% sure, but I just feel like those two best encompass a more neutral aesthetic of Geo. And they have good morals and combined with that. Pyro. Who's probably the most passionate while also kind of like... Because I can't have their passion leading to... maybe Dia? I think Dia would probably be a pretty good Pyro Archon. Maybe D-Luke. Dia or D-Luke, I'd probably say. Electro, who has the strongest belief in eternity? And like, this is the crazy thing too, because eternity is not a simple concept, as shown very specifically by certain characters like Shinobu and Sino, whose concepts of eternity overpowered another element. Sino is Electro because of his belief in justice is eternal, which is what which overrides Hydro, overrided him getting Hydro. And my personal opinion for Shinobu is relatively the same thing. Where is she? There it is. For Shinobu is the same thing, except Shinobu would have been Animo. Like 100% she would have been Animo. Because she's someone that seeks freedom of choice, to do what she wants. Right? For what's next? I guess we can do Cryo. You know what? Probably pick Guan Yu.
Hal loves being antagonistic. Just ignore him when he's mouthing off.
I'm probably gonna say, out of all the characters right now, I'd probably say Guan Yu.
I dare you to release me and say that to my face!
And Dendro. Dendro. Not Al-Haytham. I refuse to believe it would be Al-Haytham. Al-Haytham's smart, but he isn't always... I'd probably say Tainari. I think Tainari could do it. Because it also comes down to communication skills, too, which Al-Haytham... Let's be real here. Dude's a bit too stern for the person he needs to be. Let's see. Who am I missing now? I kind of went through the list here, right? We hit Dendro. Hydro? Did I go over Hydro? I don't think I went over Hydro. I remember, I'm thinking of this because I think I saw a short on this where someone said Candace, which I think they also said Tainari for Dendro, but I think they even might have said Shinobu for Electro now that I think about it. But yeah, I could see Candace. She has a very strong moral compass. And then I feel like I'm still missing someone. I know I did Animo already. Done.
Here's how I allocate my energy on a job. 70% goes to investigating.
No, that's all of them.
10% to making a final decision, and the remainder for execution.
Alright, well, that's finally done. We can exit to desktop because game is over, and it is 11 p.m. So this is about an hour after I estimated I would be done. But that was, you know what? Not gonna lie, I actually didn't mind. So, you know what? There's something about Escoffier's story that makes it different from both Chiori and Emily's. I want to try to explain. So, Chiori's problem, in my opinion, was that Chiori was included in, like, and I've said this was also a boon too, so it's a weird place to balance myself on in terms of a statement, but Chiori was introduced in an event shortly before she was released as a character and her story. This was good because it allowed players to know who she was before pulling for her. But the problem is because of the nature of the event, we didn't really get to become friends with her, if that makes sense. Right? We never actually got to become friends with Chiori. So in some ways it seemed weird when we were suddenly acquainted with her enough to help her with this plot. Right? Like, that's just my, my opinion in the matter. Well, Emily, oh my fucking god, I feel bad for Emily. Not only did she get the Escoffier treatment, where she just got basically dropped, no event, no warning, but she was on the last banner before Natlin. Are you kidding me? No one... You know how many polls I saw of people saying they were going to skip her because they were saving for Natlin? Are you kidding me? The only people that would want, like, even me, I skipped her because I didn't care for her. But at the time, like, the only reason I'd consider her is because of the potential she has as an off-field Dendro applicator. But even then, she's still designed around burn teams, which, should I point out, at the point in time of her release, were not a thing. The only two characters in the game that do burn are Emily and Kanich. And Kanich wasn't out yet, and Kanich doesn't even do burn damage. It's just his kit benefits when hitting a burning target. The damage itself is inconsequential. It's like, in a way, it's similar to Navia, where Navia doesn't really actually care about the crystallized shield and stuff. Her mechanic just comes from picking up the shards, right? It doesn't matter what your benefit is on the shields. It's an entirely different thing there. And then, but yeah, like, she just had it, like, a very terrible situation dropped on her. But I don't know. I also feel like the way they introduced Escoffier was better than Emily. Emily, and I don't really remember much of that, but I just feel like Emily didn't really get introduced in a way that made me care who she was. Like, let's be real here. Emily is just an incredibly forgettable character to me. But at least Escoffier, like, I didn't really think much of her getting into this, but she absolutely isn't forgettable. It also helped too that her character, yeah, I think, you know what also I would say too helped? Another character's involvement in the story. Navia was basically centered in the plot for pretty much most of the story. I don't think Emily's did. Like, I think Sino might have been in it. I don't really even remember it. Like, to be fair, I think I streamed it, but yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna call it here. I actually don't even know if I want to stream tomorrow. Like, not gonna lie, the stream for tomorrow would just be Portal Fantasy, and not gonna lie, I don't know if the game just feels like a crawl to me. It doesn't really feel like I'm progressing rather well. Just like, I don't hate the game, but I also just feel like it's hard to describe. I like it, but, and you know, it's also really fucking irritating. Yeah, I like the game, I like the concept. The grinding is a bit annoying. I'd say the grinding is probably the most annoying part of it. Like, getting level, like, in a game that really is designed around you party swapping a lot as needed, because of elemental limitations. Right? There's 6 elements in the game, and you can only bring 3 with you into any given area. And obviously you got to play up to the weakness matchups and stuff. So in a game like that, like despite what some people think, the experience sharing Pokemon is such a genius idea with where it hits the entire party, because like the best example of this I can give, if no one's ever seen it, go watch Jaywitz's playthrough of Pokemon Y, I believe it was X or Y, and with the experience, he abused the experience share so well by constantly rotating in and out other Pokemon, right? Constantly changing around his team, having and you could hear it. Like, I know it was edited videos, it wasn't like stream footage or anything, but like you could hear it was evident in his excitement over constantly switching around and using different Pokemon and having fun doing that, right? But the experience share made that an easy concept. It's not an easy concept in this game, right? I need to mastery level, but I need a shit ton of materials to do that, right? And that's just for one fucking monster. If I want to mastery level all my goddamn monsters, mastery levels require 2 of 4 different materials, one of which is like a crapshoot to get half the time. And you need 6 of them to mastery one monster. It's... like, maybe I just need to take a break from the game. Maybe move on to another game for the time being. You know what? And I think I was getting into saying this before I interrupted myself, but... another thing that's really, really annoying about the game is the fact that I keep finding fucking bugs. Oh, I can't go through a stream without finding bugs. And it's annoying and disheartening. Some of them are straight, like I soft locked on one of them. Like, don't get me wrong, I love the game, but the progression is too slow for me. I don't like that. So, I think maybe I'm probably going to put it on pause. I think it's sorry. I'm gonna go in, and I think that's what I'm gonna do. It's maybe just put the playthrough on hiatus. A bit of content live. It's like I'm getting to that point where it's like I like the game, but I struggle to push myself to play it. And especially as someone that wants to play the game and enjoy the game and be entertained by the game, I can't do that. I can't do that if I'm not having fun. And the story doesn't and because it's a new indie game, there also aren't cheats. If there were cheats, let me look. Actually, let's look that up right now. Portal Fantasy cheats. Like, no joke, if there were like cheats for this to force games constantly connecting to the internet. Developer claims it's just for the current code redeems thing. And the game can be played offline, has protection from tampering. Dev confirmed all this on Steam forums. Anyway, no success. Okay, so it doesn't look like there's cheating. Oh, looks like someone actually did make one. No, never mind. There's no way this is correct, because this is like a year old. Yeah, like, if I could like basically force all dispel drops, absolutely. I actually made a comment in their Discord. About an item I wouldn't mind seeing. No response to it. I said I'd like to have a dispelling scroll, so when I catch a portable, it just instantly salvages instead of me having to catch, return. Yeah, there's too much running around and time being wasted. And as some people know, I like to try and be efficient with my games. If you've ever watched me play like Borderlands 2, a game I've played a lot of, right? Or even in like Final Fantasy 12, like games I've played a lot of, I try to be very efficient with my time, right? Like the best example I can come up with is even in my most recent Borderlands 2 playthrough, where I did the random lock. So you get quests for Caustic Cavern right after you get back to Sanctuary after it teleports away, but I actually waited until after Sawtooth Cauldron because there's another quest you get there for Caustic Cavern, where you have to find the lost treasure. I wait till then, so I only have to go to Caustic Caverns once for all the quests involved. So right, I like to be efficient. And yeah, the game's just like gnawing at my desire to be efficient. So yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna put in brackets here on indefinite. The space bar should work at some point there, right? I ate this. With this said, I don't know if I really want to play Octopath because I just played it yesterday. And I'm getting to the point where I'm starting to cheat in that one. Thankfully, there are cheats for that. And I'm just leveling up characters to the level of the story missions. I just want to finish the story now. I'm enjoying the game, and then once I beat the game, I'm just full on cheating to fight the true final boss, the super boss that is apparently like really hellish to beat. Like I don't care about strategy, I just want to see the story at that point. Other games I have on my list here, I have Titanfall 2, which I did just buy. Psychonauts 2, we just beat the first one, so I wouldn't mind checking that out because I don't actually know anything about Psychonauts 2. Octopath 2, which will come after Octopath 1. Rune Factory 3 and 4, I would like to play. I've not played 3, I have played 4, but I never saw the final act of 4 because the 3DS version, or the DS, whatever fucking version of the game it's on, doesn't, has like the remake fixed. So basically, the third act happens randomly. Just randomly. You don't know when, you don't know how, it just randomly. I never got it to trigger. Apparently, it's one of the most annoying things about Rune Factory 4 is getting that third act to trigger. So I would like to see that, but I said I'd want to do 3 before 4, even though I played 4. I'm probably just gonna marry Meg again, by the way. Like, I married Meg before. Probably just gonna do it again. I looked over all the characters. Like Dulce and Amber are the only other 2 I'd be interested in, and I don't know which one. And then there's Divinity Original Sin 2, but I don't know if I'm going to walk into that game. That's going to be a long game. I'm probably just going to take tomorrow off because it's 11 o'clock and I'm talking about either Octopath or playing a game I don't have thumbnails for. So probably just not stream tomorrow. That or I just fuck around in Guild Wars 2, but I probably just take the day off. I got bad sleep last night and then it's 11 o'clock now and I still have to do Guild Wars 2 dailies. Though Guild Wars 2 is the reason why I had bad sleep last night, to be fair, because of the new back to End of Dragons event. I literally stayed up till like 4 in the morning just doing End of Dragon content. I got all the metas done, events on the maps, tons of shit done. Anyways, I'm gonna call it here. Yeah, so no stream tomorrow, I'll just take it off. let myself rest, goof around on my own, figure out where I want to go from here. In all honesty, it's probably, like, straight up. I kind of want to change a pace here, so I'm thinking either Titanfall 2 or Rune Factory 3. I'm thinking that Rune Factory 3 is obviously going to be a much slower game and a much different pace than the constant, like, action, platforming, RPG games I've been playing lately. Now, granted, Rune Factory 3, it's Rune Factory, so it is a lot of that stuff too. It is an action RPG combined with Harvest Moon. But it does have a slower pace element to it. The story you can do at your own time and pace. In all honesty, like, when I compare the two Rune Factories I played, right? So I've only played 4 and 5. 4, you literally had to do the story to progress, to unlock more materials, to advance your character and equipment. 5, though, on the other hand, didn't really need you to do that as much. To some degree it did, I think. Like, I don't think you could enter into dungeons without the story leading you to them. But you could pretty much go to anywhere in the open world. And high-level monsters spawned. Like, in some ways you had to straight up avoid them. I hope the next 3D Rune Factory, though, is they improve upon 5. 5 was a good test for the 3D potential of Rune Factory. I just hope they improve upon it a bit more. But anyway, with that said, I'm going to call it here. My name's Daimien Kamiya. I'm the Omni King. Be a friend, foe, or a member of the Omni Council. I'm going to see you later. Goodbye, everyone.